so.
You're like the Thanos of this show.
Dread it, run from it. Destiny arrives all the same.
Only for one specific species.
Yeah, and you want to get rid of all of them.
I would collect all the Infinity Stones and eliminate the koalas.
Koala Thanos.
With all 6 stones, I could simply snap my fingers. They would all cease to exist.
All right, Studs, you got all 6 Infinity Stones. There's a lot you could do for humanity, but what are you going to do? I'm going to get rid of these damn koalas.
First thing.
What's koala for I am inevitable?
That is destiny fulfilled.
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on 670 The Score.
Yeah, I don't know if we can fulfill any destinies, but we can talk a little bit of sports, I guess, if you like, here on this absolutely gorgeous Friday in Chicago as we broadcast live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. We got plenty to do today.
Yeah, there's like breaking news and
and the death of a baseball team. We've got Jim DeShays at noon, high noon at 11:40. We talk Cubs with Jim DeShays, talk Sox with Jim Margulis at 1. All kinds of surprises along the way as well. And we'll deal with the very interesting, if surprising, eyebrow-raising breaking news.
Eyebrow-raising sounds about right, actually. You're like, really? At your program?
Even here. Go Cats, right?
That's
312
not something one would expect.
644-6767 is our telephone number. We have Ray Diaz. We have the Trash Panda, Adam Studzinski, whose
Thanos.
name is in the New York Times crossword puzzle today. One across. Spoiler alert, Trash Panda. And we have Brandon Fryer and Evan Thomas doing the video work today. So
Texters are already on fire. We appreciate you. Texter says from 224, use Lawrence's fade strategy with the Blue Jays when the Sox went up 3-1 in game 2 last night.
I was going to ask if you did that yesterday.
No, I counted my lucky stars that I faded the Brewers when the Cubs were down 5-3 in the 9th.
Okay.
At plus 1430 on FanDuel. I was like, I went a small amount. I went 15. And then the home runs hit by Gomes, tie game 5-5.
And then
I cashed out.
There you go.
Now, I could have hung on a little longer, but then Victor Caratini is like, no, I got something for you in your bet right here.
Perfect.
But exactly. You never go broke making a profit, Dan. And if you use the fade the White Sox thing, there was an opportunity for you yesterday. And I'm sure there's going to be opportunities for the rest of the season, whatever that season is. This texter also says, so I used to do this bit, Dan, during All-Star Week.
Okay.
Is Mitch Trubisky
Yes,
good?
I remember that.
Right?
Sure.
This texter says, All-Star Week, you need to do, is Jed good and is Andrew Vaughn good? I think Dan's been waiting to do the is Andrew
reading
Vaughn
my mind.
Good.
Reading my mind. Where's that texter from?
That texter is from the 660?
Where's that?
The depths of your mind. Dan.
Right, that's its own area code in there.
Adjacent to the underworld.
Oh, like down near you?
Well, 666, you know.
Oh, no.
No. That was a high level.
Okay.
Northern and western parts of Missouri.
Ew.
Yeah, but he seems to be on track.
Yeah, right there in my head.
So way to start the show off, texters, being right on it.
And we also got an update as to why Chris Ranji threatened to punch John Zahor in the face.
Oh, why did he do that?
Well, according to the
sources,
according to the potential punchee, Ranji was on updates. He was talking to Brian Paruk. They were 4 minutes late for a break, and I yelled at Paruk, and rather than take a break, he just told Ranji that I was mad at him, and then Ranji threatened to punch me. I told him he could have a free shot multiple times since, and he's never taken me up on it. What a gentleman.
He's a total gentleman.
Mm-hmm. But he knows that he's got that free shot, though. He's not going to use it yet. He's just going to let you think about it. Because you never know. Expect it when you least expect it.
I expect better radio discipline from the king, Brian Paruk. I mean, that really lets me down. I'm sure he's getting off the air right now with his show and probably listening to us. And King, we're disappointed.
Yeah, right.
We're disappointed because, you know, you're supposed to exemplify radio discipline. Damn it.
But he Paruk kind of waited some things out, though. Like
He really
champ.
did.
You talk about sitting in the cut.
Just keep your powder dry, keep your nose clean.
Just keep doing what you're doing.
And then all of a sudden,
And keep
you're
that-
the face of the show.
Smile on your face and
be a good person.
And be a good person and treat people in the business well.
How
and
about that?
How about good things happen for you?
Yes, yes.
Right?
And that's why you do's it.
Mm-hmm.
King. That's why I call him the king. That and his real estate holdings. Anyway,
The fact that he's an actual king of a tiny country.
called Wrigleyville. Anyway, so yeah, the Texans are on it. I don't know what's going on Twitch today, what the deal is over there. If we got something happening with the folks on Twitch, if they've got good ideas and all that good stuff. But like I was telling you guys in the meeting, we can do these Andrew Vaughn Good shows. And the thing is, you get guests on and you ask them, and they're like, yeah, I guess.
Well,
Sorta.
if there's a ground ball hit to you, don't fall down. I understood when you were in the outfield. But look, why is Lance Lynn still on the White Sox? Why is he still on the White Sox?
Well,
the moment he walks off that field, trade him.
I mean, yes, ideally, we would like for him to be traded, and I'm sure Lance would love to be traded, according to sources, to someplace else. Didn't he start yesterday's game with a 6.5 ERA?
Yes, but if you really look at what he's been doing over the last 36 innings or something like that, he's been terrific.
Yeah, but he gave up 5 runs to the.
Just don't stop.
Okay,
Trade him. He's been pitching well.
I would like for him to be traded too for Dane Dunning.
Yeah, well, no.
Well, they can't trade Joe Kelly.
Yeah, thanks a lot, jerk.
No, is he so again? Hurt or not hurt?
It doesn't.
Pedro, ask every player on the team. You, come here. Are you hurt or are you not hurt? Tell me now. Don't say I'm bad and now I'm hurt. Oh, I didn't tell you I was hurt. This is your chance. This is it. Everybody stand there. Go in the shower. Yell at them in the shower. Whatever Mark DeRosa says you have to do. Get them all in the shower and scream at them and say, every one of you, tell me either you're hurt or you're not. Well, I'm bad. Does that count? No, that's not the same.
No.
Well, then I'm kind of hurt, but not really hurt. If I'm bad, I'm hurt. Let's do that. No.
That's exactly.
Are you hurt or are you not hurt?
That's what they be on.
God.
Dane Dunning has a 2.61 ERA this season.
Mm-hmm.
In 11 starts. Okay. It's fine. It's totally fine.
Well, the idea behind that trade was Lance Lynn helps you right now.
Correct.
Right. And
He's your window.
That's the window.
Yes.
That's what Layla always said. You look at that contract, and that's how you define a window.
Hey,
So
you guys heard the window the other day when Rakan was speaking?
Yes, we heard it constantly slamming shut.
So, hey, you want to do Sox math?
Oh, God. Now?
Yeah, because now they're at their lowest point of the season.
Fine. Give me a second.
All right. Well, look.
Are you doing the music already?
Let's see how good those math skills are.
it's a 3-minute bed, so you got time.
Kraftwerk just puts me in a good mood, even though I know that what we're getting ready to do is talk about horrible numbers. And the White Sox being at their lowest point of the season, 15 games under 500.
Can't be right.
Sure can. Wait, what did you change the win number to?
Oh, I had it 85.
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
Oh, we're not doing 83?
Oh, whatever you did. I'm good with whatever.
I did 85 wins.
Yeah, because that's
Okay.
what we had started with.
The Sox are 37-52.
Oh, my God.
Which means right now they're 9 back of the Twins in the loss column. They're 8 back of the Guardians in the loss column, and they're now 4 behind the Tigers in the loss column. They're 8.5 back as listed, but the loss, you always look at that loss number because you don't get those back. At 30,
We've never gotten this deep into the bed before, man. It's good.
Oh, more Kraftwerk on a Friday is always good. At 37-52, for the White Sox to get to 85 wins, they have to go.
The concept of them getting to 85 wins.
They would have to go 48-25. So that's to 83 wins, 46-27. Yeah, let's you know what we've reached?
The end?
I think we're at the old time to pack it in and shut it down.
Well, that feels kind of like what they were doing yesterday.
They're just finding holes.
Like they fought hard, and then
Like last year. Remember the end of last year where the Guardians are just kind of reeled them in? And then they said, "Oh, you're not trying." Okay, now we know.
Why is your first baseman falling down?
Oh, I got it. I ain't got it. I fell down.
Who's covering first?
What's the right fielder doing? Well, we're rewarding him for his preparation, professionalism, concentration, and focus.
He's going to double clutch now.
Why hasn't he thrown the ball? I don't know. Well, great. White Sox.
Yes. I had forgotten that they
Go
were.
White Sox.
I had forgotten that they were on because of the doubleheader. You know, I'm watching.
Well, the Cubs game ended just in time.
Yeah, I'm watching the Cubs game. I'm like, oh, I get to take a nice little break before the. And I was like, oh, damn it! Like these idiots are on my TV, and Dr. Broadcasting is doing the game.
Yeah, Dr. Broadcasting's fine. It's not his fault. He hasn't done anything wrong.
He is the avatar of privilege.
He is the perfect sort of major league replacement level rent-a-mouth.
Yeah. Owner loves. I'm sure he thought it was a crackling broadcast.
Sure. He wasn't trying to make jokes.
See, that guy's also never made me laugh before, and he's not trying.
I don't understand any of your comedy references.
Your comedy bits.
I don't appreciate it. This is baseball.
That's right. Someone get me Dr. Broadcasting to fill
I'm
in.
here. Emergency.
Hi.
Break glass. Bring Dr. Broadcasting.
Hi, I'm tall and handsome.
And I have a similar voice to the guy you don't like because he makes too many jokes. Well,
But I'm not going to make any jokes because I'm Dr. Broadcasting.
I have a name that sounds made up because I was conceived in a laboratory. I'm Fred Broadcastio.
I'm just standing there like, 2 games of this? 2? And it was fine.
Yeah, that's what it's fine.
I think there's more on the way also.
Really?
More of Dr. Broadcasting?
That's what I heard Stoney say. See you tomorrow.
So
It's not his fault. He hasn't done anything wrong.
okay. You know what? It's fine. It's just, but it's not fine.
It's not
man.
fine. I know.
Maybe it was a see you tomorrow to the viewing audience.
Well,
maybe
you're not
look.
going to see me. Stoney, I love you dearly, but I'm not going to see me.
Better things to do on a Friday night? Me?
I won't get it because I'm going to be at a hotel in rural Wisconsin. So
Ooh.
Oh, for the golf.
yeah, we're going out and immediately after the show. I'm picking him up. We're headed up, and he and I are we're going to pretend like we're on an old hockey trip or baseball travel trip,
I love
and I think we're going to decide between seeing how much money we can spend at Culver's.
Oh,
Because there's a Culver's right near our motel. Or we're going to find a local place and go to a Friday fish fry. Like a Wisconsin, see if there's a VFW hall.
I think that's a good idea
And
too.
see if somebody's like frying up bluegill or something.
Yeah, you go to Culver's around here. Do that thing.
Right, I know. But I might find... Because, there's some sketchy-ass local places, too. Like I mean an actual VFW hall.
So this morning,
That would be my dream.
this morning,
That way I could drink a bunch of cheap beer and he can drive.
oh yeah,
Let's go.
I see a tweet from Josh Nelson. So my Friday night is going to be spent watching Josh Nelson get married, right?
Yeah.
And so I see a tweet from him where he's got the White Sox war. And I tweeted at him and I said, dude.
Oh, don't look at that tweet about the White Sox war, by the way.
Oh, no, I'm going to share it with folks
That'll
in
make
the
him
next segment.
Bleed out your nose.
But
instantly.
I tweeted him. I said, dude, you don't need this nonsense today. Go for a walk. It's beautiful
He's
outside.
getting married.
Yeah.
Married.
I'm
He
like,
got married already, I thought.
Marriage. But
He got married, and the funny thing is...
the thing is tonight, though.
the party's tonight.
the party's tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're going to go kick it. I think it's at the Bridgeport Art Center. something like that. So
it's better than the Bridgeport Fart Center. You don't want to go there.
No, you don't want to go there.
No.
So
especially on a Friday.
You know it's going to be like super soxy, right? Like it's going to be all the socks people.
I'm too soxy for my shirt. Too soxy for my shirt.
So Josh hits me back and he goes, "I'm currently battling food poisoning." So this is helping take my mind off whatever my body is going through.
But is he struggling with pornography?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, so he's not Paul Bird. He's just battling.
I should ask him, are you sure it's not from watching White Sox baseball?
Somebody told me Garfine was stealing my bit. And he said White Sox baseball was making his dog throw up.
Oh, come on, Chuck. You're better than that.
Chuck. That's my bit since 2007.
Come on, Chuck.
Come on, that is seriously. 2007 was when White Sox baseball killed our dog.
Who's that guy that they always accuse of stealing jokes?
Carlos Mencia?
Yeah. Let's go, Chuck Mencia.
Come on, man.
Right? Because that works.
I get it.
Charles to Carlos. Never mind.
Works.
Yeah. Old Chuck Mencia over here stealing bits.
Did you guys know, by the way, that Josh Nelson came on with Mark Grody, who was filling in for you guys on the 4th?
I saw that.
On his wedding day.
What is happening?
Yeah, he's probably not actually married.
So is all of this just a White Sox party?
It's a bit.
It's a secret White Sox party tonight.
Yeah.
Am I going to be indoctrinated into some sort of fraternity? Like there's going to be masks and
right. It's like the opposite of what happens in Goodfellas.
Am I going to an Eyes Wide Shut party tonight?
You just show up and you're going to be like a maid White Sox guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure there are going to be some made White Sox people there, which is good.
Like the 108.
Like the 108 guys will be there. Hopefully Josh will feel better because that sucks.
Yeah, go get a bunch of Imodium. That stuff works.
Yeah, do that.
Loperamide HCl. That stuff works, man. Take 2 tablets to start like immediately, and then if you have another episode, take another, and then stay super hydrated.
Yes.
There you go. Dr. Bernstein has just cured all your ills.
Yes.
So are we going to talk White Sox next?
I mean, it's on the list of things.
List of things. Consult the list of things.
How about this? I am going to read to you.
Yes.
The list of White Sox wins above replacement.
Let's do that.
No.
And then we're all going to bleed out our nose.
Then we're all going to be sick for Josh's wedding party. But I'm going to read that to you, and some of it you're not going to believe. You're not going to believe it. Because it's like, how? There's one thing, and someone inside the thread was like, wait, I didn't know that there could be a negative WRC plus. But
yeah, that was me.
Oh, that was you, Studs?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I legitimately did not know it was possible.
It shouldn't be possible.
Not in the major leagues.
I just assumed it ended at 0.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, not when
Apparently
you're this
not.
bad.
Enter a world far beyond 0.
Not when it's this bad. So we'll get to share all the badness. And are you calling it? Like, is that what's happening in the next segment?
I think they called it. I mean, look, they're 15 games under 500.
But are you calling it?
It's July 7th.
Right. But are you calling it though?
I guess if it needs to be called, it's over. This is what
you got to find the old ending to the Boers and Bernstein show.
I think in the old baseball term, this is toast on a stick is what this is.
So okay, I want to talk about the ramifications of that. I want to talk about like the freedom of it. I'm serious.
Now our summer is. We can just
everyone's summer. Everyone, like after
we
this
can just
weekend,
go like skipping through the forest, waving rose petals.
Yes,
I'm on it. I'm there
after this weekend because I'm sure there were a bunch of people who bought tickets to this series,
Freedom!
see the White Sox and the Cardinals, and now I'm sure that after the All-Star break, people were like, you know what? I'd rather go to Southwestern Michigan. I'd rather go to Door County. I'd rather do anything else. I will say though, those 4th of July shirts the White Sox had, very fly. They should do something with that other than like, it should be like a staple. But we'll talk about that, and we'll go through the list of wins above replacement next here on The Score.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks Sox 3 times a week on The Score.
Coming up today at 4 with Parkins and Spiegel.
If you're having some shoulder issues, and Michael is, the control is...
Friday is like the end of the work week, kind of a day that you just feel better than the majority of other days. So we like to get a little spicy around lunchtime on Fridays, and we order pizza. So we call this Pizza Friday. It's the end of the work week kind of thing. You know, you're just feeling some pizza. You have it on a Friday. That's how we get to the end result of Pizza Friday. You're welcome.
So much bad info out there.
A lot of bad info, especially from that loser Dan Bernstein.
Apparently, Spiegs wanted to get in on the action and provide some pizza for Pizza Fridays, but he messed it up.
When we didn't get the text from Spiegs that pizza was available and that, hey, Tandy's going to have to pick it up from X, we got a little worried.
Hey, look, I don't think this part of the story is important. I don't think this part is important that I almost forgot.
Context matters.
Context matters. So 12:30
It definitely matters. You almost forgot Pizza Friday.
Well, he didn't almost forget Pizza Friday. He did forget Pizza Friday.
Terrible.
Spiegs calls me 5 minutes later. Oh, my God. I forgot the pizza. Oh, I feel like such a bad guy. You are. Can I
hang on to those feelings about feeling terrible.
Yeah,
by the way.
Can I get the pizza there? Sure, you get the pizza there. What kind of stuff do you guys like again? Oh, well, Lynn and Chris Wake up at XRT, they'll usually do bacon and jardinera. And then, what do you guys want? Tanny yells from the background. Just sausage.
Because the indecisiveness. Shane's
he's
not
screaming.
Saying,
yeah, he just wants sausage. That's all he wants.
Okay, now, and then I go back. Hold on. I go back to the email, and I see spinach and jardinera is what Lynn said, so I made sure I got them spinach and jardinera.
I don't care about them.
And then I got you guys a large pizza with sausage on it.
Yeah, okay.
And it's been delivered from Paisano's, a wonderful pie.
Oh,
it is.
Just sausage? Yeah,
Paisano's is
is
awesome.
wonderful pizza.
There is sausage on the whole thing,
And what
as
else?
requested.
And
else?
What else that wasn't requested, you hack?
I
else
got
was on
sausage on the entire thing. And then I made an executive decision.
Okay.
It's not your decision to make.
Because I think that the best, I've said this before, the best topping combination with which
literally none of this matters. Whatever you're about to say, it's
you're being
irrelevant.
dumb. Did I buy the pizza?
It doesn't matter, Spiegs. We told you on Wednesday. You don't have to. This is our thing. We buy the pizza.
Yeah.
This is our
I eat
thing.
the pizza.
Pizza Friday. I eat the pizza. Nobody else eats
Right.
the pizza. We buy the pizza. When it's our thing,
I
we get to
wanted
decide
you-
what's on the pizza.
You did.
Lynn has never
Sausage.
asked me for bacon and jardinera, and I gave him pineapple and ham.
No.
He's never done that, and I've never done that to him. When
Shane,
somebody-
hold on a second. There is
I'm at
sausage.
the edge of my seat. What was
There
on
is
this
sausage
pizza?
on your pizza. On the entirety of your pizza. There's also onion on half of it because I believe that sausage and onion is the best way
Your
to
opinion
judge a
doesn't
pizza.
matter. You weren't eating it. My God, I hate
that's
yelling.
true.
It's 2:37 and I'm
That's
already
true.
yelling.
I didn't bring
Now-
my Prilosec OTC for the onions on the pizza today. Sorry.
How do you not like onion on a pizza? What the hell's wrong with you people?
It doesn't matter.
I took a stab that you guys would appreciate the onion
I
because
would've
sausage
said-
and onion
Do
is better.
less stabbing.
I yelled sausage. If I wanted onion, I would be like sausage and onion. It's
Yeah,
simple.
that's how it works. Like I was talking to Tanny earlier. Yes, beggars can't be choosers, but in this case, when we are the ones who started it, we could choose whatever the hell we want. We chose sausage, not sausage and yellow onion.
Well, how about this? It's a large half as onion. You guys just split the other half. Forget it.
Well,
then.
here's the problem with that, and I'm gonna assume this is on you. There was
assumption.
onion on the entire pizza,
The whole pizza.
which is what happens when you make an executive decision. Like, oh yeah,
No.
I'm just gonna throw onions on it.
There's
And then-
onion on the whole pizza? I said onion on half.
Well,
Doesn't matter.
You only
It was on the
paid
whole
for
thing.
half onion.
that would
I only paid for half onion.
That
He
would-
wants his
as-
$2 back.
It wouldn't
Yeah,
happen
I-
if you wouldn't have interjected.
fall 5-4 to the Blue Jays. Fisted towards second, and Espinal backs up to end it. Blue Jays get 6 in the top of the 11th and take game 1 of this doubleheader.
Well, you did so well in this first game. We're going to bring you back for the second game.
Highlights courtesy of NBC Sports Chicago.
And that's one where it was a good day to sort of have it on and keep an eye on it, and you look up like, oh, this is a crackling pitcher's duel. And they're in the 5th inning, and they're in the 6th, and they're in the 7th, and it's still one hit either way. You're like, ooh, okay, this is some well-played Major League Baseball, or it's a couple of teams that kind of didn't feel like playing this game, so they know they have another game, and they're going to swing at everything. And I didn't know if that's just, certain games just have different rhythms and sort of microcultures to them as that one started to develop. And then all hell broke loose.
Yeah, it was nuts. Yar.
Driving me nuts.
It's really bad. I got this list, Dan.
Fine.
You want to do game analysis? You want to talk about Andrew Vaughn falling down?
No. Talk about him not being very good.
That's next week.
Oh, we have to do that next week.
Next week is Andrew Vaughn good.
Okay.
Is one and here's the beautiful thing about All-Star Week, Dan. We could do it every day. I'm not kidding. We can just bring on a Sox person.
Is he good yet?
No. The whole point is you bring someone on who's a Sox observer or someone. Hey, is Andrew Vaughn good? And then at the end of the week, you run it back and you go, here's what all of our people said when we asked him, is Andrew Vaughn good? And then you go with that consensus until you have more evidence.
He's not good. He's below. He's in negative runs above average in base running, offense, and defense.
Oh, so that means he's not good.
Means he's not good at base running, he's not good at offense, and he's not good at defense.
But wait, there's more. What if I told you I am staring at the top 17 players, position players, with wins above replacement courtesy of Fangraphs?
Okay.
On the White Sox.
Yes.
Would you like to guess who number 17 is?
Number 17?
Yes. And when you hear some of the other names that are ahead of this name, it is going to shock you that this person is number 17.
In position players.
Mm-hmm.
I
that plays a role here.
Is he still on the team?
Yes.
Is he hurt?
I don't know. He doesn't know either.
Tim Anderson.
That is correct. Negative 0.8 wins above replacement. Yeah. With a WRC plus of 49.
Yeah.
Number 16, Oscar Colas. Negative 0.6 wins above replacement, WRC plus of 46. This is the one that threw studs for a loop. Number 15, Lenine Sosa. Negative 0.4 wins above replacement, negative 10 WRC plus.
No, seriously. I did not know it was possible. I didn't think it was possible to go past 0 on that statistic. And apparently it is. You can be minus 110% of average.
So basically,
you're giving minus 110%.
WRC plus, if you're at 100, you're average. Anything above 100 is really good.
But average also for that season's run environment adjusted for park.
Yes. And if you're below 100, not good. Jackson Frazier is next on the list.
Jackson Frazier?
Exactly. The fact that he's ahead of Tim Anderson at wins above replacement and you don't even know who Jackson Frazier is problematic.
Correct.
Negative 0.4 wins above replacement, 59 WRC plus.
Right.
Hanser Alberto. Negative 0.2 wins above replacement, WRC plus is 75. They cut him.
Moving up in the world.
Now we're at number 12. Elvis Andrus. Negative 0.2 wins above replacement, WRC plus of 53.
This is not a Major League Baseball team.
Just wait until I get to the top 10. Romy Gonzalez.
Just wait till I get started.
Negative 0.1 wins above replacement. 51 WRC plus.
Okay.
Now we're in the top 10.
We've reached the top 10 on our countdown. I'm Ryan Seacrest.
Here's what I'm going to tell you about the top 10 of the White Sox wins above replacement.
Can I take a guess?
Sure.
It's bad.
Well, that's a given.
Oh, damn it. Okay.
But here's how bad it is.
Yes.
Outside of the person who's at number 1, no other White Sox is above 1 for wins above replacement.
A week into July, they only have one guy who's worth more than an actual whole win?
Yeah.
That's like fire everybody.
At number 10 is Gavin Sheets. 0.0 wins above replacement. WRC plus of 88.
Hey, we're getting close to average.
Yasmani Grandal, who I think has actually had a pretty decent season.
0.0.
Like eye test wise, I feel like Yaz has been all right.
Yeah, numbers wise, not.
0.1 wins above replacement,
Awesome.
which I think has a lot to do with the position that he plays.
Yeah, but he's also negative base running, negative offense,
Well, he
negative
can't.
defense.
He can't run. The fact that he stayed taped together with duct tape this year has been exceptional. 92 WRC plus. Number 8 might shock you. Yohan Moncada.
Why should that shock me?
Because he's 0.2 wins above replacement.
Okay.
Because he plays excellent defense when he's healthy. 77 WRC plus. Number 7 is Andrew Vaughn. 0.4 wins above replacement. 109 WRC plus.
Mm-hmm. But he's a first baseman. So everything it has to be looked at.
Scaled down.
Right. That is supposed to be where your WRC plus for that position should be a minimum of 120.
Dan, at number 6 for all season of White Sox baseball, Zach Remillard.
Zach Remillard's already accrued enough total value on the year. This is a counting stat. This isn't a rate stat. So he actually has accrued. He has been worth more than Andrew Vaughn, Yohan Moncada,
Tim Anderson,
Yasmani Grandal, like
Oscar Colas. Half a win, which in the very short amount of time that he's been here is incredible. WRC plus of 141. No surprise here. Eloy at number 5. Only a 0.6 wins above replacement, but a WRC plus that's right behind Luis Robert at 141. Number 4.
No, wait. Remillard is 141.
Oh, I'm sorry. Eloy's 118. My bad. Sorry about that, Zach and Eloy. At number 4 is Sebi Zavala.
You want a case in point about defensive catching metrics?
Sebi is a 0.6 wins above replacement and a 51 WRC plus.
He's negative 7.9 runs above average offensively and 0 base running. That is 100% catching defense and how it's valued.
Number 3, not a surprise, Jake Berger. 0.6 wins above replacement, still a 108 win WRC plus.
Okay.
Number 2, Andrew Benintendi, who's been pretty good this season. 0.9 wins above replacement, 100 WRC plus.
And he's been an average offensive player.
And he's your most expensive player
of all time
in franchise history. Number 1, obviously.
Your only actual baseball player.
The guy that's an all-star. Luis Robert is a 3.7 wins above replacement. He is a WRC plus of 144. He is the only position player on the White Sox with a higher than 1 wins above replacement. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 Chicago White Sox.
Go White Sox.
Just before the All-Star break.
It's over. It's all over.
There it is. That is when the Howard Cosell invocation arrives.
When the brand new heavies show up, it's over.
Yeah, trade Lance Lynn. Is he traded yet?
No.
Why?
I mean, they probably want to make sure there's no swelling in his
But
elbow
especially,
or shoulder.
it's fine, especially for starting pitching. You trade him before the deadline. He can get a little bit of rest, relaxation. Anybody trading for him gets another start. Just move him already. Okay, well, that's it for your Chicago White Sox. Now this will be perfect, because if you want to do some fishing this summer,
let's all just have a good time.
Play some golf. Maybe you want to paint watercolors. Maybe you want to do hiking. This is your get out of jail free card. Unless you want to torture yourself and kill all the animals in your house and make yourself miserable.
No, don't do that.
But that's fine. I mean, I know we're going to do some of that. I always do. I always backslide. I always slip out. Like, hey, wonder how they're doing. Oh, yeah, okay.
I had a friend text me while we were doing a segment that said, the other bad thing about this is that now, by the way, when the Sox are bad, I don't want to wear any of my Sox shirts. I feel great shame. So I'm mad at them for affecting my wardrobe choices, too.
That's funny. Yesterday, I was walking home from the train, and I'm walking on Grace from Lincoln all the way home. And it's gorgeous out, right? And there's babies and there's strollers and there's cute little dogs and people sitting on the front stoop. And I'm just kind of smiling and feeling good. And what do I see coming the other direction? But Ice Cream Man.
Oh, that's
ring,
pleasant.
Ring, ring, and his arcoiris, and his little bicycle. And he's getting, I'm like, do I do this? Perdóneme. And I flag him down. And he's got a White Sox shirt and a White Sox hat.
Go White Sox!
Go White Sox! And it's like,
go White Sox!
Paleta limon? Yeah, paleta limon. And made the rest of my walk absolutely perfect.
So not mango.
No, you don't do mango. Paleta de limon.
I almost tell you guys.
Sabor limon.
Told her multiple times. She didn't listen to me. She's insisting it's mango.
Okay, maybe.
She likes the lime one. But she was ranking them for me.
So she tried the lime one.
No, it's not like this was her first time.
You have to explain for the people who don't know. This is Stud's fiance on the 4th of July who went with the mango flavored paleta.
Yeah, she literally ran in. She saw the guy walking down the block, ran inside to get money, and she's
Ice
like,
cream!
and I had I had just finished running, and so I'm chilling on the porch, just kind of letting my body cool down a little bit. And I had my shirt off. I had my shoes off at this point too. I'm just chilling. And she's like, go stopping for me. I'm like, I'm wearing no shoes and no shirt. You want me to go run down the Ice Cream Man with no money and be like, can you stop for a minute? So anyway.
Yes, that's exactly what she wants.
It's what she wanted.
Mm-hmm. So
anyway,
look, I'm sure I'll try a mango paleta at some point.
It was mango.
It just doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't hit the same spot for me. I know what I want. I know why I want it. And that's the man. And it was so cold too, super cold. So it lasted. You had to kind of work it over a little bit before you got the exact proper slushiness texture, where you can still kind of bite off little chunks and not worry about it falling off the stick. Everything just right, man. Got to do that. Summer in Chicago, one of the great simple pleasures of life. When we come back, let's hear from Pedro Grifol.
Yay!
He had some things to say.
Yay!
About the performance of his bullpen. Next.
Coming up at 2 on the Parkins and Spiegel show, Friday in the summer. It's a great time to talk to our friend Pat Tomasulo, plus Steve Stone at 4 o'clock. And is this the beginning of the end of all of our addiction?
This was a walleye tournament on Lake Erie. And the video came out, because usually it's not quite this dramatic. Usually it's after the fact, or some places will even have an x-ray machine that they'll slide everything through. The Lake Erie Walleye Trail Fishing Tournament, the fishing director thought something was up, and he took out a big old fillet knife and started cutting up the catch.
We got weights and fish! There we go! Out of here! Where's the other one? Everybody listen to me right now. Jake, I want you to leave. I don't want anybody to touch these guys. I want you to go to jail.
He was pulling out 8-ounce lead weights.
Yeah, I saw like he cut, and then the guy like reached in. There was like 2 weights inside of a fish.
Big egg-shaped hand grenades of lead that he's pulling out of these fish that had been wrapped in walleye fillets.
We got weights in fish.
We got weights in fish. And they apparently had been doing this before. They are under investigation for...
It's felony fraud, right?
It is felony fraud. And they won a tournament recently where they bought a boat worth like $50,000. And this isn't big money, but it's enough that it's felony fraud. You can't do this. And the overdoing of it, if you look at this, I looked at one of these fish and I thought, I'm a pretty good estimator of weight of a fish.
You've done it.
Most fishermen are. You lift it up, I can get it within a quarter of a pound. And this one that is maybe 4.5 should not be weighing at 7.9.
There's a very profanity-laced moment I kept out of this clip here that we played where somebody says, this guy's been doing this for years.
Yep.
So this guy's been making money for years
got
off
him,
of this.
But they got him
caught now.
He got caught right there, and he pulled out the knife, and I didn't know you could bring dead fish to a weigh-in. I thought that the fish being alive and releasable was part of it,
Like,
maybe
what-
not on Lake Erie.
What an aha moment. Like when you... I was amazed by it. You cut into like, and drop like the sound.
Thud.
Right.
Yep. I'm telling you, they're like little hand grenades he's pulling out.
Weights in fish. There we go.
There we go. And people were going to kill the guy. They were going to drag the guy behind a truck. And they said, no, don't touch him. There were partners. One guy ran to his truck and locked the door. And the other guy stood there, stone-faced. And the Cuyahoga County is looking into this as well. They should. But the stories about the early days of competitive bass fishing, it wasn't just weights in fish. There were guys, and Carl Hyacin wrote about this. His first novel, his second novel, Double Whammy, was about this, where somebody would go catch big bass and stash them in underwater cages.
And
then when the tournament began, off go the boats, and then in come the boats, and the guys were using the actual same fish for multiple tournaments. Oh, look, I got old Bessie again, same 8.5 pounder, and would keep it and feed it and make sure that this thing would grow big in this cage, and they would just so happen to know where this thing was hidden and be able to go find it for each tournament.
The 630. He goes, I love how relaxing fishing is.
Yeah.
We got weights in fish. There we go.
And now Dalton Varsho drags a bunt at Fawn. Nobody covering. 3-0.
Well, you don't really have to cover if you don't want to, if you have better things to do. I mean, I know that's the place to get the out easier. If he's running to first, you can have somebody at first who can catch the ball. But the White Sox are like, it's all right. We're good.
Not their style.
Right.
Their style is not, man, let's go and cover first and let's win some games.
Nah, we're good. We're all waiting to lobby to get traded.
Can I just say that there was a time where I had a residence in Arizona, okay? It's a 6-year stretch where I had a place there. I regret selling my place every day, even though I sold it for a significant profit.
Buy a different place with your significant profit.
I did. I bought like a home here. Mm-hmm. Although I went and checked, and the place I had in AZ is worth 10 times what I paid for it. Anyway, the whole reason that I bring this up is that one of the great things and why I regret selling that place is because it gave me a peace of mind. Let's say that it's been a rough winter or a couple of weeks.
Fortress of solitude.
Mm-hmm. And knowing I don't even need to pack a bag. My carry-on will be good enough. I'm out of here. So long, suckers. I'm going to clown college. I want White Sox fans to, and I get that we're all in a bad place when it comes to this team, this organization, how it's run, all that. And don't worry, Dan and I will examine it from top to bottom from here until there are changes or people get moved or all of that stuff. But what I want you to do and what I want you to understand is that there is a level of freedom to this. And just like, even if I didn't go to Arizona, I always knew that I could.
The time I get to
Well,
Arizona.
that's a different experience. And downtown Phoenix is a little bit more radical than it used to be.
Yeah, there's a counterculture
35
developing.
years
Yep.
ago.
Yep.
When that song was made. I just would say that if you were someone that you had as an activity going to a White Sox game on your calendar, like maybe you hadn't bought tickets, but it was on your calendar. Like the freedom of, I'm not going to that.
You know what? Counterpoint.
Sure.
If you can go to a meaningless White Sox game
And
where
get all
there's-
the great food.
Yeah, where there's barely anybody there. That was my whole childhood. Like, truth be told, I know this is sort of like the paradox of the Yogi Berra-ism. It's so crowded, nobody goes there anymore.
We would prefer that the ballpark be half full. I mean, let's be real about how we actually feel about it.
My experience of going to White Sox games, some of the most fun I ever had was getting an inexpensive ticket and watching Major League Baseball with several of my closest friends where there's no lines for the bathroom. There, you walk into that bathroom, you can pick any one of 15 urinals and say, like, am I in the mood for the one that's made for the shorter people? I could walk over here. Or maybe I could even just spread out in the stall if I like. I'm king of the bathroom. Or you can just wander the concourse and eat and drink to your heart's content.
Only if you have 100 level tickets.
That's true.
And a lot of money.
I always suggest that people say goodbye to their baseball team because you'll miss baseball when it's wintertime. I'm a big proponent of that. But along with the games that you had circled but maybe didn't buy tickets for, the games that you are planning on watching, and you can just let them go. You can just let it go. You don't have to be back in your house by 7:10. You can order dessert. Because you're not watching the game.
Twilight golf is inexpensive. There's a lot of crazy rates you can get.
Like be mad because you deserve to be mad at the White Sox. But understand how bad they are and what it releases you to do. Summertime shy, go get it, baby. Like here it is. It's right here.
NASCAR's gone.
Yes. It's right here in front of you. Lincoln Avenue Fest, I think, is this weekend. Like, there's all sorts of stuff. And now the White Sox have resoundingly told you, you don't need to pay attention to us. You don't need to pay attention to us at all. Even if we do some of these trades, you don't need to pay attention because they're probably going to get the trades wrong because their talent evaluation is really bad too.
I said we were going to hear from Pedro. Can we hear the 40 seconds of what he said after game one when Aaron Bummer gave up like 15 straight hits?
Bummer, that's going to happen to Bummer. I mean, just because exactly what you said. He's a ground ball pitcher, and today they found some holes. Swinging bunt, ball between first and second. Sometimes he comes out and they're right at our fielders, and it's a good outing. Sometimes they're not. I mean, he had some bad luck today, but our pitching was really good. It was great. Obviously, you got to score. We had opportunities to do it, not early, but obviously late there. They did a good job doing it, and we didn't.
If that's going to happen, if you're baking that in, that's going to happen with Bummer. Then that's a problem. How many straight hits? 5?
6.
6 straight hits. Oh, it's going to happen. They found a hole over first base.
That's why we put him in there.
Yeah, you know where there was a hole at first base? First baseman fell down.
We put him in there because that's what happens with him.
Well, go in there and give up 6 straight hits. Gotcha, Skip.
You can't fight that logic.
Skip. Oh, meanwhile, they can't find anybody to work with Skip Bayless. Do you see this?
Okay, may I make a suggestion? Not that I want to see him leave. Throw a pile of money in front of Ozzie Guillen. I'm dead serious.
Ozzie would have to watch all the sports.
I'm dead serious.
They would never do that.
If you're a bold broadcaster, you would.
Give him like $10 million.
Mm-hmm. Ozzie, we need you to yell at this guy for an hour a day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How much you paying? $10 million. Okay.
I could do that. I could go yell at him. Yes. I'll do it for $10 million.
You're in for 10?
Yeah, I'm in for 10.
Any lower than that? Is there a number lower? Can we go 5?
Right now I'm at 10.
Okay.
See if they bite.
I don't know what my number is, and that's scary.
I mean, I don't know what my actual number is. I'm starting at 10.
But I'm saying, like, you at least know that your floor is 10. I don't even know what my floor would be for that. Which
is an awful life.
Yeah, it's hard.
God,
right? And you got to move to Los Angeles.
It would be misery. The absolute misery.
You got to look at that guy, and he takes his shirt off a lot. Yeah. Get out of here.
Go take your shirt off somewhere else.
So I'm starting the campaign now. If Skip Bayless really wants a partner and wants to reach a different demographic,
he doesn't.
Bring in an expert. Ozzie bleeping Guillen. Give him all the money and have him just destroy Skip every day.
When we come back, let's find out what's really going on at Northwestern, because if you read the details of the reporting, it sounds like a bunch of players and maybe coaches got their stories straight.
Yeah, and we should talk about whether or not there should be what the ramifications would be if
Team X,
whose coach is coming off the worst year in his career. Let's do that next here on The Score.
Hey, Chicago, this is Ian Happ.
Ian cracks one in the air, deep center field. That ball is gone. He clobbered that ball over the wall.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
We've spent the
Maybe we should have workshopped our questions to Jed before the show started.
Nah, I think it's better if we just kind of wing it.
Steak dinner, boom.
There it is.
Thank you to the texter who was like, hey, Layla, do you know that reference? And I was like, kind of, but not really.
So, yeah, there was a caller. I forget who the player or coach was. The way to get this person to sign was to simply take him out to a steak dinner because then it's done.
Mike in Oswego, you're on WSCR.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Listen, do you understand? I see a little bit of irony here. I mean, who called who? Did the San Diego Padres general manager call Ken Williams?
No, I doubt it. What's the irony?
Well, the fact that the Cubs are in San Diego for the next 3 days. So if I were Peavy, I would go ahead and meet with Jim Hendry and go have steak dinner.
How is that ironic?
Don't you see that if you play politics, you know the Cubs are coming to town. If the Cubs are coming to town, let's work something out. Let's get this deal done.
What does them coming to town have to do with anything?
You don't know anything about politics, do you?
What does them coming to
It's
town
all
have to
about
do with
politics.
What is that?
If the Cubs are coming
First
to town...
of all, why is that ironic? And second of all, what does that have to do with politics?
Okay, you obviously don't know politics.
Okay, well,
irony.
you know what? He doesn't know politics. Okay, I want you to explain the concepts of irony and politics to me, please.
Okay. If I were the GM, Jim Hendry, or the GM for the Padres, I know the Cubs are coming to town. I want to go to the Cubs. I want him to go to the Cubs. Peavy wants to come to the Cubs. Well, the Cubs are going to be there over the weekend.
What does that have to do with anything, whether or not they're going to be there over the weekend? Just explain. I've asked the same question 3 times. Why does it matter if the Cubs are going to be there?
You're not letting me finish, Diplo.
Why
You're not letting me finish.
Why? Explain it right now. Finish. Right now. Why does it matter?
Because now we can work something over steak dinner. Boom.
Steak
That's
dinner
why you'll be behind
boom.
radio all your life. You never won a team.
Steak dinner boom. And oh, he hung up.
Steak dinner boom.
Steak dinner boom.
Steak dinner boom.
Narrator. Jake Peavy ended up in Chicago.
This hour is brought to you by Lakeside Bank. 57 years of financial security. It's about time.
Go Cats, boy.
So, big news in college football, and it's happening locally. And that news is that Northwestern has completed an investigation into a hazing allegation. And one of the conclusions that the investigation came to is that the coaches, they can't prove that the coaches knew what was going on, but they ended up punishing the head coach by suspending him without pay, Pat Fitzgerald, for 2 weeks. And obviously, Northwestern tries to be above reproach in a lot of different things. And let me read you some of the quotes from Adam Rittenberg's piece, who does a great job
And let's note that this investigation started last December.
Yes. Maggie Hickey of the law firm Arendt, Fox, Schiff led the inquiry. Northwestern said Hickey's investigation will likely include interviews with players, coaches, and staff members. Quote, while we do not yet know whether the allegations are true, hazing is prohibited by university policy, and we take these claims seriously, Northwestern's statement read. The health and safety and well-being of our students is the first priority. The inquiry is in its very early stages and will be rigorously, I don't know why I can't talk today, fair to everyone in this process. It will focus on gathering facts and will not jump to any conclusions. Northwestern strongly supports members of our community who come forward with concerns, encourages anyone to report these concerns at the university. So that's like letting you know kind of where things. The athletic director, Derek Gregg, informed players and coaches of the inquiry on Wednesday. So that's going back to the January reporting on this, okay? And then we jump forward to today. So this has been going on, and it was out there that Northwestern, that people knew that Northwestern had an allegation of hazing. And now Pat Fitzgerald is suspended for 2 weeks. Here's Adam's story on that. Northwestern is implementing several measures to curb hazing within its football program, including a 2-week suspension of Coach Pat Fitzgerald after an investigation found evidence to support a claim of problematic conduct. Fitzgerald, the Wildcats coach since 2006, will begin the unpaid suspension Friday. Northwestern is not set to start preseason practices until early August. Other measures include no more off-campus practices in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Camp Kenosha is over,
where the team held preseason training for years, and the monitoring of the football locker room by someone who doesn't report to Fitzgerald or his staff. Fitzgerald said in a statement that he was very disappointed to learn the hazing allegation. Quote, Northwestern football prides itself on producing not just athletes, but fine young men in character befitting the program and our university. We hold our student athletes and our program to the highest standards. We will continue to work to exceed those standards moving forward. Dan, what does it tell you that Camp Kenosha's gone?
That they realized that it was too loosely run. And this is just being very generous, because I will tell you what I found interesting about some of this stuff. The university commissioned investigation found that one claim from an anonymous whistleblower was supported, even though player accounts varied, and there was not sufficient evidence that coaches knew about the conduct.
But
according to the executive summary, the hazing incidents occurred in the team locker room and possibly started at Camp Kenosha. So you're not saying it all was self-contained there. Started there. The investigation did not uncover evidence pointing to specific misconduct by any individual football player or coach. Participation in or knowledge of the hazing activities was widespread across football players. So what this tells me is they had an obvious preponderance of evidence of a cultural problem, but they got their stories straight. So they don't have a fall guy. They might eventually, but at the moment, whoever was in charge of that locker room who is in charge of the locker room who doesn't answer directly to the coach?
Well, see,
what's the layer of plausible deniability in here?
That's what I think is interesting.
Are you handing them over? Are you handing your team, your precious team of recruits, are being supervised by some rando?
But I think it's a situation where there isn't the university oversight.
Because you're not on university property.
Mm-hmm. That Camp Kenosha is Yaha time. And so the university is like, there will be no more Camp Kenosha.
It's probably ancient traditional stuff that goes back to Rick Tellender playing there. I mean,
sure.
Probably stuff that was done to Fitzgerald.
I'm sure.
And he clearly knows about what happens in Camp Kenosha.
And he's not going to say.
Stays in Camp Kenosha.
But that's the problem.
The omerta is.
But that's the problem.
That's hazing culture. That is exactly why you try to shine a light on this stuff to disinfect it. It was like women's hockey at Harvard. And the last thing Northwestern wants, I'll tell you this, at the moment,
there's a big fight going on in Evanston.
At the moment, Northwestern remains in charge of this story. They commissioned the investigation. They have the full copy of the results in a desk drawer somewhere.
Yep.
They made their move with Fitzgerald. They're going to put out their statement. The last thing they want is Katie Strang knocking on doors.
Yep.
Because then you get the real story. Then you find out how deep the Camp Kenosha rabbit hole goes.
I think that my hope is that happens. That the investigative reporters that do college football work, that do sexual assault work, that they do look at this and say, all right, let's see what we can find out here. Let's see if there's some people that feel voiceless after this decision and give them a voice. The other part, and there's two parts, like I was alluding to, Northwestern's trying to expand their football operation. They want all sorts of stuff from the city of Evanston. And the city of Evanston has been pushing back. Residents of the city of Evanston are like, don't you have enough at this point? Part two is we don't cover Northwestern hard enough. And I'm talking we, like us. We don't cover them hard enough. It's a Division I football program that's 8 miles from where we are right now.
That has obscene resources.
Obscene resources and a lot of goodwill. And I think that the goodwill that Pat Fitzgerald has put forward because of his success and his cult of personality and Go Cats and
a lot
everything
of it,
else.
It's not just his, though, that he rode the coattails
Dr. Jim.
Of Jimmy Phillips, who was probably the best I've ever been around at the political nuance of that kind of goodwill.
Yes, who understood it and did a good job creating it. But we almost treat Fitz from a media standpoint
like a pet.
I don't want to say that's dehumanizing. We treat him like a hero instead of a football coach. And sure, he's been to Big Ten championship games and stuff. But if we were being serious about our coverage of Northwestern football, they were 1-11 last year. And
now they have a scandal.
And if this were any other university, any other place on earth, what would the conversation be?
Tim Beckman was let go immediately after their investigation found that he was abusive towards kids. But that was direct. That was direct evidence of the head coach himself ordering a treatment of certain players.
Yeah.
So that is not this. But it's always more if you don't investigate the crime. See, what the reporters would do now is investigate the cover-up. Investigate what were the conversations that were going on during the internal investigation. That's where the story is. That's where you're going to, and Northwestern doesn't want to know any of that stuff. They don't want to know. So they're not going to go looking. They've got their,
they think they've found enough that they wanted to know, and are like, well, here's the thing that we're doing. We're going to punish our coach in a time when he's working, but not really working.
Will admit to some nebulous wrongdoing or disappointing something that doesn't live up to our standards, but we're not going to get specific. There's no names. There's no specific acts involved.
And even like the way that it is reported now is like, well, we have to make sure that we have to say that Pat Fitzgerald was not found to do anything wrong, even though he's been suspended.
Then why is he suspended?
Even though he's been suspended for 2 weeks. I'm not saying that he did anything wrong. All I'm saying is that why do we have to put that governor on it when we cover Northwestern? Because we wouldn't do, like, real talk, we would not do this for Brett Bielema. We wouldn't.
No.
Or any other Illini coach. Or if Row the Boat was doing this, we would be talking about it.
Good question from the 708. The fact that it was in Kenosha, does crossing a state line factor?
I don't know.
Can?
Possibly.
Of course it can. If somebody's going somewhere against their will, or if you have some change in legal jurisdiction or actual law involved, yeah, sure, possibly.
Texter who says Coach Fitz had to know somehow. I think while that is reductive, I think it is a very fair thing to assume. And the reason why, and part of the reason that we have to do the song and dance of, well, we have no evidence that Coach Fitz did anything wrong. The whole idea of college football specifically, but it's not the only place where this happens. It happens in women's college basketball. It happens in college basketball. Clearly, it happened in college baseball.
It happened in marching band.
Absolutely. When it comes to college football, these guys are so in tune. Everything is supposed to run through them.
This idea that, like, when Jerry Sandusky was hired by Joe Paterno in 1969, that over the last 50 years he had no idea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Had no suspicions, had no idea. By the way, who is the guy that Pat Fitzgerald admired more than anyone until the scandal?
Joe Paterno.
Was Joe Paterno. He was the guy that a lot of people thought, like, if there was a job that he was going to leave, it was two jobs, Notre Dame or Penn State, when Joe retired, was Pat Fitzgerald. So here's my thing. Either you're that dude, and if you're that dude, then you knew something. Or you're not that dude and you can't walk around acting like you're that dude.
An email from Stonecutter. There's been a running joke online that whenever the feds put one of the January 6th chuds on trial, the only thing the prosecution really needs to do is just stand in front of the jury and just say, just look at this freaking guy. Said, and I'm sorry, but that's how I feel about the news that Pat Fitzgerald's program might just have a hazing problem. He is the footballiest football to ever football.
Correct.
The fact that he attended and coaches at one of the nation's best universities is the only thing that distinguishes him in any way from any of these 7-figured hot dog necked gym teachers.
Yeah, and let's also remember what happens anytime the Bears job is open. Jason La Canfora all of a sudden is out here telling you that Pat Fitzgerald is on the list, and he's not on the list.
And then he's renegotiating his contract.
That's right. To the point that he's probably the highest paid person at Northwestern. And they don't have to tell us because it's a private institution. They don't have to tell us what to pay him. But we know that he has continued to use I might leave for Notre Dame. I might leave for the Bears. I might leave for Penn State. All of that to up his dollars. So what I'm saying is, I don't know what happened here, or in Evanston, or in Kenosha. But I am committed to making sure that we treat Northwestern not like just a fun story. And we were talking about it. We were talking about it as it pertains to basketball. We were talking about the seat getting warm for Chris Collins had his team not.
I kept asking the question, does it matter that they're this bad? When does it matter that they're this bad?
Now they ended up being good, right?
Correct.
You got guys doing great stuff. You go to the tournament, like all that good stuff. With Northwestern football, they were horrible last year. They won the opening game against Nebraska in Ireland and then didn't win a game on United States soil. And it just kind of was like, well, Northwestern football, there it is. What are you going to do?
It's cute when they lose again. Like is that what we're doing? Are we doing old Northwestern?
But that's my point. My point is, aren't the stakes higher now? Haven't you grown this into the stakes being higher now? Isn't the fact that Pat Fitzgerald
when you go to a Rose Bowl, you keep winning Gator Bowls?
When Pat Fitzgerald is out here as the ambassador for football for Northwestern, and he's out here shaking his cup and trying to get you to buy into the concept of Northwestern football. If that's where we're at, don't we have to treat him like he's Nick Saban? Or like he's Dabo Swinney?
Well, at least he hasn't gone to the point where he's running some sort of giant ministry. I can't treat him exactly like Dabo, because Dabo thinks he's part of a higher calling.
I feel very comfortable that Fitz and Dabo have some very similar thoughts on things.
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me. They're football coaches.
Yeah. Especially when it comes to player empowerment, that sort of stuff. Yeah. So like part of the reason that I was very confident in Pat Fitzgerald would not succeed as an NFL coach is because of the power dynamic. I think college is exactly where he's supposed to be, and Northwestern specifically is exactly where he's supposed to be. But should he get to be there the whole time? I'm curious. I'm curious about this because we don't like the way that we go in on the White Sox. And we did an hour just going in on the White Sox. We never do this for Northwestern football, even though they were 1-11 last year. Once his defensive coordinator retired, that defense doesn't look so great anymore, does it? But these are questions that are not asked about Northwestern football. And my thing is, the way that the world seems to work, this is not how I feel, but the way that the world seems to work is that either you can be successful and have scandals, or you can be unsuccessful and not have any scandals. Guess what Northwestern football is right now? Unsuccessful with scandals. And someone has to pay for that.
Well, for 2 weeks. You lose 2 weeks of pay. I don't know if it's game checks or how they do it for the coach, or he forfeits one of the many bonuses, off-season bonuses. I don't know.
He has been head coach. It's the same nonsense at Iowa. This man has been head coach for 18 years in Evanston. There's nothing. How many football people do we talk to, Dan? When we talk college football and we talk about the coaches around the country, how many of those people go, oh, everything runs through blah, blah, blah?
Well, of course it does.
But
at real programs, they want to fire a coach because he hasn't won the national championship, and we make fun of those fans.
Well, yeah, the Ohio State people.
Exactly. I'm
trying to run Ryan Day out on a rail. He lost 4 games. Like the last 3 years. Like, get him out of here.
And even Iowa fans have kind of a learned helplessness. They know their coach sucks, and they know he's kind of racist, and they know he over-promoted his family members.
And now they've got this weird thing.
And they know there's nothing they can really do about it.
Now with the Sun, it's like, well, if we're going to be monitoring you every week.
Yes, he's been placed on a performance enhancement plan or whatever they call it, performance review plan or something. It's all ridiculous. But we will. There's more to this. That's the thing.
My point is, I hope there's more.
Well, I think the reporting has to be done, and anybody who's got reporters left should feel free to send them. If anybody's got reporters they haven't laid off, or if there's a freelance reporter that wants to dig in, it's there for them. When we come back, let's talk Cubs because that was unfortunate yesterday.
Yeah.
They fought back, and of all people, Victor Caratini was the guy to dash their hopes of. And it's a big difference between 3 out of 4 and a split. It's a big difference because they're climbing a bigger mountain too. It's not just Sox math we're looking at here.
Yeah, it would have been really nice if they had won that game yesterday, especially the way that they could have won that game yesterday. We'll talk about the Cubs next. It's Bernstein. It's Holmes on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app. AUD.
We're like, but y'all, we're still going to keep playing hard, though, right?
What happened to that?
That doesn't mean that you don't get to not play hard.
We're the swaggy team, and our legs hurt. We're very swaggy, but we can't be as swaggy because our legs hurt. It's hard to stay swaggy when your legs hurt.
My legs hurt. I'm swaggy. This texter says the new mascot should be Swaggy No Legs.
Yes.
The White Sox have a new mascot.
No shirt, giant chains, and no legs.
He's got no legs.
It's Eddie Murphy at the beginning of Trading Places.
Yes.
I can walk. Right?
It's a miracle.
Right? On that cart with the hand irons, right? That's it. Swaggy McNolegs.
Southside Swaggy McNolegs.
Is he pimping his home run? Well, he would, but but it hurts.
Is the mascot here today? No, he's got the day off today because he's got no legs.
Okay. No, he pimped it, but it landed in the glove of the warning track. He thought it was gone.
I need one of our smart, creative listeners to create Swaggy No Legs.
Swaggy No Legs
as the White Sox mascot.
Yeah.
Yes, he is Mr. Finger Guns.
Where are your legs? They hurt. I ran to first, and now I can't play for a while.
Play.
Yeah, I'd like to play, but Swaggy McNolegs is too sore.
Left, playable for Adames, and the ball game is over. Half hops out to short. The Brewers win the opener and the finale of the four-game series as the two teams split a four-game set. The final again today, Milwaukee winning it by a score of 6-5.
Too bad. It looked like things were trending as they had been, where the cardiac Cubs would pull one out thanks to Yan Gomes tying it up at 5. Alas, it was not to be. The bullpen was just horrendous. I don't know what was going on with Mark Leiter. We'll talk to Jim Deshaies about a half hour from now, maybe ask him some of this stuff. Like, the ball was, especially his vaunted forkball against lefties, he wasn't releasing it correctly.
What do you mean?
I don't know. You could tell. He wasn't coming
you
out of
think
his
maybe
hand.
he wasn't getting a good grip?
I don't know. Or he kept looking at his hand, and it kept slipping. And sometimes you get weird days with humidity or a bad batch of balls. I don't know. I don't know what it was. It just looked odd. Because that's why you're out there. You're out there to throw that pitch.
There's part of me, like, I don't want to use umpiring as an excuse, but in the inning where you have the big home run, they should have been out of that inning. There's a strikeout that wasn't called.
Yeah, and the thing is, he had called that exact pitch in the exact spot.
Yep.
And I think for Stroman to kind of be like, look, either
you just gave me
either
that.
it is or it isn't. But it was close.
And I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I want to say that Marcus short-circuited after that or just Yelich made a really good play. But it felt like after that, like things were moving downhill. But credit to the Cubs for then battling back, getting another one of those crazy at-bats where you're like, wait, what just happened? And tying the game up. But yesterday to me felt like Sunday London. There was an opportunity in front of you and you missed the opportunity. And do teams that are good miss opportunities? And that's what it felt like what happened with the Cubs yesterday. Like it wasn't with the Sunday game in London, it was you're missing the opportunity to get to 500 and come back feeling great about yourself. With this one, winning 3 out of 4 after how that series started would have been amazing.
And then you roll into New York.
You roll into New York.
Swagger in.
That's right.
Feeling real good. You know, it would help if Ian
Mets have won 5 in a row.
It would help if Ian Happ weren't slumping.
Yeah, it would help tremendously. And that
he's had some really good swings though. And he's walking. Like his on-base percentage over 400, I think.
Hey man, if you're not hitting, you got to walk. And I've always felt that the way back to hitting is through walks.
Control the strike zone.
Mm-hmm.
Own the strike zone.
That's the way back. You take your walks. You move it to right field.
Yeah, and he's still at a 118 WRC plus. So, I mean, that would be second best on the Sox among material players. But his on-base percentage 382. The problem is for him to be slugging under 400 is rare. And 397, you expect a little more slug from a guy who's at a career 452. I've never seen him under 4.
Texas says that pitch was actually better than the one they called a strike.
Yeah, maybe slightly, sure.
I agree with you on that. But it just, I don't know. And I wonder if Jed's going through the same thing. And they're running out of time for I don't know, right? Like they're running out of time for I'm not sure if this team is good. I should sell. Like we know what the White Sox should be doing like right now.
At this moment, you should be calling everybody about Lance Lynn and just start there.
And just say, hey, we'll
hey
man.
You like Lucas Giolito? Who else? Let's talk.
Because honestly, everyone is up for a conversation as far as I'm concerned with the White Sox. There's no one that I would hang up the phone if their name was mentioned. With the Cubs, okay, so let's see how now. Here's what I thought of this week. I thought after they lose the game on Monday, it looked dire. Had they lost Tuesday's game, especially losing Tuesday's game, the way it looked like they were going to lose Tuesday's game, it to me would have been the end. And now you can start thinking about selling. Winning the game on Wednesday, great. Competing in the game on yesterday, fine. I would have preferred 3 out of 4. You just kind of grit your teeth and go, okay, they split with Milwaukee. So now you go to the next series. What do you do in that? Like all of it is just kind of a delay. Like I'm waiting for them to kind of click in, but there are some things that have been happening that haven't really allowed for it to happen. Like just stupid stuff where, oh, now Dansby's got a heel thing. And he's had this heel thing before. T-Mac was saying that on the broadcast yesterday.
Or we can't figure out third base still.
We don't have an everyday third baseman. Now, that's not Rossi's fault. He's trying. He even tried something that he kind of told us he wasn't going to try with Christopher Morel playing there. I'll tell you, though, Morel at second.
They turned some double plays. No, he looks very comfortable at second.
But you got your second baseman. Unless... What if I made Nico a third baseman?
I don't think the arm strength is there.
Really?
I mean, I said that when he was a shortstop, and he proved me wrong.
He's got enough footwork. He gets okay.
He's got a shockingly strong arm. Like he made a lot of plays at short in the last couple of years that you wouldn't have like really thought that was there, but he can make those throws.
Let me offer you it. Let me ask it differently.
You can put Ian at third.
Let me ask you the question differently. Are you better off with an around the horn of Horner, Swanson, Morel versus Morel, Swanson, Horner?
Yes. Probably. Well, I think over time, some of the issues with Morel's baseball instincts may hurt you more at second because it's a more important defensive position. God, that's a tough question.
That's a great point by the texter. If Madrigal can play third, Nico can play third.
Yeah.
And his arm is much stronger than Nick Madrigal's. Nick's over there running the ball.
Yeah, that presumes that Madrigal can play third, though. I mean, he's playing third. But I think second base matters so much now because of the shift changes. I think,
but that's what I'm asking. Like, do we think that is it in Morel? Is second base his natural position, and is it in him to eventually, with the help of a guy like Dansby Swanson, would he be better?
I'd rather
position?
be great up the middle. I worry about him drifting mentally. There's so much more to do at second, and position-wise, there's just more to cover. There's more to do. Third base limits. He's got to fix it physically, but it really limits mentally what's on your plate.
It's a reaction position. You're reacting to the ball being hit.
You're a goaltender.
All I'm saying is if you've got to figure out a way to make all of this stuff work right now, forget about the future. You're trying to win games right now. if you're at that point where you believe you can make it work and you're trying to win games in the margin, Horner, Swanson, Morrell, third to second versus Morrell at third, Swanson, Horner, I don't know if I would be quick to dismiss it if it were brought to me and I was Rossi. If Nico was cool with it, like if he didn't feel it messed him up, who's going to play left if you take Ian and put him in third? Trey Mancini, or are you putting Morrell there? So Morrell becomes your left fielder?
No, I don't want him in the outfield. He's bad.
Then where's he playing? Because he got a hit. Is he your everyday DH?
Well, then where's Talkman? There's no easy answers for someone who doesn't have a natural position.
Okay. I'm just trying to I'm desperate to figure out a way to make this work. And I know that Rossi's been doing it too, and he's got his string and he's connecting all this stuff, getting all of his conspiracy theories and all that. I'm just trying to figure out a way to make it work with the parts that you have. If you're not getting any help, but you think you're good enough to compete, how does it work?
Oh, it's got to be better. I know how it works. More home runs.
Yeah, which is the whole point of having Christopher Morrell in my lineup every day.
More home runs will make a lot of this stuff work. And the problem is, I keep getting back to the fact that they chose this. The Cubs decided to live in the margins. They're going to go pitching and they're going to go defense, and they're not going to have anybody that throws 100 miles an hour except this new guy, Palencia. Actually throwing, oh my God, it's a Cub pitcher. It's blowing people away.
I actually really like the idea of, hey, this guy just got here. Hey, you go pitch.
Okay.
Cool.
I am Palencia.
Cool. Give me the ball.
100 miles an hour running. There you go. So they've got no power offensively. They have very little power on the pitching side.
Is that a PE reference?
It kind of was.
Yeah, okay.
No, NWA.
Okay.
Bad NWA, though. Post-Cube NWA.
That's right.
100 miles and running. MC Ren, I hope you're gunning.
That's right.
It wasn't terrible, but
it was good.
But it was.
It's on me though. I got it wrong.
It was post-Cube, so
no, it was a good song. It was a good video.
Yeah, I just felt bad. I felt like I was kind of cheating on Cube.
Well, I mean, and that's the PE connection here, because then he
was
went to
working
go
with
work
the Bomb
with the Bomb
Squad
and
with America's Most Wanted. Yeah, so
it sounds like an East Coast album instead of a West Coast album.
It was Wall of Sound instead of dee 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 dee.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Really good album.
Hank Shockley, right?
Yeah, I know that the afternoon show, like they actually have like a relationship with Cube.
Mm-hmm.
Like he comes on and stuff. One of these times I'd love to sit in because I got questions. I mean, I know Tanny asked like if they needed like the musical questions, Tanny would just have it. And Cube, I guess, like he didn't open for Cube, and Cube was like,
I remember.
That is like one of the best produced pieces I've ever seen. So that's Chris Tannehill, man. You talk about a heavyweight.
We have High Noon coming up, and you are not going to believe this. There's another fishing scandal, and you're not going to believe.
We got weights and fish.
You're not going to believe where, nor are you going to believe what kind of fish.
We got weights and fish. There we go.
Just stay tuned.
They wanted to kill those guys. I have MLB being stupid about something. What a shocker. Next, here on The Score.
What happens when two shows meet? Score transition. First at 10 a.m., Mully and Haugh meet Bernstein and Holmes.
The problem is still not hitting.
Well, that's put him as shortstop, so it's a further throw, and he might re-aggravate his injury.
Correct. See, now you're thinking like a White Sox.
Then at 2, Bernstein and Holmes hand off the mic to Parkins and Spiegel.
You kind of were looking at Kevin Warren.
That is Anthony Herron. What's going on over there? What's
I don't know. This is strange.
Is that a dead body?
I don't know. I don't know. But here we are on the 9th floor and looking out over an empty lot, and there looks to be something close to that in the empty lot.
I'm asking you, is that a dead body out there?
It's concerning looking out that window.
Was Shane did Shane go down there and check it out? So Shane, what's going on down there?
Oh, it is a dead guy.
It is?
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Either dead or very
sleepy,
passed out, but he's face down, and there's some kind of darkness around his head. I don't know what kind of fluid that is, if it is a fluid, like blood maybe. I can't speculate.
Because if that's the case, that's an execution. Because it's not like somebody jumped.
You can't speculate after just speculating.
We're like a quarter mile away, Dan.
I did go check, and it is absolutely a dead guy. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I do think I need some help. I think it's probably time.
All right, we'll help out Dan, and we'll report back on whatever situation is occurring on the other side of the street. It's the Bernstein and McKnight Show on 670 The Score.
All right, we have an important update.
This is incredible.
This I've never seen anything like my life.
Nope.
Okay, so we had a dead body down here in the empty lot here off of Stetson at lowest Wacker.
The very lowest.
The very lowest.
That's important to remember here as we tell you the story.
Off of Prudential Plaza. So the guy's lying face down in the dirt. And the cops came, but the cops were on the wrong level of lower Wacker.
They were on the middle level.
They're on lower, but at lowest Wacker. So we saw the SUV pull over to look down a level at him. The lights are going, the blue lights are going on the SUV. So he's still lying there. Then the police realize they're not on the lowest level to go investigate the body. So they leave to ostensibly to go in the intervening time. For the time the SUV leaves, the body
which was motionless.
But motionless, face down, like nose down,
face
lips
into the
dirt, face in the dirt. He gets up and then calmly and with a purpose walks to a hole in the fence of this fenced-in area, gets under the fence and walks west. Shortly thereafter, for the moment he leaves our sight, the SUV with the lights going pulls up, drives right past the spot in the fence, drives apparently right past that guy, and they get out of the car and they look at the fence expecting to see the dead body. But they had just driven by the guy who was the dead body, and now the cops are standing around looking at each other.
They missed him. Way to go, not dead guy.
Whoever not dead guy is.
Fire truck pulling up now.
Oh.
Once he got up, he did a little bit of a Travolta Pulp Fiction, looks this way, looks that way, and then walks out.
I would love to know the chatter between the officers, between the time.
Oh, on the scanner?
Between
All right, so
the
I
time.
get down there, and I look over the ledge, you know what I mean? And the guy's laying there, face down. So I gets in the car, we drive down there, and now he's gone. So I came back up to where I was before, thinking that perhaps if I come to the second level again, he'll reappear, and he's still not there. I am stumped. I'm absolutely stumped.
It's so amazing.
It's been a short week. It's been a strange week. Hard to figure out what day it is. But we've reached the end of this short week, and we started by burying the White Sox. Because that kind of felt like it yesterday. And that's... You know it sometimes when you see it and when you feel it. And I think it's time to say the old Kaddish for your Sox, as they're 37-52. They are 8.5 back in the AL Central. They are now at 9 in the loss column behind the Twins. They are 8 in the loss column behind the Guardians. They are 4 in the loss column behind the Tigers. This is their lowest point under 500. They were 7-21, and they have set a new low water mark at 37-52. So we buried them. Pedro Grifol said that Aaron Bummer, that's going to happen with him. He's occasionally going to give up 6 consecutive hits because the ball just finds a hole. Okay. Pat Fitzgerald suspended for 2 weeks because of Northwestern hazing incident or series of incidents or cover-up that their internal investigation found just enough of to be able to slap him with some nebulous punishment for nebulous reasons, but the story is still to be told there.
On this week, the movie The League comes out, right? Really good movie. I highly recommend. I saw it a few weeks ago. It's about the Negro Leagues and how they grew and what they turned into. Our buddy Shaquia Taylor is one of the people that's interviewed in it. You should go and see it. Baseball has a really weird relationship with black players who aren't Jackie Robinson. Our buddy Paul Lucas from UniWatch, if you don't follow UniWatch on Twitter or Instagram, you should. It's a really interesting place. The headline, Francona, MLB won't let Guardians wear number 14 for Larry Doby. Story reads, Wednesday, July 5th, was the 76th anniversary of Cleveland outfielder Larry Doby breaking the American League color barrier in 1947, less than 3 months after Jackie Robinson's debut with the Brooklyn Dodgers. As you can see above, Guardians manager Terry Francona marked the occasion by inscribing the number 14 on his cap. His bench coach, DeMarlo Hale, did likewise. But it turns out that Francona had wanted to do a lot more than that. Speaking to reporters after Wednesday night's game, Francona said the Guardians wanted to have the whole team wearing number 14, much like the Pirates wear number 21 on Roberto Clemente Day, and all MLB personnel wear number 42 on Jackie Day. But Major League Baseball wouldn't allow it. Quote, I think it's a shame we can't do that. We've tried. It hurts me a little bit. It's just, man, it's just hard to fathom. I'm struggling to fathom. Like, come on, man. Close quote from Terry Francona. Larry Doby is important in a couple of different ways to the history of baseball. Not just him breaking the American League color barrier, but because of free agency and what he meant to the conversation of free agency. For Major League Baseball to not allow, like, this is one of those, it's a layup, Major League Baseball. Here's the Cleveland team.
What's their reasoning?
I don't know if there is one. There's none really cited. But the idea that a team comes to you, a well-respected, going-to-be Hall of Fame manager comes to you and says, hey, why don't we celebrate our guy? Like, Larry Doby is an institution. Let's celebrate him. Nope.
Just like the White Sox have done with Minnie Mignoso.
Absolutely. But because baseball gonna baseball, they couldn't find it in themselves to allow everyone in Cleveland to wear number 14 for one of the game's most important players. So shame on them. And unfortunately, we have to continue saying shame on them when it comes to stuff like this.
Sucks.
As
it sucks. It's not.
And what, Dan, the hypocrisy is what really sucks.
Because they can't wait to wrap themselves in all things Jackie Robinson while ignoring what, in large part, Jackie Robinson really was, which is much more of a firebrand of an activist than makes them comfortable.
But that was towards the end and when he was done playing. With Doby, his contribution, like legitimately, what he did for players was amazing. And I don't know if that's still a battle that Major League Baseball is fighting, but it's just another example of them. They love to wrap themselves in the history of their game. They love to wrap themselves into the idea of, look at us. We were the first major sport to break the color barrier. Here's one of those guys. And you can't find it within yourself after being lobbied by the team to make the change. It's so stupid and backwards. And this is why people don't believe that baseball can get stuff right, because they miss layups and dunks time after time after time.
You know, we covered the weights and fish scandal.
We got weights and fish!
There we go! And that was the actions of two men who cheated in a tournament on Lake Erie. And if you remember, they were catching walleye. and they were stuffing their walleye with weights and with other walleye fillets because somehow they thought that would cover things up, and they didn't realize that somebody picking up a 19-inch fish and realizing it's not supposed to weigh 14 pounds might think there was some chicanery going on.
We got weights and fish. There we go.
They chased him down to his car. You're right. They were gonna do bad things to those people, and they ended up going to jail and losing their licenses and losing their boats, etc., losing their ability to compete in tournaments, major fines. Well, this I just saw from yesterday. A Sandusky-based fish company illegally took more than 100 walleyes and several other fish intended for donation to a charity. Lake Fish Company Incorporated and 4 of its employees, Craig Carr, Dale Trent, Thelma Towner, and Stanley Swain, have pleaded guilty to 1 felony and several other misdemeanor counts of theft and other commercial fish violations, according to the Ohio Department of Natural Resources. Prosecutors dismissed the other charges against Carr and Trent, including first-degree felony counts of engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity and third-degree felony counts of tampering with records. The offenders have been ordered to pay a combined $24,120 in restitution to the soup kitchen that was set to receive the stolen fish, and another $13,000 to the Ohio Division of Wildlife. The company's wholesale fish license will be suspended for 30 days. The fish included 112 walleye, 1 steelhead trout, 1 yellow perch, and 3 whitefish. Oh, that poor 1 yellow perch. Were harvested during Lake Erie walleye fishing tournaments. So those were bycatches as they're fishing for walleye. Sometimes you get perch, whitefish, and trout. And they regularly donate caught fish to charity to support those in need. Commercial fish processors are paid to clean what's donated and return ready-to-cook fillets to the receiving charities. But see, they didn't. The Wildlife Division got a tip that the company and its employees had stolen the donated fish. They seized surveillance footage, fish processing records, fish packages, and carcasses during a warranted search of the business in November of that year. Can we have walleye caught on Lake Erie without felonies being committed?
Apparently not.
What's the deal
with that?
Everybody loves a good walleye. Really, I mean, we all do. It's one of the best eating fish possible out there. It's great, but stop in Ohio with the felonies around it.
We got weights and fish. There we go.
Just go fishing for fun, and you really, that's what you steal? Fish fillets from a charity? That really? Like you set yourself up. You're gonna put your ass on the line for some. It's one thing to cheat to win a tournament and do it as stupidly as they did it. It's another thing to have some sort of corporate conspiracy to steal fish fillets.
You've got bad bedfellows, Dan.
Yeah, like what, in fisherman people?
Yeah.
These aren't my people.
These are your people.
They're not my people.
Weights and fish people is your people too.
I disown them.
Nope.
I do not recognize them.
No. Oh, what are you, Major League Baseball, when talking about the first black manager?
I recognize him, but that's also in Cleveland. Who knows what he's doing? Maybe they have evidence that Larry Doby was putting weights in fish. I don't know.
We got weights and fish. There we go.
Something is rotten in the state of Cleveland.
That is High Noon. We do it every day around this time, and it's usually a lot of fun. Coming up, let's get into the weeds and talk with Jim DeShays about all sorts of Cubs stuff. Cubs pitching stuff. I know Dan's got some Justin Steele stuff that he wants to go over, and we can talk
about Mark Leiter yesterday.
We can talk about Mark Leiter and Stroman and what the second half of this season looks like. We'll talk with Jim DeShays next on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Kyle Hendricks.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hendricks has gone
obvious
6 innings. The
lack
Giants
of
with
talent at skill positions, other than Darnell Mooney and maybe David Montgomery. Throw Cole Kmet in there. For better or for worse, you are looking at an offense that is going to be, at least at first, forced to be pretty conservative.
Listen to what you just said. Can I just as a pull quote, obvious lack of talent at skill positions.
Well,
right?
yeah.
I mean, and you said it because it's true.
And we all know it's true, but think about that. Of course, they have the obvious lack of talent, skill positions, and that's just a presumption. That's a given. That's already baked in.
Sounds.
I know.
Bad.
Well,
It sounds so bad.
Well,
I don't
right,
want
and-
an obvious lack of talent and skill positions. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
I want talent. I don't want an obvious lack of it. The hell?
That's what we've been dealing with all off season. I mean, we know Darnell Mooney
their
is
entire life.
Yeah, he's kind of a number one, and then what? Equinemius St. Brown.
Johnny
and
Morris is their all-time leading wide receiver in yards and catches.
How do you feel
There
about Sid
you go.
Luckman?
Yeah. Let me try this, Dan. Look at me. Look at me, Dan. Look at me. Okay.
Yes.
Here's the deal. Look at me. You looking at me? Okay. Look at me. So maybe Darnell Mooney takes the next step up. Maybe now that Luke Getsy has Equinemius St. Brown freed from the jaws of Aaron Rodgers.
What I did was I made an acronym out of
Lord.
obvious lack of talent at the skill positions, and now we have to play on the OLATASP principle.
Oh, it's the Grody Olatasp.
The OLATASP, obvious lack of talent at the skill positions.
Usually they keep
OLATASP.
they take the out of those though, right?
It sounds better with the.
No doubter is fifth, and the Brewers retake the lead.
Caratini, one of those guys that there's plenty of power in there. He hasn't hit a lot of major league home runs. Hits line drives and hits it on the ground a lot, but when he gets into one and gets it airborne, he can't hit it a long way. He answers John's home run with one of his own. You see the immediate reaction from Fulmer. He knows that one's not coming down for a while.
Too bad. That game had the kind of energy that was the signature of the other games in the series, and it led you to believe that some of these games were taking on that kind of wild complexion to them, but this one was not to be for the Cubs. Here to talk
about the Cubs and their ongoing battle to right this ship is Jim Deshaies. He joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. And you can follow the Marquee Sports Network analyst on Twitter at Jim Deshaies. He'll be on the call for the Cubs-Yankees series. JD, how are you?
I'm well. How are you guys doing?
We're doing all right. That series was wild. What was that like to have 4 games of wildness between the Cubs and Brewers?
Yeah, it was wonderful. Obviously, it's unfortunate they weren't able to win that final game and win 3 out of 4. It's always a good atmosphere there because so many Cub fans travel. So if there's any drama at all in the game, fans on both sides really get into it. Creates a lot of energy. It kind of felt like a playoff atmosphere, and it was very entertaining baseball.
What was wrong with Mark Leiter's forkball release yesterday? It clearly seemed something was up with the grip or just how it was coming out of his hand. There were pitches that were usually much more competitive that weren't.
Yeah, I don't. It was hot and steamy there yesterday. I don't know if that affected him in some way with the grip. If it was a little slippery. Sometimes you're just off the mark, and you just kind of get out of whack with your mechanics. And the other piece, we had shots of him kind of looking down at his finger, so I don't know if something was bothering him. I didn't hear anything post game to that effect, but it didn't look real good there for a while.
When Michael Fulmer struggles, what happens from your point of view?
Well, his slider is such a good pitch for him, and it's kind of his go-to pitch. But sometimes it'll back up on him a little bit, and he'll catch too much of the plate. It's unfortunate because he'd been going along really well, and then he gets in a high leverage situation for maybe the first time in a while, and Caratini takes him deep. The psychology of relief pitching, I never did it. Right, so that's a weird animal to me. I think so much of it is between the ears with guys. And I think Rossi's kind of done a nice job with him, like taking him out of the heat for a while, giving him a little bit of a soft landing in low pressure situations, and then building him back up. I think, just maybe sometimes it gets a little sloppy with that slider or maybe a little too reliant on it, and guys are sitting on it.
JD, this is a bullpen where it looked like you had guys sort of settling into some roles here with, Merriweather showing some of that velocity, and then Alzolay, I always think, having, really looking closery, for lack of a better term. Now, how does Palencia fit in here? Because it's real intriguing to have a guy say, oh, Major League debut, here I am, here's 100. And I can throw 100 because this is a bullpen that's lacked that kind of power pitching, yet we don't really know how good he is.
Yeah, he's obviously an Army of Dream on because he can throw 100 miles per hour with that 91-mile-an-hour slider. It gives me a little pause that he has not had a lot of success in the minor leagues. I mean, he did pretty bloated ERA this year, and there are some guys that throw really hard, but for whatever reason, hitters see the ball out of the hand pretty well. I don't know if that's the case with Palencia, but he's the kind of arm you're going to take a shot with and see what he can do. I thought it was just unbelievably ironic that he makes his major league debut in that game the other night. I mean, Rossi's hand was forced. He didn't have really any options, and it was fun to see the kid come in there and get 6 outs, facing 4 batters because of the ghost runner. I think he still is, if everybody else is available and ready to go, he's still more of a mid-inning guy. Maybe come in when there's a couple guys on base and you need a punch out in the middle innings of a game. I don't think he's a guy that Rossi's going to use in leverage situations unless he has to.
Dan and I were having a conversation a few weeks ago about Adbert Alzolay, and we were talking about how he seems like you're talking about the bullpen thing and how nebulous it is. When we were looking at Alzolay, we were like, you know what? That seems like the type of guy that could handle some of these high leverage situations, or at least wants to handle the high leverage situations. Are we seeing the same thing that you're seeing?
Yeah, the concern with Alzolay, once he transitioned from starter to the bullpen, was left-handed hitters, and they had really worn him out. He didn't really have an answer. This year, that has not been the case. So now he's a guy you trust against both right and left-handed hitters. He likes the ball. Yeah, I think he's one of those guys that is not afraid of the situation. He'll be aggressive. We saw that 2 days ago. He was really sharp. Again, it's a limited body of work, right? So I don't want to oversell the kid, but the stuff is good. Excuse me. The approach is good. So, Rossi started the year, didn't really want to name a closer. I think it's great if you have multiple options out there to cover the ninth inning, depending on which hitters are up. But sometimes lack of performance forces your hand to go in a different direction. And it looks like the early season struggles for the bullpen has kind of forced Rossi into more of a conventional bullpen alignment. And Alzolay, for the time being, is going to be his closer.
We are talking with Cubs color analyst Jim Deshaies here, the Marquee Network. It's the Bernstein and Holmes show, having a fun conversation about this Cubs team that's in a really interesting place.
We were debating an optimized infield right now and maybe getting a little bit silly with it, but trying to figure out how to keep Christopher Morel's bat in that lineup every day, because this lineup just needs slug with some of your regular sluggers not doing what they usually do, but finding where he's going to be comfortable and not kill you defensively. I think third base is a stretch. He looked pretty good at second, but I also know that that's a much more important defensive position than third. Lawrence brought up the idea of Horner at third, Swanson at short, Morel at second. How creative do you have to be, or do you just hope you put him at third and the ball doesn't find him too often?
Yeah, well, I think the plan is to play him at third a good bit. I just don't like moving Nico off second. We talk so much about defense up the middle, and Nico and Swanson are so good, maybe the best tandem in the game right now. So I don't want to monkey with that. Christopher at third is a safer play depending on who the pitcher is, right? I thought it was a little risky having him over there in the Steele game, but because he generally gets ground balls to that side of the infield. I think right now it's you play him and you kind of close one eye and you hope for the best. And then if you get in a situation where because of the opposing lineup and who you have on the mound, you really project a lot of ground balls to that side, that's when you DH him. But I'm with you guys. I think he needs to get a ton of at-bats and, obviously out for early work every day, trying to figure some things out down there at third base. First base has been a hole, but people think it's easy to play first base, and there's a lot of decision-making that goes on at first base. And I think that's not a strength of Christopher right now. He's more of he made that play yesterday or the day before. A hot shot, down to a knee, popped up and through. There's no thinking involved, right? Catch it and throw it. And he was able to show off his arm. And it wasn't the multiple crow hops and the kind of choppy footwork that we've seen, which leads to errant throws. I think the third base is the safest place for him. And if you think there's going to be a lot of noise in that direction, let him DH.
I hate for us to sound like we're running lines from the movie Moneyball, but how hard is it for a player to learn a position at the major league level?
Well, it's not easy. I'll say that. It's very difficult to quantify how hard it is. I guess it just depends on a level of tolerance. How much are you willing to put up with the guy struggles? And that's the old adage in baseball, right? Does he let in more than he, produces? So if the guy's hitting the ball over the wall and driving in a bunch of runs, you can live with leaky defense or bad base running or whatever the deficiency, that player has. I would imagine some guys would take the position change more quickly than others. There's some guys that just have that skill set. The thing is, Morel played more third base in the minor leagues than anywhere else. So it's not like he hasn't been out there a whole bunch. He just kind of trying to find his way defensively. And it may be that he's never a major league average at any defensive position, but if he, has an OPS of 950, you're going to find a place to play him and hope for the best.
Then let me flip the question over. How hard is it for a young player to go to the ballpark every day knowing that he might play 4 different positions?
I think it depends on the player's makeup. And Morel's kind of like, he has this, I'm happy to be here energy. I just want to play the game. While we talk about what he's deficient at, I don't think it crosses his mind all that much. I think he just likes to go out and play, and he's kind of trying to work at his craft. I don't think the fact that he plays multiple positions has affected him one way or the other, and he hasn't said as much. And I think he's just a guy looking for a home defensively, and thank God we got a DH in the National League.
Mm-hmm. And even with that,
and I don't mean to imply that he's just a butcher. I'm just saying, he has his struggles defensively.
The corner outfielders on the Cubs have combined for 13 home runs. It's not good enough. Seiya Suzuki's slugging 399, Ian Happ slugging 397. I've never seen Ian under 400, even as he takes his walks and even as he's been in charge of his plate appearances and has had some really good swings. How can they continue to live with the lack of home run production from the corner outfielders, and what's the reason for the drop-off?
Yeah, boy, great question. I don't know the answer as to what the reason is. But it obviously needs to get better. And the other piece of your question is how do you fix it? I don't know that I don't know there's any alternatives, right? Happ's going to play every day. Suzuki's going to play every day. And you just have to pin your hopes on the fact that they figure it out. We've seen it for me in the past. We know he can slug in the big leagues. Suzuki, his hard contact rate is up. He went through a stretch where he's hitting it on the ground way too much. He was good in the Milwaukee series, so maybe there's a little fire there or a little – something he's figured out mechanically that will help. He was a guy who Japan's a different animal, but he did a lot of slugging over there, and he's stronger this year than he's been in the past. So I think it's in there. But he's a guy who, when he struggles, it really gnaws at him, maybe more than the average big leaguer. And I think it gets in his head, and maybe he works a little too hard and thinks a little too much, and he needs to have a little. The comp I always use is Lenny Dykstra because, Dykstra was not considered a real thoughtful guy. But you just go play, right? Just go play. Go up there and hack and try to do damage. And don't worry about necessarily working deep counts and some of those other things that we value. If you're a middle-of-the-order bat, be willing to sacrifice some on base for some slug. And try to get the head out early, cheat a little bit. And if you take some bad swings because of it, so be it. If the trade-off is, you hit a few more home runs.
Well, when it comes to Lenny Dykstra and cheat a little bit, I would say just not on your taxes.
Any number of ways you can interpret that.
Right, just pay your taxes and don't defraud your employees.
That's important, and other things too. JD, I don't know what I was expecting from Kyle Hendricks, but I wasn't expecting this when he came back. Is he better, or is he just being better received? He's been terrific.
Yeah, it's a great story. It's one of the favorite stories for me with this club this year, because I was with you. After a couple down years, coming off the shoulder injury, I was like, I don't know how much he's going to have left in the tank, and I don't want it to end poorly for Kyle here. He's my favorite Cub since I've been here, and it looks like prime Kyle Hendricks. Velocity ticking up around 88. Command of the changeup has been great. Working with Amaya and calling his own game, I think it served him really well. He has conviction with every pitch he makes because he's the guy calling the pitch. There's no doubt in his mind what he's trying to do. And, he's throwing his changeup more, I think, and he's had great feel for it. So I think there's been enough of Kyle to this point where you think, all right, this is legit. It's not like he had one or two lucky starts. He's had really good starts.
Why was, out of the group of guys that have been here, what was it about him that made him your favorite?
Oh gosh, he's such a good dude. He's a great conversation. I love the way he handles himself out there on the mound. And I think because he's been underappreciated, so you kind of root for him because he's been a little bit of an underdog and not getting the national recognition that he probably deserves for how good he has been. He's never made an all-star team, and that kind of bums me out. He's just an easy guy to root for.
I have found it interesting over the years, especially when the Cubs allowed Wilson Contreras to leave in the way that they did, and all that has now happened with the blame game in St. Louis, that watching Hendricks work with more polished receivers people should realize that over the years, while you, Jim, haven't been sort of openly critical of Wilson Contreras, I think you've done a really careful job of letting people fill in some of the blank spaces to get a pitcher's perspective of what it means to have a really polished defensive catcher as opposed to one who isn't. And I think we also could be seeing a little bit of that, of him just vibing with the guy behind the plate in a way that's more comfortable.
Yeah, well, so in Gomes and Barnhart, you got two guys that, first priority for those guys is their pitcher and kind of, managing a game. Amaya seems to be a pretty quick study. And again, with Miguel back there, Kyle's calling his own pitches. So it's all about execution, and he's really executing well. The ironic thing is Kyle has always been a staunch supporter of Wilson, even with him gone. I was talking to him the other day, and he goes, I love Willie. I love pitching, love throwing to Willie. For me, Wilson was just too active back there. There was too much movement, but he had athleticism, so he blocked balls and he threw people out. It's not like he didn't have his strengths back there. But you would think because of the way Hendricks pitches, he more so than maybe anybody else that came through while Wilson was here would benefit from just an elite defensive catcher who framed well and did all those other things that Wilson grades out poorly with. But he loves Willie and still speaks fairly highly of him. And that's always, for me, that's always the hardest thing to know as an outsider, even for a guy who's doing the games all the time and talking to people, because pitchers are very protective of their catcher, whether they're good, bad, or otherwise, right? They're not going to come out after a game and go, man, a guy was, boxing balls and setting up and doing this and that, and we just never got on the same page. They never say that. When asked, they always say, oh, I love working with, so-and-so. So that's one of the things that's always hard to know and to, for the public to kind of get a handle on.
Yeah, but if you look at catcher ERA, I mean, the numbers tell the story that he is better with better catchers, and I know that we could say that across the board, the larger vectors sort of obviously point to that, but his were pretty extreme.
Yeah, and and again, Kyle's maybe just being protective of a teammate that he really liked on a personal level. I asked him the other day. We had him on during the broadcast. And I asked him about the advantage of calling his own pitches with Amaya back there. And he didn't say anything about, this way I don't have to worry about the catcher, me and him being on the same page. He just said it's all about the pitch clock. It's just about the pitch clock. That's where the real value is for me. Whereas when I watch Kyle, I'm thinking the real value is he's calling his own pitches. Mm-hmm. There's never that, because as a pitcher, once you make a pitch, you immediately in your mind go, here's what I want to do next. And what you're looking for is confirmation from the catcher. So you want the catcher to put down the same thing you're thinking. And if you get into a situation where he doesn't a bunch of times, now you start to have doubt. Mm-hmm. You start to think, well, maybe he's right and I'm wrong. And so you don't throw that pitch with as much conviction. That all goes away when you're pushing the buttons and telling the catcher what you want to throw. But he didn't, like I said, he didn't claim that was the reason why he liked it. It was just because of the pitch clock.
You both, I think, have been really fair in laying out what Wilson is as a catcher, and I think you've done it in a very professional way. Even Dan, which is shocking, JD, that Dan would do it in a professional way. I feel like what's going on with Wilson in St. Louis is dirty pool, though. I don't like it at all, and he's kind of been one of my favorite players of this Cubs era. It just feels, I don't know, like Mean Girls-ish, that the new guy comes in and he's the problem. It's been him and not the fact that you're asking Adam Wainwright to anchor a staff at this point in his career. I feel really bad for Wilson, and I know the millions probably make him feel better, but it seems like a really terrible situation that didn't have to be this way.
Yeah, I mean, and after that first dust-up when they took him out from behind the plate, I haven't really paid close attention to what's going on over there. I know they haven't pitched well at all, but you kind of see that coming. With the rotation that they were sending out there, Wainwright aging, you figure sooner or later he was, couldn't be quite as sharp. Flaherty's dealt with a bunch of injury issues. So they got some guys stuff-wise that are a little marginal. And, whether Wilson's, good, bad, or otherwise back there is going to be a transition when you bring in a new catcher to replace Yachty, right? And you could see where that would create some negative vibes on the pitching staff because Wilson's doing something differently, or he doesn't engage the way Molina did in meetings or whatever. But I think as a pitcher, you should ultimately have, the buck stops here mentality. Like, it's on me to be better and to help make him better, if that's the issue.
What does the New York trip mean for you? Do you have any favorite haunts there, any traditions, anything that you enjoy doing?
I like to wander the streets. I just like to walk around and get caught up in the pace of Manhattan, duck into a deli or something. No real favorite haunts. So a big game tomorrow, might mean a dinner out tomorrow night. But I just like to being out and bumping down Fifth Avenue and people watching.
If you feel like
it's
it,
boring, but it's
But if you feel like maybe doing the Brooklyn Bridge walk, which can be lovely, and then spending a little bit of time walking around the water's edge in Brooklyn, there's a beautiful walk. It's a great half a day to do that because of everything that's going on.
He's got baseball games.
I know, but I'm saying if you like walking
Manhattan,
if you like a little different feel, Brooklyn is terrific.
I've only been to Brooklyn once or twice over the many years, and it is. I was going to do that today, but I had this stupid radio interview that
I know those guys. They're the worst, man.
So
they're
lame.
the absolute worst.
Just ask so much of you.
Stupid.
They don't even
radio
give you like
guys with their faces.
They don't give you a clock radio for doing it or anything.
JD, you're the best, man.
$50 gas card.
Right,
exactly.
Yeah, something to help you out.
What the man's beak.
Yeah.
We appreciate you, sir.
Back in Houston, they used to give out a $50 gift card for Borax way back in the day.
All right.
You do an interview. Yeah, thanks.
Honey, we're out of borax again.
Better go on the radio.
I guess I got to do that pregame interview.
Yeah. You better have a good game. I want to talk to you.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, JD.
Jim DeShays in New York.
I love JD so much. I really do. And the crazy part is, I feel like Cubs fans have finally kind of come around to, I get that guy. Because he's so smart, but he's understated.
That's what I mean. He's been very critical of Wilson Contreras
right,
as a receiver.
If you're listening in between the words.
Exactly. You've got to listen carefully. And you've got to understand the nuance and hear like a little noise that he might make, but it's been there as a thread this whole time.
So, yeah, we messed up his walk in Brooklyn. And I blame you.
They used to give you a clock radio. Remember that? It was like a General Electric.
Yeah.
It might have been when the White
and then
Sox were on Channel 44.
They show it, too. They show you the picture of it.
But how many of those does a player need?
You probably give those, those are the things you give away, right?
Over the 162, you got how many clock radios?
What did they use? Was it watches a few years ago on Cubs broadcast? I feel like there was a watch thing where they were giving away nice watches. And I was
Seikos or
no, I think it was a level up. There was a deal in place with someone, maybe it was CD Peacock or something.
Omega.
I can't. Someone, a Cub fan will remember this. That they would have people on that post game, and then they would get a watch. And then you're like, oh, what happens when the guy is on the post game show twice? And you're like, is he just giving away watches like Derek Jeter's giving away gift bags?
If you are tired of hunting for the latest Cubs or White Sox content with the Odyssey app, you can get all the latest podcast episodes all in one place. Just download the app, create an account, search for the teams you care about and follow, and just like that, you can track the latest from your team this baseball season right on your homepage. Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
Help me out on this one, because now I feel like I'm the only one that remembers it, which means that it didn't happen. But I'm pretty sure that Cubs guys would be on the post-game show. Then someone would be like, you just got to watch or something.
Like they would do on Bears radio, where they give away the gift cards with the interview.
Right. Maybe it was Bears games. Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
We used to do that for Cubs games. Schuster would give away, it was a steakhouse or something. I can't remember exactly what it was.
Yeah, it was a $200 thing to a steakhouse. I swear somebody got some watches.
I remember working those broadcasts, those Bears broadcasts, where Zach Zaidman was, the sideline reporter.
Are you saying
and
that
Jay
Zach
Cutler,
took all the watches?
No, Jay Cutler would be a jerk and be sarcastic and give Zach a hard time, and then Zach would have to give him a gift card at the end.
I always look forward to when training camp would start. It was always like a big deal. It's like the first Bears All Access of the season was always Zach and Cutler. Like, we have to promote this. It's Jay Cutler, and he's going to say things. And then he says nothing.
Never said anything. I have something to promote, and that is the fact that we have passes to give away to see Bernstein and Holmes live with David Ross. So we've got 2 pairs of those that we're going to give away between now and 2 o'clock. So make sure you're listening. When we come back, I want to revisit some stuff that Ron Coomer had to say about Jamison Tyone and his continued struggles. And it was yet another example, too, of what I had warned you about, is this idea that's going to keep coming, and the longer this drags on, of recovery from the London trip being a thing. We'll deal with all that next on The Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app.
I live to please you.
Afternoons, 2 to 6 on The Score. Can't listen on the radio?
That's the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life.
So now you have a score tale to share with me, right?
So we were trying to come up with, and I don't know all the things that you have covered. One of my favorite things, and this is one that you have not, and it only happened for a short period of time when the Bors and Bernstein show was going on, and it was probably about, like 2004-ish, 2003, so it was a while ago. And everybody knows Score Hello. But it wasn't that. Before that was the hello game. And every now and then, when they would take a phone call, they'd bring the person up. They'd say, Layla, you're on The Score. And the person would start talking. And then a few seconds in, would think that they weren't on the air for some reason. They go, hello? And they have just a bunch of drops. Well, why don't you just listen to how the hello game used to go down?
Northwest side, here's Gino. He's on The Score.
Yeah, hello, guys.
Yes.
Hello? Yeah, hello?
Yes, hello.
Hello? Hello there. Yeah, this is Gino, Northwest side.
Oh, for the love of God, speak to us.
Hello? 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 Yeah, this is Gino from Northwest side.
Hello, Jumbo.
Hey, guys, I love your show.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, yeah. This is Gino, Northwest side.
Okay, hello, everybody.
Okay, a couple of things, a couple of comments. Coach Trustman, is this guy in self-denial?
I can't hear a word you're saying.
I said, Coach Trustman, is he in self-denial?
I can't hear a word you're saying.
God. Hello? Hello? Oh, they cut me off. Damn it.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello there.
Can you hear me?
Hello there. How you doing?
Yeah, hello, this is Gino from Northwest side.
How we doing there?
Okay, can you hear me?
Hello.
Good to hear from you again.
Hello?
I can't hear a word you're saying.
Oh, forget it.
Victim of his own hello game. I mean, lost out to himself.
As good as the hello game gets.
So many
that's so
references
great.
from the one clip. A lot of things make more sense now.
Oh, dude. Hello game was amazing.
Hello there.
That's it. That's the one.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh my
Dude.
gosh.
And there's Terry trying to give him an out. Just talk. You're on. Talk. We can hear you. And he still didn't get it.
Just hearing Terry makes me smile.
Yeah, he's the best.
that I get. But I've been trying my hardest just to focus inward and, make improvements and do the right thing and be a good teammate and show up every day and work the right way. And so, I'm focused on my process and how I execute that plan and how I execute the plan with the catchers and going out there and executing pitches, all while understanding, like, at the end of the day, you get judged by results. So, I'll hang my hat on feeling like I overall executed a lot of pitches and stayed true to my process and did what I tried to do, but then also understanding, like, the results weren't great either.
Jameson Taillon's got to be better. He's just got to be better, and he's easy to root for. He's easy to like. He's just making me crazy watching him pitch, because even though he's got a process, so many of those pitches kind of lack conviction now. Ever since he went to that sweeper, it's kind of thrown everything off. Well, tonight he'll be out there as the Cubs take on the Yankees in the Bronx. Pregame begins at 5:30. First pitch 6:05 on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network. Plus, you can hear Cubs games on your smart speaker. You just tell your device to play 670 The Score.
So we're getting. I'm drilling down on whether Lawrence is crazy or if I actually remembered this correctly.
About the watches?
I texted Zach and I said, "Do you remember there being watches on post game shows?" Because he's done the Bears one and the Cubs one. And he's like, I don't know if I remember watches. And then I mentioned 2 jewelry companies. Like, I remember that. I remember the jewelry being a thing, that we were giving away jewelry on the post-game show. So now I gotta figure out what it was. And then the texter goes, yeah, the watches. I remember it from the post-game show, which would make sense on Cubs broadcast, because I did like 7 Cubs pre and post games. So maybe that's why I remember it, because I remember doing the post game, and I was like, man, they're giving away watches. I ain't getting no watch. I'm hosting it.
You heard from Jameson Taillon himself about his struggles. This is what Ron Coomer said this morning with the Mully and Haugh show about them.
Some of the things that the Cubs were trying to get him to do really, I don't think, meshed well with him, and he's trying to make some changes to get back to kind of the repertoire of pitches that he threw last year, and you just hope that works. We still got a half a season left to go, so he could salvage his season by having a great second half. And really, the Cubs need him in the worst way, because that's the strength of the team, is the rotation. So if he can get back on track, that would really benefit the Cubs to get back in this race.
Were they just trying to simply? You said that there's some things that didn't necessarily mesh well with Taillon. Is he trying to simplify? Like, did they add pitches to his repertoire? What was going on that maybe they can adjust now?
Pitches, Mark. It was definitely pitches. They looked at his repertoire and how he went about throwing, and they wanted to add something to be more of a dominant pitch.
Gotcha.
They called it the sweeper.
Oh, yes.
Slider's a slider. You want it to break a little bit more, you get around the ball a little bit more. I don't know. But that's the hitter talking. I'm not the pitcher guy. But and when you throw certain pitches in certain counts, your brain works a certain way when you're on the mound. And it's the same thing for hitters. And then when you try to make that change and really adjust your thinking to a different way, it doesn't work for everybody, and it's not easy for everybody. Let's just say that it doesn't just happen overnight where you just turn the switch and okay, that's great. It just doesn't always happen.
So what do you think?
I think it's exactly what I said with Mully a couple days ago. Reset him to factory defaults.
Forget about the sweeper.
Forget it. You know the pitcher that he was, throwing the pitches that he threw there. That's the guy you signed. And I think they got too cute. I think they got high on their own supply. I think the Cubs got too cute with the pitching infrastructure. They got too cute in pitch lab. And rather than make the most of the guy that they signed, they tried to make more than that. And they got a little greedy and a little arrogant. So now it's time to admit that it didn't work, and now to work on the human side, the mental side, and give him a hug and tell him he's good, and he can go back to being good.
Just go back to doing you. We made a mistake. Or we can pick this experiment up again in the offseason. But we need you to get people out right now. And getting people out means you abandoning that pitch, because it's making you lesser than what you actually are.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bold stance from a baseball operation. I wonder how often that actually happens.
It's a huge admission.
Yeah.
You can say, look, we got to undo this. We screwed up. And I know we asked you to do it. We thought it'd be great. We know we appreciate you being amenable to it, but something's haywire here.
Something ain't right. And we need to fix it. Look at the screen right now.
It's tennis.
No, not that screen. The other screen. The other screen, unfortunately, the name is underneath. I was going to ask you who that looks like to you, but I was going to tell you that when you see Barry Larkin, he's going to look like Ice Cube.
Why?
I don't know. I just, for some reason, with the way that shot is, he looks like Ice Cube.
Yeah, I would. That's Barry Larkin?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, he looks okay.
He looks like Ice Cube.
I would have been here all day. That's weird.
It is weird.
I would not have been able to figure that out. Seriously, all day. Like I said, I couldn't told you that was the Hall of Fame shortstop. Nope.
Still mad at him for his son.
For the DePaul thing?
Yeah. It worked out better for Shane.
Where'd he go, Miami?
Yeah. I get it. He felt like the walls were closing in on him. Anytime you get like a big-time recruit to DePaul, they must feel like the weight of the world is on their shoulders. I don't know what to do about it. I was having a conversation with my niece about this because, strangely enough, she graduated from Northern, and she had another year of eligibility left, and DePaul wanted her bad. Like, DePaul wanted her so bad that I got phone calls. And so I was like, look, I want you to make your choice without any undue pressure. She chose Seton Hall. So, Asia's going to do great there. And I guess I'm a Seton Hall fan now. And I was like, it's weird that you didn't choose DePaul. She's like, yeah, I know. I wasn't feeling it. And I was like, that's really interesting.
Good reason.
And
probably the best reason.
I think it's the best reason too. And Seton Hall this year is playing a tournament in the Bahamas.
That's nice.
I think I'm going.
When we return, yesterday we played you that audio of Michael Kay on ESPN talking about Wilson Contreras.
Dirty pool, man.
Well, and one of the primary sports voices of the city pushed back against it strongly.
Good.
So let's play both sides next on The Score.
Cubs fans, Cubs manager David Ross is coming to The Score for a live show with Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi from the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Studio. And you could be a part of the live studio audience to see Rossi in person.
Russ Kritzman in the air, 100 home runs for David Ross.
Just tune in.
But what was happening, Danny, was our section was the magically chosen section. You in row 11, you get a free meatball sub from Fontanini's if the white inflatable wins the race. Row 10, you get a sub if the red inflatable. And row 9, you get a sub if the black inflatable. So there are people standing on both sides of the row with these giant piles of meatball sandwiches from Fontanini's. I had never wanted a meatball sandwich more in my life. I'm in row 14. I am not eligible to win one of the meatball sandwiches, but I'm invested in the race because I'm entertained, and all of a sudden, I am desperate for a meatball sandwich, okay?
Okay.
So the race happens, and I think the white inflatable won, and they start handing meatball subs out to row 11, and I'm thinking to myself, because, sometimes, Danny, I think like a fat person, okay? I'm thinking...
Just sometimes.
There's no way all those people are going to eat their meatball sandwich. There's no way.
Did you walk down to row 11?
I thought about it, okay? But what happened, what had happened was they ended up handing out the meatball sandwiches, and they had extras. They had extra meatball sandwiches, and I started begging for a meatball sandwich. I brayed like a seal. My wife was dying at me. I'm like, my arms are extended. I'm clapping. I'm like, can I have a meatball sandwich?
The crowd loves you. Stay forever.
And you know what they did?
They gave them to you?
They gave them to us. They had here, you guys want one? Okay, here you go. And they started handing them out, and I realized I might not get one. They're handing them out to other people. And finally, there was one left. I got the last meatball sandwich from Fontanini's. We wrapped it up. No, it was fresh. They handed it over.
You wrapped it up and took it home?
I thought about it. I wrapped it up and put it under the seat. My wife didn't want to put it under the seat because it was dirty, so she was holding on to it for a while. I'm like, babe, it's okay. You can put it under the seat. She put it under the seat. We were going to get it later, but we forgot and left the half.
So then you just left your meatball sub there as opposed to throwing it away.
I forgot about it at the end of the game when it was time to leave.
Well, that is not abnormal. I mean, people at stadiums use the ground as their personal trash all
That's
the
what
time.
you do. You leave it there.
There's not a lot of trash cans at these stadiums.
That is correct.
You got to walk out to do it. You throw away everything that you get at a stadium?
Yeah.
Oof,
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah,
not a lot of trash cans. That's the biggest problem I've said with pro sports arenas. You just can't find the garbage in the
Like when
place.
I'm done
They're not at the
eating-
end of every staircase either.
Yeah, if you finish a hot dog and you have like the box with the napkins
Do you
and
leave
the
the
container,
game to go throw it away, or do you put it on the
put
ground
it on
underneath
the
your
ground
seat?
underneath your seat.
The next time I get up to go to the bathroom or get a beer, I bring it with me and throw it out at the nearest trash can.
Well, aren't you, Mr. Conscientious? Aren't you impressive?
No, I'm just trying to avoid my own Murray State situation.
Yes, I think you have to keep it within yourself. Don't try to do too much, or don't try to impress anybody, because everybody already know what you're capable to do. And that's one thing that I keep it really present in my mind. Just like be myself, like I was with the Cubs, and don't try to do too much. Just think when you put the contract in front of you and just start living by the contract, that's gonna put pressure on yourself.
That's the Score's Bruce Levine with Cardinals catcher Wilson Contreras back in May. And then everything went poorly so far for the Cardinals, and the pitchers were awful, and the pitchers immediately pointed a finger at Wilson Contreras, and he was demoted, and Ollie Marmol came in and said he's no longer our catcher, and then they got huge backlash for that. It's like, oh, you just ran out and signed him when you didn't know what he was good at and not good at, what his specialty was, and fine, you're right, he is our catcher, and we never said that.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, things got really, really weird.
And they continue to get weird.
Well, last week, Michael Kay on ESPN was telling people what someone in the organization told him about just how unprofessional Wilson Contreras had been.
Well, you'll get that occasional catcher, maybe like this little battery here with Kisner and Flaherty, that they're very comfortable together, and then Contreras will catch everybody else. With Contreras coming over here for the first time, he's seen these pitchers in the same division when he's with the Cubs, so it isn't like it's a surprise that he doesn't know what they're throwing.
Well, I was in London last weekend to do the Cubs-Cardinals game. And I found out something. I was talking to a lot of the Cardinal people. Jeff, you're not going to believe this. The reason that they took Contreras out from behind the plate, he was calling pitches that the pitcher on the mound didn't have.
How do you do that? I mean, you're in the same division.
Right. He would be calling for a cutter for a pitcher that didn't throw a cutter. Like the pitchers were going crazy.
He was hitting against these guys when he was with the Cubs.
Yep. Maybe it was just
maybe he has no clue what the scouting report was. You think it would be an easier adjustment to come over to the Cardinals and catch the same guys you've been facing all these years?
That's not the point. They're both missing the point. And Michael Kay was told that because they knew he would say it. And what did we say when we first heard it?
Dirty pool. And also that they wanted to get that message out because of who it was and the game that he broadcast.
Yes Network, I should say. I think I misascribed the credit.
And that they knew that he wouldn't dig on it. That he would just take it as gospel.
He just parrot it.
And just throw it out there for people and not go, hey, who does this benefit if I put this out into the earth?
Why does somebody want me to put this out there? Why does somebody want me to say this?
Especially at this point. At this point, when the entire Cardinal season has been an abject failure. They're in town tonight to take on the White Sox. Sounds great. But it's just weak. Like it really feels like we have a whole bunch of problems and we didn't realize how much Yachty was holding together our entire organizational pitching infrastructure. I don't care who you bring in there. You want to bring in Yan Gomes to be the guy. Sure, he'll be better. But after you're dealing with a guy for 2 decades, has been behind the plate and a force multiplier for your pitching staff, there's going to be a downward shift on the importance of that position.
Longtime St. Louis sports voice, columnist, radio guy Bernie Miklasz was on this morning with Mully and Haugh, and he made it very clear where he thought that stuff was coming from on the broadcast.
I don't trust the information, frankly. You know, he's just repeating what somebody told him. I don't trust the information because when Wilson Contreras fell out of favor ridiculously early in the season, to me, it was all about the pitchers being babies. We don't have Yachty. We can't function without Yachty. This guy's not Yachty, you know, which is just preposterous on every level. Of course he's not Yachty Molina because, other than Pudge Rodriguez, you go back 25, 30 years, there hasn't been a better defensive catcher or pitch caller in baseball. So it's like this organization was shocked that Wilson Contreras was not Yadier Molina. Imagine that. And they've been, they were looking to scapegoat Contreras, and it backfired on them because media and fans really turned on the idea that it somehow was his fault because John Mozeliak, who runs the baseball operations, ignored obvious pitching problems going into the season. And so they were trying to shift the blame, which I thought was just a horrendous thing to do to a guy that has the pressure of having to succeed Yadier Molina, and someone that you gave your biggest free agent contract ever to someone who was outside the organization, and you're gonna turn on him and blame him, basically a month into the season or so, if not even that, and they quickly backtracked on that. And Wilson Contreras has been fine. I mean, he's been fine, and I think we've seen the real guy here in the last 3 weeks. I think he's finally settling in. So I'm a little skeptical of that to wrap up this answer.
Here.
Sound a lot skeptical of that. That was strong.
Here. Like they knew exactly where to plant that information. This guy's going to just say whatever.
Hey, let me tell you something about Wilson Contreras. You want to hear something? Use this on your broadcast. And anytime you're a broadcaster, you hear that and somebody approaches you,
it's okay to file it. It's
just
totally
say sure,
okay
absolutely,
to file
for my
it.
own edification, or you could feel free to use this. Okay, well, sure. What you got?
Yeah, it's okay to file that stuff. You don't turn away the information, but match it up. See if stuff matches up.
Right, track it down, or you yourself as a broadcaster can do what I've learned to do and be open. And you don't necessarily have to say who came to you, but you can share your own curiosity and say, I found it interesting that a team source wanted me to know or wanted to tell me, blah, 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 blah. There, now you know what a team source found it important to tell me. And I haven't presented it with any extra layer of truth. I haven't necessarily endorsed it. I'm just informing you of what I was told.
Here's another thing that I think you can do that I guarantee you he didn't do. You can go into the clubhouse as the play-by-play guy. Hey, Wilson, I'm Michael K. I know you don't know me. I do Yankees games, but I got this game. Hey, can I talk to you for a second? Just on background? Dude, some people saying some stuff. And I just wanted to check with you before I said anything on the air. You know how many times I've seen when I go to a clubhouse that I've seen Jason Benetti or Darren Jackson or JD or Lynn actually in there asking questions of guys. Not just sticking around for the press conference, which I think in itself is a big deal if you're the play-by-play guy. You know how many times I've seen Steve Stone around the cage? And if I'm over at Sox and I see Steve Stone, I usually just where's he going? Who is he talking to? Because Stoney knows everybody. So I'm curious on how he works a room. it would have been super easy for Michael Kay, as the guy who was broadcasting that game with Alex Rodriguez, for him to go get 2 minutes with Wilson Contreras and offer him that same information and find out what Willie thought. But I'm 100% convinced that he didn't do that because he didn't give a damn about this being Cubs or Cardinals. He gave a damn about it being the Michael Kay show, the K-Rod broadcast, and it was terrible.
Cubbies. He was mispronouncing names the entire time. Like, that's when you know. That is just the very first level of responsibility, whether you're doing high school games or whatever. Get the names right. And if you got to write them out phonetically so you can interpret them, do it however you want.
Yep. That's how Pat does it. Pat will write a name out.
Eugenio Suarez.
Mm-hmm.
And don't the teams provide those pronunciations too?
Of course they do.
They make it so easy, don't they?
And Ray, they also have people in the press box that, let's say if you're uncomfortable with a name, you can just ask them.
You slide the glass between, you open a door and you walk out, you like, hey, in a commercial break, how do I pronounce Alzoli? Alzoli? No. That's the first responsibility you have, is to get a guy's name right.
Adbert Alzoli.
I always feel bad when I get a name wrong. And I
Sure
do.
you do. We all have gotten names wrong inside of play-by-play.
Or here.
Yeah. Happened today. Happens all the time. Shout out to Mike, whatever his name is. Even though that's not his name. And what?
Marlo Simonovic.
Right. What? You expect me to remember Zach Remelard's name?
No, I expect you to remember Mike Remelard's name.
What about
that's a AAA guy that is now an important player.
What about Action Jackson Frazier?
I don't remember him.
He's Clint Frazier.
Oh, now I know who he is.
It's fine.
That's why I looked at it. I clicked on him and it said he was on the Cubs last year, and I'm like, I don't remember this guy. Oh no. Oh, it's Clint. That's Clint?
I guess. Action Jackson Frazier.
How do you get Clint from Jackson?
Well, let's see. Let's do a Wikipedia.
Let me guess. It was because he was Clint Eastwood.
Jackson Frazier baseball.
Squint.
And it actually does say.
He would yell at a chair.
It actually immediately goes.
Talks to an empty chair about politics.
Clint Frazier, name note, also played under Jackson Frazier.
Okay.
That's it.
But how did that become Clint?
I'm guessing he's Clint Jackson or Jackson Clint.
And where's the Frazier come from?
Yeah, here it is. Clint Jackson Frazier.
Oh.
There it is.
Well, and can he pick a name where he's good?
No.
Oh.
Gotta pick a third name.
Quickly here, good on the page on Wikipedia. On June 22nd, 2022, Frazier told a broadcaster for the Iowa Cubs that he wanted to be called by his middle name Jackson moving forward. After using his middle name for a portion of the 2022 season, Frazier claimed that the decision was part of a joke that just went too far, and thereafter continues to be known as Clint.
Now I'm going to call him Jackson.
It's still not as funny as Kyle Hendricks being called Carl. And he doesn't care. He just never corrected people.
It's
and
fine.
He just became Carl.
Well, I mean, Robbie Gould. For forever. Lovey was calling Robbie Gould. And, you know, after playing for Belichick and stuff, Robbie was like, I'm a kicker. I'm just gonna roll with it.
Get my name right, coach.
Well, I mean, now.
Well, now he's like Senator Robbie Gould.
Yeah. I mean, now he can talk that stuff, and he has been for the last decade, at least.
My favorite is still the fact that Vinny Del Negro,
racist name,
Vinny of the Blacks.
It's on the list.
Yes.
That Alvin Dark, also a little questionable. Buddy Black, that's just a Phil and Joe Necro is just a little too close.
I've got a whole side of my family whose last name is Black. Remember, my
that's right.
My cousins. So we got to be careful when we're like out eating. And my parents are like, oh, what are we doing Friday? Oh, we've got dinner with the Blacks. It happens all the time. Like, Mom, you can't say it that loud. We're at dinner with the Blacks. But I was like, honestly, like we didn't really grow up thinking about it because that was, my it was like our extended, immediate family. Oh, we're over at the Blacks. We're going to have dinner with the Blacks. Okay, we're going out with the Blacks. Wow, you have quite the weekend.
Wow, is that what you call them?
Yeah, really? Like,
wow.
Thank goodness.
It's rough.
Yeah, going out with the Mexicans too? Jeez. When we come back, Sox Machine.
Yeah!
Jim Margulis will have thoughts on the end of the White Sox season. Next on The Score.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always.
Every team has their team doctor, and they have a couple of trainers, and they have a few of the medical people around. And I'm wondering, when Haugh goes down there, what exactly is he going to do? I mean, is he going to stitch him up if he needs it? Is he going to hold his hand? Is he going to tell him to rub some dirt on it and suck it up, pal? I mean, I don't know exactly what he's going to do, but I do know that he was gone for a little bit longer than he probably could have been. But again, I don't know what's going on down there. So now he comes back.
I just saw him.
I'm sure. What's that?
He said, I just saw him. And your response to this day, we play it all the time. Your one-word response is priceless. And
well, he didn't say anything. I mean, if he's going to go down there, I needed an update. I needed a medical report. I needed something. I mean, was he dead? Do we have to alert the family? Is he going to be out for the rest of the year? Because when he said, I just saw him, and he sat there. That's what I said, And I mean, come on, give me something else. You've been gone for 20 minutes. You got to give me something.
Not just you, us,
all of us. Yeah.
Us.
It was that was one of the highlights. That, and when there was a weather alert in Granger, and he looked over and he kind of circled his finger like, you take it. Then he took out the Tupperware thing that he put his headset, loaded it up, and just left. He was going to check on Eris, his lovely wife, and he drove back to Granger in the middle of the game. It was like, wait a second, that's a weather report. It was, so look, everybody thought that we were complete enemies, but we had some wonderful times in the booth. He was a truly unique character, one of the legends of the game. I worked with two guys in Harry Carey and Hawk Harrelson. We're never going to see the likes of those guys again. And some of the things they did were absolutely priceless. And, I've done play-by-play, so I could pick it up again, but it's just really strange. Bad weather report, boom, he's in the parking lot and gone.
What I liked was the name of your book was Where's Harry? And you could write another version, write a sequel, and say, where did Hawk go?
that, you want to say, like, we can DFA Lance Lynn. That guy isn't quite around. And Lynn, I think, watching his starts, really struggles against lefties. Like, that's becoming an unsolvable problem for him.
The internet's longest running White Sox podcast.
That period of time where the White Sox were spending over $50 million on the bullpen makes me think there was some mismanagement. And I think the Kimbrel trade bailed him out a little bit.
Managing editor of SoxMachine.com.
Rick Hahn often manages the team like he's going to be the one cleaning up the mess 8 years from now. If they do sign that Marcus Semien deal, if they do sign that Manny Machado contract, like other GMs would say, I'm going to go for glory and at least have a ring to show for it.
Jim Margulis with Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
We want machine.
Sox Machine.
Jim Margulis is on Twitter at Sox Machine. He joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Before we bring in Jim, I never finished my thought about when I brought up Vinny Del Negro. It's because he couldn't pronounce the name of his own point guard.
Right.
He always called Kirk Heinrich Kurt.
And he would hit that T hard.
Yeah. Because
a hard T.
Kurt. It's not his name. Like, he either didn't know or didn't care what his point guard's name was.
Well, and also, like, Kirk didn't seem to care either.
I guess
he was
not.
probably,
Yeah, he was...
Let's get blown.
We both thought exactly the same thing. I know exactly what you're getting at. Sorry, Jim. Apologize for that. How are you?
I'm good. Actually in Chicagoland right now. So I heard you guys in your first hour while driving around and running errands, and it was nice.
Oh, well, thank you. We're going to go celebrate our friend Josh later on tonight if he's able to get out of the bed. Which is going to be a challenge in itself. But it was very depressing for us to go through the list of White Sox position player F war. Like, it was an undertaking, and it was not enjoyable for us. Did yesterday feel like the end to you?
It did, partially because of the way they're now 8.5 games back, but also that they're now 2.5 games back behind Detroit. And to me, I think that's been a little bit undersold in this whole struggle, is that not only are they, trailing by a considerable amount in a bad division, but they're trailing a bad team in a bad division. Like, I don't think you can call the Twins a bad team. I don't think you can call the Guardians a bad team. They might be unimpressive or, they would be out of their element in the other divisions, but as an overall baseball team, competitive, they're respectable. You need to give them attention, and that's fine. The Tigers are not good. And yet the White Sox are behind them, and they've been behind them for the last 17 games. And now that they're 2.5 games back behind Detroit, like, they need a sweep and they need Detroit to get swept in order to overtake them. That feels like a new layer, a new level of depth to just how woeful they've been.
I pointed to 4 behind Detroit in the loss column. That it's not just 2.5. Like, the ones you don't get back, they trail by 4.
Mm-hmm. Yes. It's and Detroit isn't good. I don't think any Tigers fans would tell you that Detroit is good, and they'd probably say the White Sox are better. Just so happen to be that the White Sox can't overcome what they did in April. So when the standings say they're worse, and you have to trust the standings at some point.
Okay, let's try to find some joy in White Sox baseball. Why have we seen Luis Robert become the best version of himself?
I think it's because, one, he's healthy, and he's healthy. He's not just, playing through an injury he can play through. Like, he seems like he's fully functional. The bat speed is there. He's running the bases well. He seems to have ironed out his communications in the outfield between the corner outfielders. Like, that weird episode he had at the end of April, early May, I'm not sure if it was just kind of like a burnout thing or just, frustration with the team or a personal situation, but he seems to have gotten past that, put that behind him. And now it seems like he sees the reward in just being the best possible player he can be. The discipline is good enough, and his strike zone is big. And sometimes he'll look like he's completely lost and he'll have an ugly game where he's chasing and trying to do too much. But I think now that he's healthy, he can cover basically the entire strike zone. And even if he gets beat like on a fastball in, he's got the strength and muscle out to the outfield. He's got that big hit tool, maybe not as sophisticated of a hit tool as like Tim Anderson has and as Jose Abreu had, to where they can hit 300. with that big of a strike zone, but he's strong enough to where, like, if he hits 260, 270, he's strong enough to where, like, the damage he's doing is considerable.
I love your qualified definition of healthy. That is the most White Sox thing I can possibly imagine, because now we've got it with Joe Kelly. It's yet another situation where we find out after the fact that a guy was hurt, and I keep wanting Pedro Grifol to get everybody in the locker room, however he's got to do it, and just say, tell me now, are you hurt or not? Don't be in between. Don't say I'm hurt because I'm bad or I'm bad because I'm hurt. Tell me, why can't, does every team operate this way?
I don't think so. I think some teams do. I know, like the Twins at the end of the Ron Gardenhire era, they had a big problem with players being hurt, players playing through things, players coming back too soon and having to go back in the injured list. Like the communication was terrible, but that was like the end of an era. And this was supposed to be the beginning of an era. It's the same thing. But looking at the injured list, they have like 6 or 7 cases of inflammation, which is such an open-ended description of an injury or a condition. And with Kelly, you know, Grifol said that, you know, he needs a break. And one, you know, like it's a bad time to take a break, given that this is kind of do or die time right now. If he just needs a break, also you have a break coming up after this break or during the break. I know that's meant to minimize the amount of games missed or amount of days missed. But, you know, still, it's just a break before a break. Like, you know, you could probably manage him carefully to get to that. So, you know, I guess trying to think of it like one level deeper, I wondered if this is like preserve the trade assets. Like, you know, he's not going to do anything if he's pitching at 80% next week. We're kind of probably dead because like he's appearing in games where they might be trailing already. Like he's not going to be somebody who can help a team get a lead, or even like the case of like a Yohan Makata who's less than himself. He could play like a good defense and help the team out that way. Like Kelly, you know, pitching is all that they have. Preventing runs is all that they have. And if they feel like he's not going to be able to do that in a way that's attractive to other teams, maybe that's where this kind of comes into play, where it's not really big picture, but I guess it's bigger picture than trying to squeeze out every possible win to make the trade deadline conversation as difficult as possible.
Is there anything inside the Lance Lynn start yesterday that doesn't feel like an outlier to you?
The command was very good. Like the fastball command was, you know, top of the zone or like top third of the zone and up, which I think was probably his biggest detriment throughout most of his starts. The through line for months was just mistakes, especially like on 1-2, 0-2, middle, fastball 92 instead of 94, and just being extra hittable, especially to lefties. So he did have that ability to ride that fastball up and out and provide the contrast he needed for the cutter and the slider to work, changing eye levels and such. And I think he's been that way mostly for like the last 4 or 5 starts, to where like he has the ugly inning, but you know, he's not a DFA candidate. Like if you have a starter who's throwing 5-6 innings every time, that's a useful pitcher. You might have like the worst qualifying ERA, but if you're qualifying, that means you're doing something right. It means you're doing a lot wrong, but you're doing like a key thing right, which is at least helping your manager cross a day off the calendar. So I think even if he's not great, like not this level great to where he's like striking out 10 and throwing 7 innings of one hit ball, teams might still look at him and say like, yeah, we can use that guy. Yeah, we're a shot through depth. The White Sox can't ask for much, but we can use a guy who can throw 5-6 innings. We're desperate right now. He should have that kind of appeal for a team. And the White Sox, you know, probably get to save some money and maybe get a flyer prospect in return. But I think that's what you're looking at right now. And if, say, he continues this through the deadline, if the White Sox wait to try to like maximize his value, maybe get a little bit more.
On the flip side of that, have you paid any attention to Dane Dunning this season?
I have, and it's weird. Like it seems like, you know, first month, I thought, oh, that's some small sample success. Maybe that's cold weather, bats waiting to warm up, getting some weird contact, not a lot of strikeouts, but he seems to be sustaining it.
He does. In the 2.64 ERA right now, pretty good.
Yeah.
Andrew Benintendi, I feel like his at-bats have been really wonderful. It's not what I would want the highest paid White Sox in history to do at the plate. But I think that he's found something, and maybe his hand is okay, which is why we're seeing better at bats from him.
Yeah, I think he's gone back to being the Kansas City Benintendi who didn't try to hit 10 homers. He didn't come close to hitting 10 homers last year, but he made himself useful in other ways, didn't mess up his swing, got on base, doubles, ran the bases well, and he's doing that. And especially the leadoff spot, helping give Grifol a reason to get Anderson out of there, which I think is useful. The one thing that I think is still troubling is in game 1 yesterday against Brios, he starts off with a 10-pitch walk, which is great, but then Brios still, over 7 innings, throws only 89 pitches. So over 21 outs, Brios had to throw just 79 pitches to everybody who wasn't Andrew Benintendi afterwards, after that first at-bat. So, it's a case where he's producing enough for himself, but he's not the kind of talent, like I think you're referring to with the highest paid player in franchise history, to where, if he's doing well for himself, that's fine. He's just not going to do well enough to cover for another roster spot. You count on him to be the 3-win player. Right now he's a bit behind that, but I think he's catching up and might be able to make that up in the second half if he continues what he's doing. But he might be a 3-win player, might be a sturdy regular, which is fine and worth the money he's paying or getting paid, but it's just not enough to make up for what's happening in right field and the disaster at second base. That's what you want out of that big contract, is to be able to patch up some other holes.
I think I know the answer to this. But if in fact the White Sox contention is done, this season is shot, and maybe more than this season is shot, most organizations would say, okay, how do we turn a negative into a positive, and how do we accelerate the development and growth of the next contending team outside of trades? Obviously, you put Oscar Colas in right if you think he's going to be your right field, and you leave him there, and you let him make the mistakes he's continuing to make, and you keep managing him hard. Is there anybody else? Is Lenine Sosa? Is there anybody who projects somewhere on the major league roster sometime in the next years in line to accelerate that process?
Yeah, I think you are asking a question you don't want to hear the answer to.
That's
pretty
what
much,
I mean.
Sosa hasn't quite been the same since coming back from the oblique injury, but he might be somebody in a week or two who looks like his old self and is worth that long look. Maybe Carlos Perez behind the plate. He's been doing well enough, long enough at AAA to where it feels like he just needs 50 games in the majors to figure out what his weaknesses are, whether they're going to get better or whether he's going to be somebody who's just going to be this third catcher, gets called up and down, second division backup catcher maybe, because the way Sebi Zavala is playing, not quite solidifying himself in the plans for the future. So I think there are those guys, but the pitching depth is more or less shots. And outside of somebody like Jose Rodriguez, who's looking pretty good at Birmingham and still might need that tune-up at AA, I don't know if you want to throw too much on his plate and say, pencil him in for September. He might be somebody who gets there, but in terms of sure things or somebody who, is worth giving all the at-bats to in September, no matter how bad he looks, it's basically those 3 guys.
So how far away is Colson Montgomery?
Well, he's in Winston-Salem right now, so he's taking a step back from Project Birmingham, but so far, it looks like he's doing about as well as you'd hope for, given that he missed 2.5 months with a back injury. When you have a back injury and you don't see anything or hear anything about him for weeks and weeks and weeks at a time, you might be fearing the worst. But since he got back to the Arizona Complex League, worked off the rust there, getting on base a lot at both levels, getting on base a lot at Winston-Salem. So he looks pretty close, but I still think you have to think now that this year set him back a year to where you can count on him. So hopefully, if he can truly pick up where he left off last year and get back to Birmingham, produce there, I'm thinking you might be able to see him by the second half of next year, but in that kind of situation to where if it doesn't work out, it's not a disaster. Send him back down for more seasoning.
I know that we're speaking in generalities here. What would be the lowest return that you would find acceptable for Lucas Giolito?
It depends, I think, on the kind of timetable they want. And when it comes to the way they went through the last rebuild and they looked for certainty, they looked for basically 2 top 100 prospects, and they really sought out that we want to be able to have these guys in the lineup within 2 years, maybe 3 at the most. If they look for that, then hopefully, one of those guys would suffice. But if they're looking for a little bit more open-ended of a timetable and looking more for the, up the middle talent, the precocious talent that can, that maybe needs 3 or 4 years. Maybe they're 19 right now. Maybe they're an A-ball right now. But they have the bat speed you want. They have the play discipline they want. Maybe they strike out a little bit too much. Maybe they're looking for a position, or maybe they're trying to stick at a premium position. Maybe are not quite cut out for that. But, if they're looking for that and they're willing to, I guess, take a step back for a couple of years, I don't want to see them do, and it's hard to say what you want the White Sox to do because it's really hard to know who's going to be running the team next year. It's really hard. Yeah, it's easy as, I think, Jerry Reinsdorf skeptics to say, like, yeah, Rick Hahn will be back next year. But the level of failure this year, if it's going to happen, I think it's going to happen at the end of this year. Like, this is maybe the kind of year you can't come back from. So I want to leave it a little bit open-ended in terms of who's running this team and what they get to do. But, like, if it is the same decision makers in charge, I do not want to see a full-scale teardown just because we saw where that ended up. And it's a bad deal for fans because, all this teardown and flexibility and what have you led to this. So I think, I'd be more in mind of just trying to get a couple guys who are maybe years away and need like 3 years away. But in the meantime, don't use it as an excuse for a total teardown. Just use it as an excuse for like the events that the next couple of years don't go well. We still have some, hopefully, big boppers coming up or, huge impact pitchers coming up in year 3 that'll help us go into overdrive.
I was telling Dan this morning that for me, it would have happened last night. And I get that leaves Kenny in charge of everything, but I kind of don't want Rick to be in charge of valuing and evaluating someone else's minor league talent in returns for the guys that you're going to trade. But we'll see. We'll see what the White Sox end up doing because it's not like the evaluation in return for Rick has been a strength either. You wearing a tuxedo tonight or no?
I am not, but I'm suiting up, so I'm doing that. So we'll be able to follow up and commiserate and such. So what?
No cap? Like you're not gonna wear a baseball cap? Like
I might.
Okay.
I can do that. So suiting up, I think got the baseball pants on, pinstripes. Let's do that.
He says suiting up. He doesn't mean he's wearing a suit.
It means he's got Farmy Oaks baseball pants and he's ready to roll.
Yeah. Well, I think those Southside pants could almost work with a sport coat.
I agree with you.
You can match up the charcoal and pinstripes. Yeah, that could work.
Yeah, he's wearing the White Sox home run jacket and hat. It'll just be perfect.
I feel like there's going to be some sort of White Sox themed thing that happens tonight. I just can't figure out what it is.
The Legays are going to run on the field and beat everybody up.
I think it's a case where, like, you want this to be a special night. Like, he already had his ceremony ruined by a blown save by Joe Kelly in the 8th inning. So I think if you want to isolate, give him a break from the White Sox for one night and be able to celebrate without having some late inning disaster tied to it. Like, I think that'd be fair. So let him decide.
I agree. Jim, thanks for the time. I'll see you later on tonight.
Yep, see ya.
That's Jim Margulis. He is Sox Machine. Next up, the Bulls are being weird.
What?
The Bulls are being weird.
About what?
About waiving a player who barely played for them.
Oh, I thought you were going to say about like maybe trading Zach LaVine.
No, his name is out there because it has to be, and you might as well see if you can be a third team in one of these deals. Just if James Harden ends up here, I am so
man. Done. I am here for the carnival.
I'm done.
I'm not watching the games because I don't like his style of basketball. But I am here for the carnival of James Harden as a Chicago Bull.
No, but you'll continue to hear whatever instability there is in the league, use it as a chance to trade DeMar DeRozan. Not necessarily.
They're not
Zach
trading
LaVine.
DeMar.
I know.
They put him on social media too.
Commercials of people training with him now. God, do they not know what's going on?
Why didn't he help Marlo Simonovic?
It's not Marlo.
Marlo Simonovic.
Yes.
I was telling Studs here in the control room, that's it. I will never know his real name. I'll never remember him by the real name.
Marlo not going to work here anymore.
I honestly feel like it's the perfect way to send him off.
We'll discuss next.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
And the White Sox, I think some of us, many of us, most of us, almost all of us have already given up.
Talking about the Ely event yesterday made me so happy. And then I've been in a big JFK like wormhole lately. I saw the movie over Christmas break. I saw Oliver Stone's documentary about it on Showtime the other day. And then it brought me back around to thinking about Les and something funny that he did during the virtual scorehouse.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but
he kind of got blown away. And I went to the schoolyard. I was in grade school, and I told everybody what had happened because I was watching Bozo's Circus. And then they said, "You're a liar." And I told the teachers, "Put on the radio, and if I'm not lying, then I get a whole week off without any kind of penalty." And they put it on. Sure enough, it had happened, and then we found out 5 minutes later that he was deceased.
Great story, Les.
Great story, Les.
Dude, I forgot about that. He kind of got blown away. what vivid imagery to discuss a generational defining moment. He kind of got blown away.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away.
Kind of got blown away.
Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there.
Yeah. And what
FBI.
a ridiculous question by Mitch. Remember Mitch hosting that score house? We're like, oh, we can't do score house because of a pandemic. Let's put all of the on-air people on together, and we'll just pretend like we're at score house. But Mitch Rosen is the moderator, and then he would go around to each of us and ask questions. Oh my!
Do you remember Spiegs during the Scorehouse virtual reunion? Out on the balcony of that restaurant asking the waitresses to turn the music down?
Yes. Wasn't he? Yeah, he was on vacation, right?
Yeah, again.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Hey, I'm doing something very important here. I'm on a virtual scorehouse on Twitch that none of us are getting paid for. I had way too much wine. That's by far the most inebriated I've ever been broadcasting. It wasn't over the air, right? That was just the Twitch thing?
Just Twitch, yeah.
Yeah, it was just Twitch. That's okay. It's not regulated by the FCC. He kind of got blown away there.
Simonovic on this team.
Because he's bad.
Yes, I know. I know he's bad.
He's bad.
I'm keenly aware of that. That's from the Organizations Win Championships podcast, most recent episode. It was before the Bulls waived Marko Simonovic. We're taking a look at the Summer League roster because Jason's a pro bum expert, so I could mention any name in the Summer League roster, and he knew who it was and where he's been and where the guy went to college and how he projects and all that. So he's in charge. I allow him to be in charge of the Summer League, and he's...
Isn't he also like in charge of where did this guy go to college?
Well, that's the OWC College Showdown. That's how we finish out every show, is I give him 3 currently rostered NBA players, and he picks 3 vintage NBA players. He's pulled some ones out of there from like the early 80s that I just, come on, I haven't even heard of. But
I'm kind of amazed that I was able to pull Vinny Del Negro, North Carolina State.
Yeah, well, I mean, hell, I watched him play there, but he was there before Chris Corciani because Valvano had to replace one point guard with another guy cut from the same cloth who reminded him of him because that's how he used to do it. But Marko Simonovic was not on the Summer League roster, and we noticed that. And it wasn't just because he's bad; it's because they cut him.
Because he's bad.
Well,
yes, I know.
Drops didn't get a lot of play on this show.
Yeah, as it should. As it should.
Because he's bad.
Imagine the possibilities. There's still so much baseball.
We got Bears season coming up. Yeah, there's.
But I was gonna start thinking
that drop is like you should be proud of that drop, Dan, because that is the essence of you. Like that is. Like, I had this conversation with my father this week where I was like, "Oh my God, I'm my father." Like I had like the conversation where I was like, "Pop, so I had this idea for a short story," and he was looking at me and I was like, "Oh no, I'm you."
That's supposed to be a good thing.
It is a good thing. This is Jason. Like this is the most you.
Because he's bad.
That he's ever been in his life.
But I was starting to make a point about, isn't it interesting that the Summer League roster doesn't, and we all knew it was likely the guy who's going to get cut, but I didn't think he felt that passionately about it.
Have you listened to this show? That's what you do when I bring up a player who's bad. You go,
because he's bad.
Yes. Well,
yeah.
Now he's not a Bull anymore. But oddly, the Bulls decided to do like a social media goodbye party for him.
Dan, I swear.
What are you doing?
Last night before I went to bed, finished up the White Sox games, it put a couple thoughts down in my notes on my phone. And I said, let me, check on Instagram. Fired off a couple text messages to the crew. Tony Gill, Herb Lawrence, and Rick Camp. And then I scrolled Instagram. I was like, let me just scroll Instagram real quick before I go to bed. There's a post from the official Chicago Bulls.
You're sure it's not from Jim Boylan?
Yes.
Welcoming Arturas Karnisovas to town?
No, it's not that. It is the official Chicago Bulls.
If you build it, they will come.
And it seems to show Marko Simonovic at the free throw line, but none of us can remember Marko Simonovic at the free throw line.
In 3 years.
That was from Picture Day.
He played a total of 55 NBA minutes.
You think so?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what Marlo.
Crazy Marlo.
Maybe it's Marlo.
And then it
like
says
Mario.
Marlo Simonovic.
This is the crazy part. It says, transaction, we have waived Marko Simonovic.
Doggone.
Brad, what you gonna do?
Good callback.
Brad, what you gonna do? Because he's bad.
He says, thank you and best of luck, Marko.
I don't recall saying crackers are a family food.
So here's the thing.
I remember saying good luck.
I don't recall saying good luck.
If I'm Marko, bleep you.
Right.
Bleep you.
What if you're the scout that stood on the table to use a second round draft pick on him? You're like, you don't want to be like, Just let him go. Let him go get his job in Japan or wherever he's going to play.
Sometimes you can just say nothing.
Right. Just don't. You don't want to highlight a failed second-round pick. If you draft a guy in the second round, and in 3, and I know whatever, the volatility there, but in 3 years, if he can only play mop-up minutes in blowouts.
Because he's bad.
But, like, don't trumpet the, well, we wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. Bon voyage, and vaya con Dios, and Godspeed. What? No, just let him leave.
Okay.
A normal team just lets him leave.
Okay. So let's say that you're like, well, we have to, this is a way people are getting news from our team, and obviously we want engagement. Let me give you an example of the engagement they got after they posted this goodbye Marlo Simonovic post.
Marco.
Whatever.
Marlo Simonovic.
This is what they got. Someone's going to pick him up, and when he gets his chance, he's going to ball out. Who is the last player the Bulls actually developed? He is good. Management sucks. Can't develop good players to fit your roster, and it shows. Hyped him up for nothing. What do you expect from a team that can't develop talent? We really thought he was going to be something special. Billy Donovan needs to go. These are all like the first 10 comments underneath this. It's unbelievable. Bulls will be giving up 2 firsts for him in about 3 years.
What are you talking about?
Sell
man?
the team. Bruh, we don't want to win. I'm convinced. It's bowl time in Chicago. I'm actually okay with the idea of bowl. But why are you doing a goodbye post to Marko Simonovic?
That's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for everybody involved.
It's like,
to be honest.
Like if you have a job and then like maybe you're on the air for like 6 months and then you're like, come on, man. It doesn't need a goodbye post.
Like he's at no point did anybody in the Bulls organization really think he was a prospect.
Well, that was no, that is
I'm
incorrect.
saying until they saw him play.
I was gonna say, like, someone thought he was a prospect.
Did. That's what I mean. Like once he got going, like, okay, let's see it. Just shoved out of the way. Europe will be fine. He can go play in France.
He can build a life there
and go play forever there. I mean, come on.
Have the Jason Bernstein drop ready, okay? This is good. 815 texter. Hey, Dan, Nick Madrigal.
Because he's bad.
See, it works for everything.
I mean, if you we covered a G League game. We watched a lot of the Bulls G League basketball games.
So you saw my guy Marcus. Javon
Marlo Simonovic.
No, Marcus Liberty, Javon Freeman Liberty.
I see it, and Javon Freeman Liberty. Looking at the physical tools,
looks like an NBA player.
Yes, the body is great. He just needs to work on the game. But everybody around the team, everybody close to that Windy City thing is just like, he didn't do the little things well. He had trouble physically, and he just was not a very aware passer. I mean, maybe he can make a life somewhere standing in the corner and trying to shoot threes somewhere. Who knows? Maybe he'll find the upper body strength that he needs, but it never caught fire.
But I know he can score. And if you can do that, they'll find a place for you. This texter says, it's like firing someone and having a party for them after they left. Correct. You don't have to share everything. You could have just waved that man and let that man go on with it. Thank God he's either not on Instagram or they didn't tag him. Because that would have been like the most insulting thing.
They still put his face on the picture.
They did. And did he shoot a free throw like maybe at the end of the season in one of those games?
I'm going with picture day. That's what I'm going with.
I think he got into the game in Paris, didn't he?
That's what I think that's what it was.
I think both he and Carlik Jones got into the game in Paris.
That sounds familiar.
Because I'm like, when did he shoot free throws? When was he ever in a game long enough to shoot a free throw?
I think it might have been that game. When we return, let's talk about an actual NBA prospect and something that happened. We have the latest on what was a breaking news story during the show yesterday coming up on The Score.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks Sox 3 times a week on The Score.
Coming up today at 4 with No,
Well, we
you.
want to hear your exit
I
today.
heard about Bernsey leaving you on the air in the middle of the show.
But not even in the middle of the show. At 10:15?
So
at 10:15?
All right.
Why did he show up to work?
So here's what happened.
No, like, can we hear it? Do you mind if we hear
Let's
it?
hear it. Let's hear it.
Let's hear it.
I've got to get on a plane in like 2 hours because it is impossible to get to Harrisburg. The one thing Rod Zimmerman warned me about Bucknell. You can't get there. It's in the middle of nowhere.
And you're fired.
And you're fired. All right, yeah. So, sorry. I've got to get my kid out of school and get to O'Hare.
That's fine. That means I got more time with Dan Wiederers.
Yeah, you're going to have an old-fashioned Lawrence Holmes show today. So get the bass drop ready, Mike Rankin. All right, apologies to all for my lack of professionalism.
Go.
But, family first.
Go be with your son and try to get out of town before all the snow comes our way.
All right, peace and love.
Oh my God!
So
that's amazing.
All right, so look,
you couldn't even wait for the break.
The concept of weather.
No, this is what happened. We're
not
sitting
know how
there,
planes work?
and he goes, "Hey, just so you know, I'm trying to find a different flight." During the first segment, he's just booking flights. Like that's all he's doing
During the segment.
is booking flights. And then I saw like the eureka moment where he had figured out the Matrix and he's got everything all set and ready to go.
Yeah.
And then he's doing like this. He's like, and I'm like,
He's holding up the phone.
Use your words. And that's when he decided to tell all of us that he had to go.
I've got to get on a plane. Apologies to all for my lack of professionalism. Peace and love.
It's about time that apology came, by the way.
But
I've been waiting for that for 15 years.
Family first is just kind of funny in that context too, because isn't he going for
It's like orientation.
orientation?
Yeah.
He talked about that like he had gotten some sort of horrifying news. Like
Yes.
I need to leave. I need to get on a plane. Like my family needs me. Ah, man, you could drive.
Is it possible he was going to check on Todd Frazier? You know, if that's possible.
I gotta go.
Going downstairs, you take over, okay?
Callers 6 and 7 to the score contest line right now. Both callers 6 and 7. 312-540-0670 will win a pair of passes to see the Bernstein and Holmes show live with Cubs manager David Ross, Tuesday, July 18th, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the Blue Cross Blue Shield performance stage. You can hang out for the show and a meet and greet with Rossi. Blue Cross Blue Shield, through it all.
So there was some sort of incident between Britney Spears and Victor Wembanyama out at the Aria in Las Vegas. By the way, Wembanyama is going to make his Vegas League debut tonight. I believe the game's at 9 o'clock.
Tough ticket, sold out, going for a lot on the secondary market.
Well, on the primary market, it's $100. You paying $100 for that?
Hell no.
Yeah, I didn't think so. But it seems like Britney Spears wanted to take a picture with Victor Wembanyama. She didn't let people know who she was, and then she either tapped him on the shoulder and then got backhanded for it, or grabbed him, depending on who you listen to, and then she got shoved away, and maybe her hand hit her own face. Either way, she has filed a police report and now has spoken up about the incident. So now we've got Victor's point of view on this, which is being the guy that was walking as someone was trying to stop him.
I saw the news, obviously, this morning. I woke up to a couple of phone calls, and
So yeah, there was something did happen a little bit when I was walking with some security of the team to some restaurant. We were in a hall. There was a lot of people, so people calling me obviously, and there was one person who was calling me, but we talked before with the security, don't stop because it's gonna make a crowd. So I couldn't stop. So that person was calling me, sir, and that person grabbed me from behind. So I didn't see what happened because I was walking straight and we told don't stop. But that person grabbed me from behind, not on my shoulder. She grabbed me from behind, and so I just know that the security pushed her away. I don't know with how much force though, but security pushed her away, and I didn't stop to look, so I kept walking and enjoyed a nice dinner. That was fun with you guys.
Just one follow-up. That one person that grabbed you from behind, you think was Britney Spears?
So actually, I didn't know for a couple hours, but when I came back to the hotel, I had forgotten about these events, but I didn't forget about it, but I thought it was no big deal, and the security of this place told me it was Britney Spears. So I was like, no, you're joking, but. Yeah, it turns out it was Britney Spears, but I didn't know because I didn't see her. I never saw her face. I just kept walking straight, and that's it.
Okay, a couple things here.
Well, the AP's just reported now that the police have looked at all of the surveillance video, and the police say that she inadvertently hit herself in the face.
Okay,
great. The video's out there. I'm looking at it right now.
So I was thinking about this. I was like, I'm trying to figure out like the closest comp that I could get. So the 7-footer that I've actually been in social settings with is Will Perdue. I'm 5'9", so I'm a half a foot taller than Britney Spears, and he's a little bit shorter than Victor Wembanyama. And I'm like, could I actually tap him on the shoulder?
Not the top of the shoulder, maybe. Sure, you could.
But now make me 6 inches shorter.
You could.
And make him 3 inches taller.
She didn't touch his shoulder. It was like the middle of his back.
That's what I was thinking. That the math ain't mathing on this.
We have to do socks math again. Don't make me do socks math
No.
again.
You're not going to have to do socks math for the rest of the season. You've declared them dead. Although
I'm free of socks math?
Well, you're free unless they win like 12 out of 15.
Fine.
Okay. Even then, they're still below 500.
I know, studs.
Considerably. They're 15 games under.
They'd still be like 4 games under 500.
I'm just saying, I don't want to be in here in the middle of August and Sox fans are like, why aren't you guys doing Sox math? Sox are only 3 games back. So I'm leaving at least the door ajar. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out how the maths on this. And I think that Victor's right. Like, she couldn't have tapped him on his shoulder. He probably did feel like it was maybe not a grab, but like someone hitting you in the middle of your back is not fun.
Mike Bibby be flopping.
So you can see on the video, which was released by TMZ, she kind of like almost like half jogs up from behind him, taps him on the back. Security takes her arm and swats it back, and it goes right into her face.
Oh, that sucks. Can I fix this for everybody?
Yes.
I'm going to fix this for every single person. Guess who's sitting courtside tonight?
Ice Cube.
No. Well, probably. At the Summer League game. Britney Spears. And before the game, she does with Victor, with dude. Remember dude from, is it the Phoenix Suns? The owner of the Phoenix Suns? Because he had gotten to the altercation.
Yeah, with Jokic.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're pulling a Jokic. That's what we're doing tonight. Brittany, we would love for you to be at Victor's game. We are going to set up an opportunity for the two of you to meet.
They meet. They shake hands.
He gives her a big old hug and goes, I'm really sorry. I did not know it was you. I'm a huge fan of your music, even though I was barely a baby when you were out here doing stuff.
And then they finish by both wishing Marko Simonovic good luck in his future endeavors.
Correct.
Okay. Got
See?
it.
Everyone wins.
Because he's bad.
Well, we still would like him to be okay. We will talk with Parkins and Spiegel about all of this stuff next here on The Score.
Coming up at 2 on the Parkins and Spiegel show, Friday in the summer. It's a great time to talk to our friend Pat Tomasulo, plus Steve Stone at 4 o'clock. And is this the beginning of the end of all of our addiction to social media? It's a fantasy segment on a Friday.
King Cobra, $42 right now.
Okay, so here, because what? Wait a damn minute. How do you have King Cobra with you?
Okay, so this is a studio prop now, although it is real beer in here in this King Cobra 40 ounce.
That's malt liquor. You
That's
put some
right,
respect
baby.
on that liquid.
That's malt liquor. That's right. And I got this for Jay Zawoski on his 40th birthday, 40 ounce for his 40th. And it still resides here in the studio. So
see,
we're talking King Cobra. We got the prop now.
This is the truth.
Oh, God.
New look, same taste. Don't threaten me with a good time.
While he's looking at the King Cobra bottle.
You ever do Edward 40 hands?
No.
You don't know that? You want to talk about dumb white guy? Sorry.
See, double. See?
How did you drink that 40 ounce already, Dan?
You put the King Cobra in his hands,
No,
and he already went there.
I can't believe it.
Sorry.
I can totally believe it.
Edward 40 hands.
Oh, the people on the stream got a treat.
So what you do is this is total stupid white person stuff. 40 of your choice. You get one in either hand. Roll a duct tape.
And then the other one.
And someone duct tapes the 2 40s, and you are that, and the duct tape does not come off until the 40 is empty. So you can free one hand, and then you go to work on the other. Yeah, it's a gorgeous day out. Start your weekend. Go do stuff. Thank you to Jim DeShays, to Jim Margulis. It was all guest named Jim Day. Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer, Evan Thomas did all the stuff that they do. And now to take you into your afternoon and up to your dinner time is the Parkins and Spiegel show. We picked the same shirts.
We sure did.
Oh,
what about Chicago shirts?
I should have worn mine.
Love everyone around here rocking them all the time.
Wasn't
It's great.
Ray wearing one yesterday?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, he
Ray
was.
Ray White might wear it more than anybody.
It's a great cause.
Oh yeah, great cause. I like the look.
High quality shirt.
High quality.
High quality
baby.
shirt and anything with the Chicago flag, man.
Yeah.
Anything.
It's a good look.
I agree. My
It's a good look.
I think my favorite shirt is my baseball with the Chicago flag on the baseball.
Anything with it.
It's a good look.
Yeah.
Rocks.
All right, good talk, guys.
Thanks
a
guys.
lot.
See you later. No.
See ya.
You just mentioned the guy from Socks Machine made us laugh.
Jim?
Yeah, Jim. Thank you.
That's Jim, but Josh Nelson.
But Josh Nelson.
His friends call him Jim.
Right, well, Josh Nelson came on your guys' show on the 4th of July on the day of his wedding.
Right.
Killed me. I loved it.
And so tonight,
and his grandmother died like 15 minutes before.
Wait, no, that was Danny.
I related to it.
Right.
I was like, this guy,
Bubba.
he's my content spirit animal, and I
so
didn't even
sad.
know. I've been following him on Twitter for a couple years now.
So like the big reception
Twitter,
stuff
what's
is
that?
tonight. And I feel like Ray, we did the schedule specifically so that he wouldn't be on the show
Yeah,
today.
I had nothing to do with booking that one, man.
That wasn't us.
Yeah.
That was someone calling him on the fly.
And
It
he,
was
but
so
he was
funny,
asked,
though.
Yeah, and he said that nothing cuts stress like talking about the White Sox.
That's what I told him this morning. He was posting White Sox stuff, and I was like, dude, you don't need this today.
Yeah.
You don't need this.
But maybe he does.
Apparently.
Yeah, but maybe he does.
I am very interested in how Soxy this is going to be tonight.
The wedding reception?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
nice.
boy.
Because I mean, it's during a Sox Cardinals game. It is literally in Bridgeport.
That Sox Cardinals game means a lot to both those teams involved.
Well, I've already thrown out the records.
You got to.
I was told that's what you do. So first thing I did when I woke up.
I hope you digitized them first because there
Wait,
were some
did you
good
let-
albums in there.
Did you let the brooms out?
No.
Who let them out?
No, I didn't. It's usually my job.
Well, at least before you leave,
Yes.
let the brooms out for the Cubs.
Okay.
All right?
I will.
Who let the brooms out? Who? Oh, you thought that we made that up?
I just went there with you.
Oh no, my friend.
Somebody did that?
Oh, that's the
Sports
genesis
Minute?
of it.
Oh yeah, Sean Morash wanted to know that age-old question. Who let the brooms out?
I got to say, the Sports Minute, whatever the intention was with the Sports Minute, there's a lot of
rap sponsored into content.
Yeah, right.
Or content into sponsor.
There's a lot of
Rome is the only one who gets it.
There's a lot of unintended
Get out.
consequences.
Like, go hard to the rim every time, and then John Feinstein killed it.
Yeah,
to be clear, Speaks, that is not an old one from back when
This
Who
is
Let
like
the Dogs came out.
3 weeks ago.
Got you. Well, forgive me for not hearing that.
No, it's better that you
But the
didn't.
unintended consequences
forgiven.
of the Sports Minute, the only context in which I know the name Sean Morash is to make fun of his Sports Minutes. As far as I can tell, that's his gig.
And they're not even a minute anymore.
No, of course not.
No, they haven't been a minute for a
20
while.
seconds.
Yeah.
Sports half minute.
That's why Romy gets it. Let me get this takeoff, and here's your commercial on the back end.
Maybe Sean Morash will be the one guy that'll take the job sitting across from Bayless.
Bayless is stepping away for a while.
He has to. They don't have a.
He doesn't have somebody.
Only because they don't have a partner.
Because he's bad.
Wait a minute. Same network. Danny, you have a best friend who I would imagine would be on a short list for
my
that
God.
job, right?
Wait, no, I thought you meant Danny because Danny,
No, Danny would
destroy.
take that job.
Oh, he would destroy Skip Bayless.
See ya.
The
Yeah, I would
Spiegel
take
and
that
Spiegel
job.
show afternoons on the score.
I would take that job.
But you would demolish Skip Bayless.
But he doesn't
He doesn't want to be
concede 2
demolished.
points.
Right, he doesn't argue from the same planet that other people
exactly.
do.
The logical doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Right.
no. Yeah, I mean, my best friend Nick has been floated by Mike McCarthy.
I would imagine
as a guy. That will not be happening. That will not,
Good for him.
That will not be happening. He's fronting his own vehicle, and I think he will be fronting his own vehicle for the foreseeable future.
Good for him.
And they're crushing it. In their show has massive growth that's never happened in that time slot. So he's in a very good spot. I don't think he's looking to do that.
I made the suggestion of Ozzie Guillen.
Baseball doesn't matter in that world.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm going to produce the hell out of Ozzy. He'll be ready to go.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Ozzy's he's in a good headspace as a content provider.
He is.
That dude is unfiltered and hilarious.
He's our Barkley.
Which is why I say, hey, Ozzy, here's $7 million. You want to go yell at Skip Bayless for a while?
He'd enjoy that.
Go get it, baby.
He would definitely enjoy that.
I'll get him ready for football season. Here's your cards. This is what we're doing.
All you need to know who the quarterbacks are.
That's it.
Right. Dak Prescott cannot.
Ozzy, did you play quarterback in Venezuela growing up?
What do you care?
Go bleep yourself.
You don't even like Venezuelans. Like how quickly. And now the best.
Yeah. And now Skip Bayless is off for another 2 months while they wait for another guy.
How about this? Mended fences. Skip and Rick.
Oh.
The brothers?
No one would watch.
I mean, we would watch.
Yeah, I mean, I'd consume the clips
episode.
on Twitter. Yeah, I'd watch the first episode.
No, too creepy.
How about Max Kellerman worked with Stephen A. in the aftermath?
I'm fine with it.
Might as well go over there.
Sure.
I think they'll probably do Skip versus the world.
No, AI.
Yeah. Oh, I was giving you an honest answer. Yeah, that's funnier.
Skip versus like if you really want it's like John Henry against the machine.
Sure.
It's like here you go. If you are the supposed in your mind the greatest arguer of sports ever, we are going to match you up every day with an algorithmic artificial intelligence sports bot
that is relentless.
Yes,
that's why I should get the job.
So it could be a victory for humankind. Skip, you represent humanity.
Can you defeat
against
AI?
the machines?
Right. Jordan beat the Monstars. Can you beat the machine?
And we're
good.
gonna create the AI off of you.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's going to be U-Bot.
Yeah.
But it's going to
Like
look
War
like
Games.
Tim
He's
Tebow.
learning.
Yeah.
It's going to look like Tim Tebow.
By the way, you're listening to Sports Radio 670, The Score, WSCR HD Chicago, WMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Station. I have a very important question.
This is very well done.
So when you take off the top of, let's say, cottage cheese or sour cream.
I take the top off the defense first. Just with my pure speed.
In the pint container. You take off the hard top first, and then there's that like soft film, right?
If you don't lick it, you have a problem.
Well,
or take a knife and scrape it on.
Are you saying keep it halfway on or take it all the way off?
Let the man ask his question.
Sorry.
You take it. I used to be a guy who takes it off entirely, throws it out, and then I just use the lid as the Lord intended to be there. I now live with a woman who likes to take it like halfway off.
She peels.
And she peels, and then she puts it back on, so it's an extra layer of
it's an extra layer of
theoretical
bacteria.
protection.
It's wrong. That's the opposite. It's an extra layer of where bacteria can
And
form.
it's annoying as all hell.
You're supposed to get rid of it. You peel it off, you lick it, and you throw it away.
The licking is optional.
No, it's mandatory.
In
Dan
my
wants
life,
to talk about the licking, okay?
But you absolutely throw it away.
you have to throw it away.
Yeah.
Who are these heathens out there?
You
Who
married
else?
one.
I know.
I would
but
watch
I don't
the
think
language on that, considering the person that you're talking about.
Well, but but there are other people I'm sure
That's
who
good advice.
also leave that.
Do you ever buy the brand Fage, Fage?
Very often.
Okay, that's got a piece of paper on it.
Yeah,
That's not
it
even
does.
like. Would you put that back?
No,
of course not.
No. All right, good. But there is apparently a somewhat large faction of humanity that has left that film there under the actual lid. And I think everyone who's doing that is doing it wrong. I've spoken.
Wow.
Yeah, you're right.
Fair enough.
No, you're right. That was an important question.
Now can I ask you,
Thanks,
what about
man.
Pat Fitzgerald?
And also, can she properly open and close cereal boxes?
What does that
yes.
mean?
I don't think I can.
She's militant about that.
Good.
And our son is learning the right way to deal with
What does
cereal
that
boxes.
mean?
Yeah, because I take some notes here because I get the Cheerios out in the morning for the boys, and I'm just like, nah. Back in the pantry.
Yeah, like for years, both our kids and Zoe still, and we still make fun of her because just the idea of like slide your finger underneath, don't tear off an entire tab.
Because then you can never use the tab again.
Right.
I know.
Or rip the bag. It's like there's so
That's
many
horrendous
steps.
design, though. That's bad design that we as a nation, I think, have evolved beyond.
Well, I've thought about why haven't more companies stolen the Pringle concept? Like every bag of chips should be resealable. Pringles don't go stale at the same rate as other chips do.
They're also not real chips.
I was just going to say, because Pringles are all chemicals.
Pringles are reconstituted potato products.
They're delicious. They're also
plastic.
They're
I
also
believe-
packaged differently.
I could
too,
be
so-
wrong. I believe Pringles have been chewed, the regular chips that have been chewed and then extruded
Wait,
back
you guys don't
into
like Pringles?
They're not potato chips.
I love Pringles.
They're
the greatest.
They're great,
Greatest.
but they're potato crisps.
Yeah. They don't even pretend to be chips.
They
Get
can't
outta here.
call themselves chips because they're
Danny,
extruded.
I'm sorry. He is now taking the fun out
Oh
of
my
Pringles.
God! What do you mean?
They're not potato chips.
Maybe
They're not allowed to call themselves potato chips.
Maybe
So
my
you're saying that
favorite,
they stay relatively fresh, loose term, not because of the container in which they're in, but
No.
because of the scientific way that they're made?
I think that is true.
That bothers me.
Because they're mashed potatoes that are shaped into saddles and filled with other things. Not just salt. Look at the ingredients sometimes.
Have you ever thought,
Oh, no.
well, like, what are the interesting happenstance that all these chips are exactly the same size and
Well,
shape?
I knew that. Thank you.
It's like Goodfellas with the razor blade.
My point was, I thought
Extruded
that the
liquid that
resealable
becomes-
lid would be useful in a cereal situation.
It's irrelevant. I think the resealable lid, I believe, is irrelevant.
Can
Irrelevant.
I ask you guys a question?
About Pat
of-
Fitzgerald.
of does this make me someone who is actually saving something, or should I have just thrown it away?
That's a good question.
So, had a sandwich, had some chips, individual bag of potato chips.
Yeah.
Chips were great. I was done with the sandwich. I was kind of full.
Put the sandwich in the chip bag.
Who's
And
done
then-
with the
No,
sandwich?
the sandwich was
Oh,
done.
I thought you were done with the chips. Okay.
I clipped the chip bag.
Clip the little mini chip bag.
Yeah,
It's adorable.
The individual chip bag, I clipped it.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's all right?
I think so.
Well,
I don't
or do
know
you
what-
throw away like if
7
with the dip?
chips?
Yeah, like
Don't waste those chips.
Yeah.
No, those are good chips.
You got
And you're
another
going to eat
sandwich.
them that day, right? You're going to eat them
Yeah.
later that day,
that
next
day
day
or
at
the
most.
next day or whatever.
Yeah,
I would argue,
you're
See,
good
I've
there.
reused the chip bag before. I finished the chips. You have a little bit of a sandwich left, and you put the remaining sandwich in the chip
To
bag
get
and
the
clip
salt,
that.
to get the salty,
Or
like
just clip,
remnants.
just keep it fresh. If you don't have a Ziploc bag like, on you,
Reuse the chip bag.
I learned a
You're a resourceful man.
yes,
That's very smart.
frugal. Too.
I learned a
Yeah, you
snacking
know,
lesson
cheap bastard.
from Jonathan Hood back in the day when we were both producing.
More.
Which is to open the bag of Doritos and pour the bag of peanut M&Ms
Yeah.
directly into the Doritos.
That is,
and then discard the peanut M&M bag and then just eat them together, bite for bite. I find it to be genius.
if I could actually have peanut M&Ms, and at the time I would still experiment when Jonathan brought this up. He's dead on. That's it. That's a perfect
It
combination.
is a remarkably excellent combination.
It works out. Why are you shaking your head? Go ahead and take the fun out of
yeah.
this.
He doesn't like
You
the
already
sweet and
ruined
salty.
Pringles.
Chocolate covered pretzels.
I didn't ruin Pringles. I just explained what they are.
You attempted to.
No, I didn't. I like
you
Pringles.
attempted to.
I
Look
like
at the
Pringles.
ingredients. They're not chips. It has nothing to do with the container.
They can't call themselves chips.
What do you mean can't?
They're not
Because
allowed.
they're not allowed.
They're not chips.
By who?
It's
By
like
the
it's
FDA.
The FDA. It's,
By
it's,
Big Chip?
it's like American
And
cheese.
Big Lou.
Swung on it, Bill.
Let's call Chip Gary.
We've got a Donnybrook.
Ask him Pringles question.
I mean, there's pretty much no such thing as American cheese.
Right, American processed cheese food.
Yeah,
but
that's-
deluxe American is cheese
Deluxe American is cheese.
and better and
All
worth
right.
and worth
And
double the
Soylent
price.
Green is people.
All right, what's your Pat Fitzgerald question?
Should he be fired?
Should we what?
Should he be fired?
Okay. What was the hazing?
We don't know.
So no.
They know though.
But they knew enough to suspend him.
But how do we know?
We'll find out once reporters start asking questions and Katie Strang gets on the case.
We'll see.
She should be on a plane right
knew,
now.
They knew enough to suspend him for 2 weeks.
But okay.
It's the softest suspension of all time, by the way.
This punishment,
The off-season suspension.
the
Yes.
July
I'm not-
2 weeks.
Danny.
the camp doesn't start until August.
Danny.
He got 2 weeks unpaid. He makes
doesn't
$5
miss-
million a year. He
Danny.
misses one paycheck. He's probably happy for the time
He,
off.
he doesn't miss recruiting day.
doesn't miss- yeah, the-
anything.
I'm not suggesting that because of this incident.
And he can't go to Kenosha.
I'm not suggesting that because of this
It's a gift.
incident, Pat Fitzgerald should be fired. Considering the last 4 seasons of Northwestern football, including
Oh, you mean the 11 losses last year?
Yeah, including a season where you didn't win a game on American soil
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah.
And the fact that the university was so appalled at whatever they found out that they were like, you can't take the kids to Wisconsin anymore, sir. Whatever was going on at your camp in Wisconsin, we're not doing that bleep no more. We are not going to allow you to take the children outside of the supervision of our university ever again.
Oh, see, I read it a little differently. I read this as like performative punishment. I actually would be a little surprised if what they found here was like so grotesque and so horrible.
Well,
I might be dead ass wrong about this because there's basically no details out there.
I had the same
But it's a
impression.
very, very soft punishment.
I had the same impression, but doesn't this kind of performative punishment inspire journalists like Bernstein's talking about?
They own it right now.
Yeah, you're jumping up and causing a red flag by trying to sweep this away.
It's your
involving
hired
him in your
investigation.
press release.
They've got a report this thick in a desk drawer. So only they know. And it is nebulous on purpose. All the language is very nebulous. And we know there was a whistleblower.
Yes.
But we don't know if there are lurid details of things being shoved in orifices or the typical things that we expect from the horror stories that we've heard.
Sure. Why punish him at all if you are afraid of the light and the inevitable journalism that is going to come from this?
Because you think you're smarter than everyone.
Even though you are the home of Medill journalism school.
Yeah, like that's the only thing that I hear what you guys are saying, but it's just like it would seem to be a really bad PR misstep and a self-inflicted wound.
We do see that all the time, though.
We do. We do.
We just see it all the time.
And we see it from
arrogant
cover-ups.
From arrogant college athletic programs who believe that they are above it all.
Especially when you have a football coach
we made him feel
runs
that
it like
way.
his own fiefdom.
Oh, I mean, the guy's job is sponsored, right? Isn't he like the Ryan family head football coach?
Well, a lot of professors are named chair professors.
Sure, but he
but
has been emboldened every 3 years by
Correct.
NFL offers that
Because
just end up with him with
Jason
more
Lock
power.
and
Real
Flora
or
gives out
imagined.
But we
ideas.
contribute to it. We contribute to it by making Northwestern. It's fun when they win. When they lose, we don't care. It's cute, and the standards to which we hold them, just because it's Northwestern.
Yeah,
I at least am consistent. I also don't care when they win.
That's true.
Yeah, I am consistent.
Good job with that.
Hey, you know
across the
what?
board.
I'll tell you this much, Dan. That Rutgers fan right now,
Right?
feeling really good
the house,
about this.
the house divided. Except didn't they have the basketball coach who was throwing the balls at people's heads?
That's fine.
Okay,
but this is a bigger deal,
Right.
And if you're the Rutgers Northwestern house divided house,
Yeah.
you're feeling pretty good. If you're
yeah,
Rutgers,
the pendulum swings back.
The overall stink of college athletics, draping itself in honor and glory and
Yes.
having all that stuff that really goes on underneath the surface has escaped Pat and Northwestern largely. But really, when you think about it, I don't think it's a coincidence that Kane Coulter and that whole movement happens there. They were dead last in adopting NIL. Of name and likeness. They were absolutely last among the Big Ten, fighting it the entire way.
what I was saying about Pat and Dabo having a lot of things in common when it comes to the power dynamics.
Let's also not forget, they had not one but 2 documented point shaving scandals.
It's pretty
amazing.
That is a bit above
one
average.
in football,
Yeah.
and one in basketball.
Yeah.
Actual proven point shaving.
Mm-hmm. That's just because they're near Chicago.
When I went to when I went to their basketball game last year, it was jarring how little individualism was anywhere. Like on the scoreboard.
It's a nice place though.
Yeah, but they don't put the players' names on the scoreboard. The only time a player's name, it'd be like Johnson for 2, just like the PA announcer. But it's not anywhere. It's all very
front of the shirt, Danny.
Exactly.
And yes, and I think
big into that.
How do you not connect that to the fact that they pushed against NIL longer than every school?
You do. Yeah, I was like, it seems like you guys are making a big mistake. Like, we want to recruit good players to come here, but you'll never know who they are. So you guys think big story here being covered up? That's your instinct?
No. I think possibility for big story. Hope there is journalism in college football locally that can help unearth.
Or nationally, I think they're inviting further scrutiny. The way that they handled it, they are asking for somebody to come digging.
Well, when I got in and read the story, the first thing I asked in the show meeting, I was like, did I miss it, or has anyone seen the details of what happened? Because the reporting is just so weird.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, no, I felt the exact same way, but the punishment just reads hilarious.
Like, it's one thing if they just made somebody uncomfortable and out of a safe zone because they made him sing "The Sun Will Come Out Tomorrow." It's another thing.
You put hands on someone,
right? If
or you duct tape someone's naked body,
right? It's a tradition that we put this wiffle bat as far up as it goes. That's what's been
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Right. Yeah, of course.
And how do we feel about sitting on an ice block all night long these days?
No,
how do we feel about that?
That's abuse.
Okay.
And frostbite.
Just checking.
And gentlemen, I got to roll.
See you, Lawrence. Have a good one. Fun talk as always. What do we have today?
I don't know. Say how you doing though.
we have Steve Stone at 4:00. Pat Tomasulo at 4:30.
And we got Jake from Talking Yanks on the John Boy Network.
Yeah,
talk little Yankees
do that
Cubs.
That's right at 3:00. Tanny's open kicks us off. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I wasn't expecting to see a headline involving Britney Spears and Victor Wembanyama yesterday, but here we are after Spears supposedly just wanted a photo.
Friday is like the end of the work week, kind of a day that you just feel better than the majority of other days. So we like to get a little spicy around lunchtime on Fridays, and we order pizza. So we call this Pizza Friday. It's the end of the work week kind of thing. You're just feeling some pizza. You have it on a Friday. That's how we get to the end result of
Thank
Pizza
you,
Friday. You're welcome.
So much bad info out there.
A lot of bad info, especially from that loser Dan Bernstein.
Apparently, Spiegs wanted to get in on the action and provide some pizza for Pizza Fridays, but he messed it up.
When we didn't get the text from Spiegs that pizza was available and that, hey, Tandy's going to have to pick it up from X, we got a little worried.
Hey, look, I don't think this part of the story is important. I don't think this part is important that I almost forgot.
Context matters. Context matters. So 12:30
It definitely matters. You almost forgot Pizza Friday.
Well, he didn't almost forget Pizza Friday. He did forget Pizza Friday.
Terrible.
Spiegs calls me 5 minutes later. Oh, my God. I forgot the pizza. Oh, I feel like such a bad guy. You are.
Hang on to those feelings about feeling terrible.
Yeah,
by the way.
Can I get the pizza there? Sure, you get the pizza there. What kind of stuff do you guys like again? Oh, well, Lynn and Chris Wake up at XRT, they'll usually do bacon and jardinera. And then, what do you guys want? Tanny yells from the background. Just sausage.
Because the indecisiveness.
Yeah,
Shane's
he's
not
screaming.
Stop it.
Yeah, he just wants sausage. That's all he wants.
Okay, now and then I go back. Hold on. I go back to the email and I see spinach and jardinera is what Lynn said, so I made sure I got them spinach and jardinera.
I don't care about them.
And then I got you guys a large pizza with sausage on it.
Yeah, okay.
And it's been delivered from Paisano's, a wonderful pie.
Oh, it is. Just sausage? Yeah,
Paisano's is awesome.
wonderful pizza.
There is sausage on the whole thing,
and
as requested.
What else that wasn't requested, you hack?
I got sausage on the entire thing. And then I made an executive decision.
Okay.
It's not your decision to make.
Because I think that the best, I've said this before, the best topping combination
literally none of this matters. Whatever you're about to say, it's
being
irrelevant.
Did I buy the pizza?
It doesn't matter, Spiegs. We told you on Wednesday. You don't have to. This is our thing. We buy the pizza.
Yeah.
This is our thing. Pizza Friday. I eat the pizza. Nobody else eats the pizza. We buy the pizza. When it's our thing, we get to decide what's on the pizza.
You did.
Lynn has never asked me for bacon and jardinera, and I gave him pineapple and ham.
No.
He's never done that, and I've never done that to him.
Shane, hold on a second. There is
I'm
sausage.
at the edge of my seat. What was
there
on
is
this
sausage
pizza?
on your pizza. On the entirety of your pizza. There's also onion on half of it because I believe that sausage and onion is the best way to judge a pizza.
It doesn't matter. You weren't eating it. My God, I hate yelling. It's 2:37 and I'm already yelling.
I didn't bring my Prilosec OTC for the onions on the pizza today. Sorry.
How do you not like onion on a pizza? What the hell's wrong with you people?
It doesn't matter.
I took a stab that you guys would appreciate the onion because sausage and onion
do
is better.
less stabbing.
I yelled sausage if I wanted onion. I'd be like, sausage and onion. It's
Yeah,
simple.
that's how it works. Like I was talking to Tanny earlier. Yes, beggars can't be choosers, but in this case, when we are the ones who started it, we could choose whatever the hell we want. We chose sausage, not sausage and yellow onion.
Well, how about this? It's a large half as onion. You guys just split the other half. Forget it.
Well,
then.
here's the problem with that, and I'm going to assume this is on you. There was
assumption.
onion on the entire pizza,
The whole pizza.
which is what happens when you make an executive decision. Like, oh yeah,
No.
I'm just going to throw onions on it.
There's onion on the whole pizza? I said onion on half.
Well,
You only paid for half onion.
That would
I only paid for half onion.
He wants his $2 back.
It wouldn't happen if you wouldn't have interjected.
Why are we experimenting with this kid young? He can't hit. And what's wrong with Patrick Wisdom? Has he got a mental problem that he can't hit the ball except strike out?
It sounds like you know baseball a little bit.
Oh, I do. I used to be a girls' softball manager 13 years.
Oh, there you go.
Patrick Wisdom, he's only good when he would hit the home runs. Now he can't hit at all.
Yeah, I know. He's still second on the team in homers.
I'm still waiting for her to be wrong about something.
No, she's taking our jobs.
Yeah, she's rolling.
They did your job. They did your job. They did your job. Your job.
No, I'm a crazy baseball nut fan here. I said at my age, in my 80s, I sit here and watch every game. A Cub fan my whole life.
You don't like David Ross?
He makes bad judgments a lot of times.
That's
He does
tough.
stupid stuff.
I thought it was I don't know.
Roberta.
Look at Bellinger. Bellinger is hitting great now. And all I hear on the score is trade him, trade him. My blood pressure's going up. Are you crazy? The young kid. How long is Ross going to leave him in there? We go to Yankee Stadium, it's going to be a joke.
All right, Roberta. Call back anytime, okay? Thank you.
Okay, last time I was told I'd go to jail, and I called back.
Oh, why? Who said that? Was that Dustin?
When Jeff Hoyer got rid of all the stars at once.
Oh, yeah.
And I said they should have protection by his house. And the guy said, "You're a granny. You shouldn't be saying that." My daughter said, "You better stay off the phone for a while."
Call this show anytime. Front of the line.
Okay.
You have carte blanche.
Thanks.
All
Bye.
right. Thank you.
Roberta, 4:45 on Wednesdays.
She's got takes.
I loved that.
Oh my God, you old lady! That's amazing.
Hello.
Nice to meet you, Roberta.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Ted. Here we go. Here we go, Ted. We go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
I hope I'm still giving as lucid and tough a takes in my 80s as Roberta.
Seriously.
That'd be great.
You know, it's a wonderful thing that sports can provide, an opportunity to focus on stuff, gain knowledge, keep track of details, have opinions, have thoughts, a vessel for Roberta's curiosity and emotion.
What do you think will be offending our sports sensibilities in the 2050s, the 2060s, the 2070s? He brought a rocket launcher onto the field. It was unfair that he dunked with the use of a hovercraft.
I can't believe he punched the robot umpire in the face.
Yeah. Doesn't he know? It's a robot.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, we're not going to be
Yeah,
very
we're
good
not
talk
nailing
show. So no.
We're not nailing
Bad
this.
prompts.
I let you down.
To start the
I'm
show.
sorry.
No, it's okay.
Whew, it's Friday.
Yeah, it is Friday.
It really is.
That's
Not a particularly good way to start.
No. No. It
Well, Stoney
wasn't.
should help when he gets here.
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
he'll still be commentating.
Steve, you might help. I mean, we're going to ask.
Yeah, we're gonna
You could
ask.
be-
We're gonna ask for your help.
Could be willing.
Coming up. When is that? That's
4 o'clock.
Yeah, 90 minutes or so.
Yeah, we just got to get there.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Awesome.
Oh, that sounds like a guy who went to the White Sox game last night.
I've enjoyed seeing people be like, now I'm convinced that the White Sox should be sellers. They're 15 games under 500.
And just the way it just continues to happen.
It's been over for a while, boys.
I can't get enough of the idea that 8 times this year, White Sox pitchers as a team have struck out 14 or more batters in a game, and they've lost all 8 of those games.
That is a bit above average.
It is remarkable. And then I saw, that was Chris Kamka's stat, and then Jordan Lazowski did a thread of all the games, and so many of them are either horrific fundamentals on offense or defense where games fell apart late.
Yeah.
Or a certain bullpen guy just didn't have it that day or what have you. But like every other team in baseball is a combined 91-35 when they strike out 14 or more. The White Sox are 0-8. That's tough to do. But they get it done.
I was going to say, but if anyone can do it,
they're the team.
The 2023 White Sox can do it.
Well, 2022 White Sox probably could have done it too.
Absolutely. This is a real hold my beer situation to the 2022 White Sox. They're just trying to one-up them. It's the sequel.
Yeah.
Not many sequels are better than the original, but as this edition of As the Window Closes.
Wait till next season when half the good players that are on the team now are gone.
Yeah, but if they're replaced with younger players that know what they're doing.
From where?
It's good.
Yeah.
It's good. These are good questions. Well,
developed by who?
The trade deadline is coming, Tanny. Go out and get some OPPs. So get other people's prospects and see if they're better than yours.
Do they normally give you guys that are ready to play at the major league level in these type of deals for middling relief pitchers?
No, the thing is they're actually 12 years old, and you just have to figure it out and hope they figure it out.
Yeah, you got to really develop.
I am 12.
It's the right org. It's the right org to be
It's
doing
going to be
it.
perfect. But yeah, so I was surprised. I didn't think I was going to a game of consequence, but then people were like, yep, now I'm convinced the White Sox need to be sellers when they got swept in that doubleheader. But Shane and I were at the end of the first game because we were able to get there as we're walking into the stadium, hear Len Casper on the PA system talking about how it's 0-0 in the 11th. By the time we got to our seats with a couple of beers and Polish sausages, they were down 6-0 in the 11th.
Yeah, I was still here. I went on with Gabe last night to talk some Cubs at around 7, so I just kind of hung around. And around 6:55, I walked into our office. Tanny was still here doing some work, and he said, "This is the worst freaking rally I've ever seen. This is so baseball. Dribblers finding a way here and something finding a hole over there." And it was just preposterously little nail-biting stuff.
We got to talk about my beloved Ghost Runner and the extra innings in White Sox games. He's got to see me there watching it.
Yeah.
There's nothing runner on second base there.
Yeah.
Runner on second and third now.
Mhm. Yeah, no.
Okay, no.
They can't close that deal. No, they can't win that game when it's standing there 90 feet away begging to be won.
No, they're not going to win
So
in that spot.
then you guys are there, and it's the very rare straight doubleheader. How long was your delay between games?
About 45 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. So about 45 minutes. And so I actually got to see less baseball than I was intending to because I had to leave a little early to get back to record First and Pod. We recorded First and Pod last night at 10:30 at night. It's 11:30 out east for Pony. So it was the latest they were able to do. So I had to leave after 5 innings of the second game, but it was a gorgeous night. Thanks to Robert for the tickets, loyal mob member who invited us, and we went and we had a great time. Seats were awesome. The conversation was flowing. But Shane is a hilarious dude to watch a baseball game with, I gotta say, because I'm gonna make an allegation here.
Okay.
Shane, I got a theory about our good friend Shane Reardon. Okay.
Uh-oh.
I got a theory about this, and I didn't tell you this in these terms. You know, the gist of what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
But I have intentionally left out what I think the cause is.
Hey, man, that's good radio instinct right there.
That's what I'm saying.
Proud of you.
Don't give it away for free in the pre-show meeting.
I think Shane has become a Cubs fan.
No.
I think
that's not an allegation, Danny. That's assault.
He goes to a lot of games.
He goes to so many Cubs games.
He really does.
3 blocks north.
And well, that's what I'm saying.
And you know people in the company who give you the good tickets.
He lives so close to Wrigley.
Yeah, he does.
He goes to so many Cubs games. He is such a fan. I mean, he has a relationship with Nico Horner where he acknowledges him from the field.
Yes.
When we were sitting last night, 5 rows behind the White Sox on deck circle.
Ahoy, Paloy.
Yes, we are in very, very good
Father.
seats. And Shane, no exaggeration, miscalled 8 fly balls as home runs.
I don't know if it was 8.
That's very.
I'm not sure it was 8. Danny.
That's very Cubs fan of you, Shane. That's very, very stereotypical Cubs fan to be yelling about every fly ball being a home run.
Here's the thing.
There are a lot of strays getting thrown
That's
here.
right. I'm alienating everybody. Cubs fans,
that's
the
kinda your
executive
thing.
producer.
Yeah.
I'm taking out all covers today, baby. It's Friday.
I know you guys don't have the opportunity as often as I do to sit in very good seats, so maybe you're not familiar with the sound of the ball
It's
coming
so
off.
sadly true. I used to be a made guy in that regard. Not anymore.
When I say that I don't know what ball they're using this year, or what kind of bats they're using, but when I say at Guaranteed Rate Field, the sound of a ball coming off the bat rivals that of a firework 5 feet from you. It sounded like a damn rocket.
You just keep going, that's gone.
I got a couple right.
Yeah. I mean, if you say every ball is gone, you're going to get a couple of right when they got a quadruple A pitcher on the mound.
So you're saying it's a proximity audio issue? That is such a cop-out.
No.
Watch the contact. You're that close.
I am watching
See
it.
the contact.
It's the exit velo. All of those had to have been in the hundreds. I don't know what the wind was doing last night.
If not the thousands.
I was not the only one falling for this. We're just pointing it out because I was the quickest to it. Cat-like reflexes. When that ball comes
wrong
off
reflexes?
when that ball comes off the bat, I know where it's going.
Yeah,
Guys, no one is wrong faster than Shane.
Those are not the kind of cat-like reflexes you want. Those are unnecessary ones.
I felt good about a lot of those.
You did, huh?
I felt real good about a lot of
I'm
those.
saying it was very stereotypical Cubs fan who doesn't know the score. Like that.
Cubs lead by a run. That's off the end of the bat. They're winging and eyeing on every fly ball here tonight.
That's what it was. It was like watching with Tom Brenneman's idea of a Cubs fan.
And fun fact, that is the most notable and most famous Tom Brenneman soundbite currently in rotation.
As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run.
And then the best part, so I am just busting his ball. I mean, because I left after the 5th inning.
Yeah.
There weren't that many opportunities for this to happen. You wouldn't think, but there were. And so I called Shane out on it maybe in like the 3rd inning after there were a few that were like pretty wrong. And he goes, the next one I'm going to get, I'm going to get right. And Whit Merrifield hit the ball to left, and he hits it, crack of the bat. I turn to Shane.
He didn't call it out?
No. He gives himself like an extra half beat, and then he goes, not out. And it cleared the wall.
Hey, man.
It was awesome.
Well, in his defense, it is Whit Merrifield. I know you're not expecting 2 bombs from Whit Merrifield.
But against the White Sox, you are. Safe bet, Shane. If every time that's out, every time he swings the bat,
Yeah, 100%.
he'll be right more often than not.
Without a doubt. Yeah.
It was so good.
See, I'm terrible at that from home. But at the ballpark, the big secret is available. Watch the fielders, man. Look at the outfielders will tell you what's what, but Shane, I guess, was jumping the gun and trying to call it before he even sees reaction.
Just on sound.
You've got to be first.
Just on sound.
Racing to be absolutely
if you ain't first. You're last.
I mean, it's the number one rule of journalism: be first. So I was just trying to carry that into my personal life as well.
That's embarrassing when you're the sports guy or one of the sports guys there in the row, and you're the guy who's getting it wrong over and over and over again.
Yeah, no, it was a tough look for our baseball expert, the guy who's been to more baseball games probably than anyone. He probably has you, right? In-person baseball games so far this year?
This year?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think he's got me.
Yeah, last few years for sure.
Yeah, you're always at Wrigley.
As a
huge Cubs fan. I mean, you are. You gave up your White Sox season tickets, and you go to Cubs games. And now you judge fly balls as home runs.
If I lived in Bridgeport or McKinley Park or Pilsen, I would be at more White Sox games than I'm at Cubs games.
Are you a captive in your home, or are you able to choose where you live?
Danny, when I can walk 10 minutes to Wrigley after work or on a Saturday or a Sunday, grab a friend or go by myself, I'm more enticed to do that than get out of the red line and go 40 minutes south.
I'm trying to decode this and try to figure out whether Shane is indeed now a Cubs fan.
Yeah,
it's interesting. As a texter points out, is it any happenstance that he works at the Cubs flagship radio station?
No, we do have access to Cubs tickets.
I know, but just
here.
the fact that he works here.
I did start here in 2016, the first year that the Score got the Cubs.
That's what I'm saying. So now
the
you're
plot
adding fuel to the
you
fire.
were where before here?
I was at WGN.
Interesting.
Where the Cubs go,
follows the Cubs.
Shane
But
goes.
if the Cubs were not at WGN, they were there when I was there at one point.
When you
not
started.
when I left.
When you started at WGN,
Yes.
they were there, and when you started at the Score, they were here.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Correct. I got
Sure.
1 year of the Cubs at GM before they went to BBM, and then they went to the Score.
And you choose where to live.
Correct.
Do you have any friends?
Wrigleyville.
Do you have any friends who might work at Marquee? Do you know anybody who works over there?
Yes.
You do?
yeah.
Quite a few.
Interesting.
Quite a few.
Okay.
Interesting.
Tanny, rip that Sox hat off his head. See if there's another one underneath. Why is that blue showing?
This guy is just, that's gone. Caught. Oh, that's in. Out. Like, this guy's unbelievable.
In all fairness, I had quite a few Cutwater margaritas last night.
All right, sure.
All right.
That sounds like someone at Wrigley.
Why?
Again,
I don't drink beer.
But they like fun over there.
Yeah, they're just it's a drunken old time. That's the old stereotype.
Was he making
Did
a
you even know the
snake?
score of the game last night?
Yeah. Well, not when it ended.
Yeah, see?
I don't know what the final was.
Was he making a snake out of his
6-4
margarita
maybe?
cups or anything like that?
Oh yeah, you were stacking cups.
He was?
That's an excellent. That's an excellent point. But I mean, I
Snake of cups.
If I told you how many people in the last 2 or 3 months has accused me of being a Cub fan, you would be staggered. It's close to 100 people.
Oh, no, I
Friends of
stole
my
this
life,
take, too.
family, people on Twitter. So you're onto something. I can tell you it's not true, but there's some weight there. I think.
All right, Shane, let's imagine you're in the outfield at the Sox Park because you decide to go there just because you got invited or something like
Sure.
that. Somebody hits a home run. You catch the home run. Are you holding onto the ball? Or are you throwing it back?
I'm giving it to a child.
I think you're throwing it
probably
back.
throwing
No,
it back.
I think
I'm
you're
not.
throwing it back.
So here's the thing.
throwing it back,
The
too.
nice thing about the Cubs, though, is like they didn't ice me out for doing my job. So maybe
It's going to be my next question. Was going to be which organization likes you more.
Yeah. The Cubs treat me a hell of a lot better than the White Sox do.
Right. It sounds like a Cubs fan to me.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah. No,
Let's see
I'm
how far.
telling you.
We'll see how far the regime change goes.
The evidence is
Got to go pretty far if I want access back.
it's pretty striking.
I don't know how far, if it can go that far. I don't know. Gonna be waiting a while.
But yeah, you mentioned about like being the sports guy who's at the game with other people and they
Yeah.
expect you to know a bunch of things.
Absolutely. You've been there where they start to ask you questions and you're like, God, I bet
I don't
know
have
this.
my computer in front of me like I do during the talk show to just look things up and sound smart. But I had one that was even worse than that last night. I was talking to the guy who invited us, and he lived like in the area that I lived with Steph when we moved to Chicago in 2017. Lives by DePaul. I lived by DePaul.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, where'd you live? And I was like, like it was Ashland and Fullerton and that other street by the BP. And I couldn't remember
Clybourne.
Clybourne.
I thought it was Elston.
Elston was mentioned.
Yeah.
Lincoln was mentioned.
I mentioned Lincoln.
Shane mentioned Lincoln. He had been to my condo
Many times.
plenty
yeah.
times.
Guys couldn't come up with Clybourne.
The woman in front of us
turned around.
We were evidently talking so loudly and so wrongly about a very popular intersection where I lived.
I respect that woman.
She turns around and she just goes, Clybourne.
That is a power move by her.
Yeah, she's good.
I respect it. Like if I hear somebody struggling for something that I know it is incredibly obvious, 10 times out of 10, I'm turning around and delivering the facts.
Yeah. I was like, I haven't been this loud wrong since the Mumford & Sons concert when I told people that they had already come on and played their first set.
Lumineers.
Lumineers.
Yeah.
Who I thought was Mumford & Sons.
No, you thought was
He was so close. It was so good.
You
Yeah.
thought camp was the Lumineers. You thought for some reason
too
the
many.
Lumineers were opening up for the Lumineers.
There's too many layers to try and correct Danny on a musical thing.
No, but the Mumford and Sons thing was that I thought I was taking Steph, and she was not.
That's right.
She was not appropriately appreciative of the thoughtful gesture of me getting tickets to the show at Wrigley to see the first concert that we went to together, which was Mumford and Sons, and I took her to see a Lumineers show at Wrigley. Yeah,
it's better anyway.
I can be loud wrong in any setting, but not with a home run ball.
Both a couple bands with a kick drum up there stomping their feet on hollow ground.
Yeah. I mean, in his
Same
defense,
thing.
a lot of those bands sound exactly the same.
They are.
Yeah.
And in his defense, Camp is a carbon copy of the Lumineers.
Yeah. So I mean, I was right on it. Oh man,
and Rick Camp in studio.
Yeah, it was a good fun night.
Window closed.
Yes.
I mean, here we are.
All
year long.
It's been closed.
It's
what
still
are people talking about?
Well, for our purposes, for our soap opera purposes, I think it's still in the process of closing. And they have an entire other half season to go, let alone a couple of weeks before the deadline. So the closing, I mean, it is a really slow closing of the window. The Sloth in Zootopia is the one closing it at this point.
Because I got dreams. I got window dreams here, okay?
Okay.
And not provided by Russ Armstrong. But you still have pieces. Luis Robert's going to be a top 10 player, conservative in baseball.
Looks like
next few years, if he stays on this path, Dylan Cease could still be an ace for a couple years. You've got some other pieces here. I have dreams of the Atlanta Braves roster revamp at the start of the season a couple years back, the year they won the World Series, where they had pieces and they just made some creative moves. They didn't get the best players in the world, but they knew what they needed for their club.
Well, but you're talking about in the mid-season when they grabbed Jock Peterson and Jorge Soler and Eddie
Rosario, tweaks to their core.
Adam Duvall.
And I'm not saying that the White Sox core is as good as that core was with Acuna and Albies and everything like that. So it's different, obviously, but I have dreams of you still have a handful of pieces here where a smart creative GM could retool.
That's where it all falls apart.
Well, yeah.
I'm with you. This season is over.
Well, you said window, though. You know what I mean? That's, you're talking about this whole thing was a failure. I'm not ready to say that quite yet.
Well, that's interesting. So what do you want to target in trades? Do you want to target young veterans who are controllable from some other team who, I don't know that you're going to get that because you're dealing with contenders who are going to want to give you prospects and they're going to want to hoodwink you into giving you prospects they don't believe in. And I don't trust your pro scouting department to do a good job in that regard.
But that Guardians prospect last night that was shoving the umpire or whatever he was doing. Problem children from around minor league baseball. But but that's the problem is the people in place right now, are they capable of making those decisions? And I have my doubts.
This is your trick bag.
Yeah.
It's
frustrating.
Yeah, this is where you are. I think you have to unload and then hire somebody from the outside, and maybe that new architect could do some stuff like you're talking about with the pieces that are left.
It hurts so much to see that meme. It's the Maserati outside of the trailer park, Luis Robert and the 2023 White Sox. That's frustrating because this guy could be seriously, this is not hyperbole, one of the best all-around players your franchise has ever had, and you may not be able to build anything substantial around him, which is really sad.
Yeah, it's interesting. It reminds me a little bit of the Angels are about to wind down their era with Shohei Ohtani, and probably just going to hold on to him and not trade him and get something for him, and just he'll walk at the end of the year, probably to the Dodgers across town, is what most people think, and they will have made 0 playoff appearances with him the entire time, which is insane.
That is ridiculous. I mean, there's still a chance that they make it this year.
Well, but Trout is out for a month, or more.
Yep.
So, and I don't know that they're going to add. They're 4th in the race for the last wild card.
6.5 out of the division, but obviously Houston and Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not where you want to be.
Let's talk about some high-profile trade targets on both sides of town. But one last question to maybe just make the case here. Shane, where did you take batting practice?
Yeah, I took batting practice at Wrigley Field, the friendly confines.
Yeah, okay.
Because
Cubs
again,
fan.
I was invited.
Yeah,
Cubs fan.
White Sox are not inviting me to take batting practice.
Tanny,
I would gladly do it.
Check the tattoo. See if he put a Cubs logo over that failed White Sox tattoo.
It's coming. It's coming soon. Parkins and Spiegel at the Score.
premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks Sox 3 times a week on The Score.
Coming up today at 4 with Parkins and Spiegel.
If you're having some shoulder issues, and Michael is, the control is not going to be there. The whole idea of it's between your ears, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's a physical thing.
Don't miss Chicago baseball icon, Steve Stone, talking Sox 3 times a week throughout baseball season on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
You do not want that at that time.
But what if it was Robot Bigsy?
Yeah. I think Robot Bigsy would be fine. I think Robot from the press box. I could see him.
What do we do here? Brad, what do we do?
Morning, boys. What's going on?
No,
we don't have time for hello.
I would take advice from Robot Bigsy because Robot Bigsy on a Sunday is somebody you want to take advice from. They allowed maybe the Bears defense to get their best personnel on the field, perhaps. But there wasn't a situation.
Oh! What the heck was that?
What was that?
Holy cow.
Something just.
Did you see me jump?
Yeah, I did see you jump.
Like, what? I immediately got into like a Karate Man pose.
What happened there?
I don't know, but someone could have gotten hurt. Honestly, something just collapsed somewhere.
I don't know what collapsed.
Did you guys hear that?
I heard it and I looked up. I mean, is there anything laying around you right now?
There's a body. Does that count? No, I don't know. I don't know what that
Something
was.
fell
There's
out
nothing.
below me, I think it was.
It was the banging.
It was
That's what happened. He was pounding the table.
barely pounded the table.
You pounded it with your shoe.
Maybe it had something to do with your read.
All right. That's it.
We digress.
That I literally, I'm sure that will sound funny because I did let out kind of a surprised yell.
And
go ahead.
You're overstating how much I pounded the desk. I was just kind of.
No, you're like gently touching.
I don't want to touch anything else. I'm going to fix the desk.
David is going to repair whatever damage he's done. I'm gonna yell. As a texter said, I yelled like Homer Simpson. Don't. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Jake Storial from Talking Yankees on John Boy's going to join us at 3 o'clock. Carlos Rodon makes his Yankees debut tonight, fresh off the $160+ million contract he signed in the offseason. Steve Stone at 4 o'clock. Pat Tomasulo in studio at 4:30. So Tanny has dreams of the window not being closed, looking like the White Sox definitively sellers. We know that. Cubs want to be small buyers, but might not play themselves into it. we know the names that could be traded on both sides of town, but you came in today, Speaks, thinking that the pitching names that could be traded, like Giolito or Stroman, would not be that big or get that much. I thought yesterday we were talking about Stroman getting a lot.
Yeah, well, no, I'm trying to figure out who the number one target is. I think Stroman is the number one target, but I'm not sure if Giolito's number 2 or number 3. And it depends what you want to do, like James Paxton is a name that nobody's probably thought about in a while. He was incredible for 4 seasons in Seattle. He's been hurt, hasn't pitched much. He has been incredible for the Red Sox, and they're probably going to sell, and he is back in form, looking incredible. It costs you $1.5 million in salary to get James Paxton for the rest of the year as a rental because he's not making anything. There's going to be lots of teams that would want that rather than paying the bulk of Stroman or even the bulk of Giolito. So that's one guy that has been absolutely amazing. Another's Eduardo Rodriguez of the Tigers, who's kind of a tricky thing because he can opt out of the rest of his contract, which is 3 years and $49 million, and he probably will, and you'd have to sort out what happens with that. But he's having an absolute career year with an ERA in the 2s and a WHIP just over 1. I think he might be more appetizing. And then there's Shane Bieber of Cleveland, who they're talking about dealing, who's got 1 year of control left in terms of arbitration next year. So maybe you'd rather get 2 years of Shane Bieber in a trade than you would for Stroman and Giolito. I don't know, I just found myself looking at all these possible trade targets out there and wondering if it is indeed Stroman 1, Giolito 2, which is the way that it's been framed as it's been talked about for a couple of weeks here.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know if people have been framing it that way. I would think of the players that would be traded from Chicago.
Yeah.
Those would be the top pitching prospects. And Lance Lynn has been good recently and has shown ability, and I could see him being traded for something.
Some incredible games this year from Lance Lynn. Several of them, despite the overall suckage. And as a track record guy,
I could see a team talking themselves into, we don't have to give up much to get him because he's been so inconsistent, but he has had some dominant games that maybe he has lost a little focus and inject him into a pennant race.
Cincinnati Reds.
Right. Where is a fan base going crazy? Where are they really hungry to win? Where can we get max motivation for a short period of time? I could see a team saying, well, we can't afford the top-end guy in terms of prospects, not money. Let's go get Lance Lynn for a little bit of something.
Or a familiar place in Texas, where he's been before, and they want one more starter. Jordan Montgomery and Jack Flaherty of the Cardinals are both pure rentals, and they're going to be out there. I think you get more for Stroman and Giolito than those guys. But,
Giolito's also not expensive, man. He's making $10 million this year.
Yeah.
So a couple of months. I would think any team in baseball could afford a prorated version of Lucas Giolito's contract. Yes, the guy making $1 million is cheaper than Giolito, but I don't think that money is going to stop Giolito from being traded. Stroman, I guess you maybe have to worry a little bit about. But no, I don't think I was going to say you'd have to worry a little bit about care, effort. There's just clearly not everybody pursued him in the last round of free agency, but he's having such a good year and he's so close to the next big payday that even if he went somewhere where geographically he wasn't terribly pumped about it, he's going to be all out.
Oh, in a contract year.
Yeah, in a contract year.
He's just going to continue trying to prove what he can do.
Obviously, with Stroman, there's a player option, so there's the small risk that if you traded for him and then he got hurt in August,
he'd pick up an option.
Then you just pick up an option and you'd have to have him for next year. But I also think that as long as it wasn't, a Tommy John type of injury, you'd want Marcus Stroman next year.
I saw this note as I was doing some of the research on it. I just thought you'd be kind of fascinated. The Guardians probably not going to sign Shane Bieber if he gets all the way to free agency because they don't do that. Do you know the biggest free agent deal they've ever signed a pitcher to is Chuck Finley in the year 2000, $27 million. That's the most they've ever spent on a free agent pitcher.
$27 million total.
Total. for
lifetime of the contract.
Yeah,
that's not a lot of money
for a franchise that has been pretty darn successful along the way. Made the playoffs a bunch.
Yeah,
they have figured some crap out, man. Can you imagine never having to spend and never choosing to spend more than that on a free agent pitcher because your pitching development is just so freaking good?
Is that what it is? It's just so good all the time.
Every time they have one who gets expensive, they trade him before he's expensive and bring in somebody else. Well, they did it with Corey Kluber.
Yeah,
did it with Clevenger.
$27 million. See,
they did it with Cliff Lee. They do it all the time.
Yeah, it would still piss me off if I was a Guardians fan because you could do both. Right? I mean, they're not winning the World Series every year. They're not winning any World Series. That would still make me mad.
They almost won one. Was it 2016?
I believe it was 2016.
Yeah.
They got really close. Yeah, no, but like that's oh, awesome. We develop pitchers and make them great and then trade them away instead of paying them because we will develop the next guys and make them great to eventually trade. But what about you could do both? You could sign great and develop great and have 5 1 or 2 starters in your rotation.
And they've got a partner in Terry Francona who just knows it and manages to it and communicates it to the room. We've been talking about what will Jed and Carter do if they decide that they need to sell with Marcus Stroman and keep the room believing that, they're trying to do the right things and they believe in them and all that kind of thing. Cleveland has done this for 2 decades now, for more than 2 decades, and they've got a manager who helps them sell it to the room.
Yeah, that is obviously a valuable thing. I don't think that Jed and Carter are going to have a hard time selling it to Tom. The room, that's always going to be a little tricky, but players are pretty savvy about it this time in just like the sports landscape. Steve Stone at 4 o'clock, Pat Tomasulo at 4:30. Cubs and Yankees. We'll get the Yankees perspective. Rodon against Tyone tonight is fascinating. Jake Storial talking Yanks on John Boy next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
McGrath Acura of downtown Chicago.
Americans are playing it anytime and any place they can. From driveways to airports. From parking lots to home garages. There are pickleball songs.
Yeah, let me introduce you to this thing called pickleball, where you use these paddles and then oversized pickleball.
And pickleball weddings. And a whole following of folks who say this game has changed their lives.
What was your life like before pickleball?
It was black and white before pickleball, and it was living color after pickleball.
I bet it was.
Pickleball is dividing people all over the country.
Dan, you got bad allies. You have got the worst collection of allies. Mary Carrillo, I can't concentrate because this pickleballing is too. A former, world-class tennis player is out here I can't concentrate with all this pickleballing going on. Come on, fam.
That's the worst part of it. No. No. That has to be burned.
No. These are your allies.
No, not
these are
all
the people.
of them.
These are the people that you are in bed with, sir.
I will be happy to align myself with people who don't like the noise of it, because the noise it's objectively bad. It sounds bad. It's sort of like it's Radiohead. You're like, oh, Radiohead. No, that sounds worse than pickleball. That's worse. That's worse.
Yeah,
no.
boy.
Oh, no.
Once you start playing it, it's highly enjoyable.
Oh, no. It keeps getting worse.
I'ma bring a tripod because the highlights are phenomenal.
I traveled through enough neighborhoods where there are other sounds that are going on that are a lot more disturbing than having
that was
white
texted
people
yesterday.
playing pickleball.
That was texted yesterday. It said pickleball sounds are white people gunfire.
I'm told by Adam Sunzinski, who frequently is a producer on Bulls Radio, that Chuck Swirsky and Bill Wennington are big pickleball fans.
I'm not surprised by that. I don't. Mike, I don't even have to
Wait.
turn around. I can see you reaching for the drops.
Let's play some pickleball with Beantown.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
This is John Sterling, voice of the New York Yankees. You know, Susan, you simply can't get enough of Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Can I tell you the one thing Chicago has figured out?
What's that?
The Chicago dog. Basically, the secret is they put a pickle on the hot dog. I'm not the biggest pickle guy. I'm not the biggest hot dog guy. This man had a Chicago.
I love me a good Chicago dog.
It's like a quarter of a pickle?
Yeah, it's a spear.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Pickle spear is what they're known as.
Yeah.
Half a
In the
pickle would
industry.
be way too much. You could still put ketchup and mayo. I think I did. And it was delicious, man.
Put ketchup on it?
Yeah.
Dude, they're gonna kill you in the comments. The Chicago people.
Really?
That's a
You
sin.
don't do that?
It's a sin.
Do they do mustard?
Yeah, it's like mustard. or
That's so
ketchup.
in Chicago.
Just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just warning you.
Hey, let me eat this pillow and call it deep dish pizza.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons on The Score.
Whoa.
Oh, boy.
Shots fired.
I like it. A little bit of city trash talk.
Whoa.
Never hurt anybody.
Yeah.
Emphasis on trash. With your trash on the streets because you don't have any alleys. You know what I mean?
There it is.
See, it's so easy to do.
I like
It's
that.
so easy to do.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Cubs are 4-23 lifetime against the New York Yankees.
That's not very good.
They've played them 12 times in their entire history as a franchise, including the 1932 and 1938 World Series at Yankee Stadium. They've never won. Cubs have never won a game at Yankee Stadium. I learned today that is the most home wins without a loss by any team versus any single opponent in MLB history. Also, Jamison Tyone is pitching tonight.
Oh, good.
Your Cubbies going to get one this weekend or what?
Hey, good question, Shane. How about your Cubbies?
Way to go, Cubbies! Yeah!
I don't think there's any situation in which Carlos Rodon makes his triumphant return against Tanny's Cubbies and the Cubbies pull one out. I think Carlos Rodon, it probably a perfect game tonight. I'd
God,
say.
you know,
Go Cubs go is what you're saying.
You know what it is about Shane? He doesn't even care who wins or loses. He just likes to go to the game to have fun.
Yeah, no,
You know?
absolutely. He's just there for the vibe.
Yeah, it's just a big bar.
Yeah.
Just Shane.
Absolutely.
The way he feels about games.
Oh, he's just wearing the White Sox hat as a cover. So you can follow him on all the social media channels at Talkin' Jake. Thrilled to be joined now by Jake Storial, Talkin' Yanks on John Boy. Jake with us on the Circuit Resort and Casino Hotline. Circuit Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. What's up, Jake? How you doing, man? Jake. Talkin' Jake.
Bilal, you there, man?
I see him on the Zoom there.
Oh, all right.
All right, Bilal.
All right.
It's probably muted. Tell him that mute button is a thing.
Laying his head on that pillow of ours called Deep Dish Pizza. Taking a little rest.
Yeah.
We'll get him.
Yeah. I don't know if he's wrong about that. terms of deep dish pizza.
No, deep dish pizza is delicious, but it's not an everyday occurrence.
No, I mean, there's certain. I like the pan better than I like the deep dish and the stuff.
You will even push back on delicious.
Yeah. I will.
Really?
I find it.
Okay.
Well,
you're an East Coaster too.
No, hey,
Yeah.
but the pan is great. Like the Paisano's pan or the Malnati's pan with the butter crust. I'm down with that. It's just a matter of the pillow.
Now I got to rush to get to him. I mean, come on. We'll get there. Everything's gonna be fine. Jake Storial talking Yanks on John Boy with us now on the Score. What up, Jake?
Guys, how we doing? Am I coming through all right and everything? It's 7 years into technology and I still struggle.
Yeah, no, Zoom's a new thing. It's okay.
It's gonna keep. It's gonna take. Though I think
right?
so.
Yeah. I'm gonna guys. I'm so excited to come on, and I just put it together. I'm wearing a Pittsburgh Pirates t-shirt. I have a Yankees Jeter picture behind me. I was just in Chicago, and I did have some I don't have a lot of hot takes, but deep dish really hit me the wrong way. That I'm excited to yuck about all of it with you guys.
What bothered you so much? What offended your pizza sensibility so much with deep dish?
I got to be honest with you guys. I don't have preferences on anything. It's something I struggle with. Like when I find something I like, I get so excited. I'm like, wow, I love this. Like you could serve me, if you gave me 10 different beers, I would drink them all and I'd say, beer, nice, and give you a thumbs up. Like I don't taste anything. The deep dish pizza, when people say it's like a tourist attraction, we heard that from a lot of Chicago people. Well, tourist attractions are normally like the upsell of the town. Like, the tourist pizza spots in New York are fantastic. They're like the bragging places, like Joe's and those places. That to say like some of them are a tourist trap, that feels bizarre. And I guess the part that hurt me the most was the fact that you can only have one piece. If you have more than one piece, it sets you back a day and a half. So I'm sorry, guys, but I think I'm out.
You don't have to apologize. It's okay. You're allowed to be wrong. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
fine.
Don't worry about it. Now, listen, deep dish is the type of thing that, you bring your friends in from out of town. It's an experience. But did you have any tavern-style pizza, like the square cut pizza, or was the only pizza you had in Chicago deep dish?
So this is the whole thing. We ended up hearing the same convo every time. It's like, oh, dude, you got to get Detroit style. That's the good stuff. Or you got to do tavern. And it's like, well, then let's stop the deep dish myth. Like I'm ready. I'm ready to like take on this front. I believe in it.
This is a cause that you're going to plant your flag in.
Well,
sure.
Let me tell you, we're better than deep dish as a city, So
yes!
I blame the football networks for every time there's a freaking game of consequence. They've got to put it out there because they're too lazy to go deeper and find something legit. So don't blame us. Blame Fox and CBS. Okay.
Let's take everybody down. Let's take down big football. Let's take down big pharma. I'm ready for all of it today.
Sounds good. So Carlos Rodon, we know him well around here. He signs a $168 million deal with the Yankees, making his debut tonight against the Cubs. Yankees fans restless, or what's the expectations around Rodon?
Rodon will have the Yankee leash, right? So what does that mean? Basically 2 starts. This will be his first start, and I think it's 75 pitches. So it's Yankee fans are logical enough that, hey, let's get 75 good ones in. Let's make sure he's healthy. And then he's starting the first game after the All-Star break, and let's be honest, like the expectations are going to be on him. And Yankee fans we're in a tight spot right now because I'll tell you guys this. When I saw we were missing Stroman and Steele, I started celebrating because this Yankees team, an organization that's built on being the Bronx Bombers, they can't hit right now. And so if we saw Steele and Stroman, our hopes would literally be to win a 2-1 game or something like that. It's bizarre. And within all of that, they've been playing awful defense too. So, and not like Yankee standard awful. Like I get it. Yankee fans could be obnoxious. The 2021 team that won 91 games, Yankee fans were like, this team stinks. And I get it. That's a ridiculous bar a little bit. This team, when you start doing the stats without Judge, man, they're in a bad spot right now. So Rodon, he gets about 1.5 starts of leash.
What's going on with Anthony Rizzo? Is he doing enough for you guys? And because the Cubs first base has been an absolute freaking desert since he's gone. But what's his season like for you at this point?
He's gone so long without a homer. It's just bizarre. And it also kind of ties into since Judge has gone out. I want to say he's now at, 35 games without a homer, which is just bizarre, right? It's Anthony Rizzo. The short porch is there. Last year and early on this season, he accidentally hit a couple homers that it's like, wow, I can't believe I get to play at this stadium. He started looking better recently. I don't know. We still love Rizzo. He hasn't been the problem. If a lot of other things were going right with the Yankees, there'd be a bigger Anthony Rizzo conversation going on right now. But luckily for him, and not luckily for Yankee fans, like DJ LeMahieu is in another Cubs great, by the way. He's been looking lost at the dish, and Stanton's been doing weird Stanton stuff, and half the other lineup are not your father's Yankees. That I think it's going to come for Riz. It's definitely entered the realm of baseball that it's like, hey, Anthony Rizzo, once he gets that first homer, he's going to have like a 4-homer week. But fellas, all of June, no homers for Anthony Rizzo.
Yeah, you're right. It's 35 games, and in those 35 games, is an OPS of 554. So it's been brutal. Did we break Jameson Taillon, or was this horrific version of Jameson Taillon lurking underneath the surface when he was a Yankee last year?
So Taillon, I'll be honest with you guys, it's going to be tough for me to be fully objective. He's always been really nice to us, even predating his Yankee days. He was streaky as a Yankee, and what I thought was going to happen was he was going to kick into his good stretch normally. And it was interesting because when Jameson Taillon is good, I don't want to say boring in a mean way, but it can be boring, right? Like it's not a lot of pitch ninja stuff. It's like he throws 6 pitches. There's a lot of weak contacts. He gets, some punchies on the high fastball, but it's not super flashy. But with the Yankees, and when you have that pitching style, when it's not working, it's kind of like, wait, does this guy have it? And yeah, so I don't know. I haven't been watching JMO closely enough, but looking at the stats, sorry, guys.
Yeah, thank you. We're talking to Jake Storial, talking Yanks on John Boy. But that's interesting because he is, everyone says he's a great dude in the clubhouse, and he's a leader and helping out young guys, and you said he was good to you. But it feels like it's been overshadowed, and we haven't really gotten to know him that well locally yet because they've only won 2 games in which he's started. So tell us more about the guy that you know.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how tough any injuries in sports are, and this guy did double Tommy John, that it's like, whoa, anyone that has to go through that, pitcher, obviously. But also, this guy fended off cancer, and he's just a dude. Like, he's a baseball guy. He loves coffee. He's like kind of obsessed with coffee. I felt weird because it was one of those things I was seeing before we first interviewed him, and we were like, hey, we got to take this seriously. We're talking to like Jameson Taillon, top draft pick. And everyone talked coffee with him. And I was like, wait, should we not talk coffee with him? Like, is this one of those things that he told his agent once that he likes coffee and now everyone bothers him about it? He loves coffee. He's about it. He's about that life. I think he's a sneaky whiskey guy too. I don't know, man. So he's more than just like a player. Like, I remember when he was living in New York City, he kind of had, it was like talking to your buddy that was moving to New York City. He's like, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be exciting living in the city. Maybe I like it. Maybe I hate it. I have no idea. And you're like, man, that's a pretty cool mindset. So I hope he starts pitching better for you guys. And hey, maybe all-star break, little refresh, good start out of the break, and he starts going nuts.
Hey, Jake, what has changed for you guys now that you talk to Aaron Boone a lot? Now that he's a part of the thing, like, you guys have to be careful not to say mean things about the Yankees now, or Aaron will call you on it?
I think we can say the same stuff. I think it's like talking to your grandparents or your buddies. Like I think everyone has just a different tone in their voice. Like our stuff, our Talking Yanks, there's a best of Talking Yanks that now goes on the Yes Network. So we get to edit that and we can leave specific stuff out. B, when we're talking to Boone, I don't know. I think we're pretty real with him. We had our first one the other day that me and him got into a little infield spat that he was shocked that I suggested that they might bring the infield in to cut off a run. You could hear the tone in my voice that I obviously have my own opinion on it. But no, I think it's talking about the Yankees as a whole, right? Like when we were getting started, and we have some young people at this company that are big Yankee fans. It's kind of the not what you say, but how you say it. Like instead of saying this player stinks right now, he's garbage, we got to get him out of here. What's he doing, this loser? Like instead, you can say like, wow, can you believe that he's 0 for 21 in his last plate appearances and he looks lost? Like you just have to twist the knob a little bit, but you can still say the same thing.
So you talking about Rodon having 1.5 starts before Yankees fans will get on him. So what does that make for Brian Cashman, who's been there, and I know he's got 4 rings as the GM. He was there in '96 as the assistant, but the last one was 2009. Yankees fans getting restless, soft? Where are we at on Yankees fans right now? I feel like they should be a little bit angrier, given how long it's been since you guys have won.
And they have a birthright to win titles, every 5 years?
That's what I heard.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
2009, man. That's a long time.
We're getting into an interesting spot. And hey, maybe my Yankees filter is kicking in. But man, I don't know. The Yankees offense has been awful. Without Aaron Judge, they've been the worst offense in baseball, worse than Oakland, worse than Kansas City. But like they have been the worst. The New York Yankees. That I was having a low moment the other day. I'll be honest with you guys, and I just typed in worst Yankees offense ever, and I was like, let's see what comes up. And the 3 teams that popped up were 2021, 2023, and 2013. So all of those teams essentially in the last 10 years or so, and you're like, well, what's missing here, right? And I don't know. There's been a couple times. I always come in super skeptical, man. I got, I don't want to start crying on the air. Got cut from the high school team. It was a whole thing. We don't need to do that today. So,
sorry.
Talking actual on the field stuff, like you got to be careful. It's baseball. It's an impossible sport. Right. But some of the things that they've done, like in 2018, 2019, the Yankees were like all right-handed. And I think what the Yankees found as their like analytic loophole was that if you get really strong righties, they can use the short porch and that gives them an advantage. Kind of like a reverse, like a Fenway Park effect, right? Like you always look at lefties at Fenway and you're like, wow, if you can just slap it off the wall, you could win a batting title. That's like the old baseball saying. I think the Yankees were like, hey, if we get powerful righties, they can hit those deep homers to left field and they'll get some cheapies to right. And all of us were like, okay, that kind of makes sense. The whole Yankees franchise is built on power hitting lefties. So like when Rizzo came to town, it was like, yes. And when he had a 3-homer day, and I think it was the shortest collection of 3 home runs ever. And it was like, wait, lefties can do this. So they've started to add more lefties. And it's like, well, so did we just totally miss on that? So I'm wandering around now. There is, you said the words restless and soft, and both of those words made me smile in like a sicko way. Because yes, like both of those terms apply right now. Because I don't know, aren't we supposed to be the Yankees? Aren't we supposed to throw the payroll at it? Like The Mets are the payroll team.
Yeah,
it's got to be embarrassing.
It's not going well for them though, so it's like it's harder now. It's harder now. Cashman smartly changed things, as you know, and they started to develop and like really care about the minors. And it seems like that's still going. But lefties have to be smart and be able to change their swing. Rizzo can do that. He can adapt and say, oh, now that I'm here, I'll just try to pop him up on the right side. So he'll get it back going. Last thing that I was wondering is like, what vibe should Cub fans expect as they're watching this thing on TV? Old Yankee Stadium was often rocking. The new one, it seems like it's priced its way into a spot where people are there to be seen, and it's not quite as fervent and active. What vibe should we be looking for tonight?
So, if the Cubs go up early, it will be an intense atmosphere in all the wrong ways. After losing, 14-1 to the Orioles last night, So there's a little bit to that, right? Like, I'll be honest, one of the bigger flaws that we're trying to figure out how we can help, the seats like right behind home plate. So when you're watching the game, the atmosphere isn't as intense there. Like those are expensive seats. They're a little cushy, like a lot of the real things that we would joke about. There was a viral video a couple years back of there was a kid sitting in those seats that was like, stand up. Like, this is an intense, I think it was a playoff game. That yes, like that part we're navigating that, but it's not the problem. Like, Yankee fans are smart and in tune with baseball. And when we were going to games in 2021, think about this. This is perfect. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm talking to you guys. When 2021, when they at Wrigley, they reopened full capacity. You guys had a second opening day, right?
Yeah, we were there.
Yes.
It was crazy. It was nuts. It was Wrigley. It was baseball. The Yankees, that 21 team just wasn't it. And that's just being honest. Go check it. The Yankees never had a second opening day. They never had, they didn't really pack the house. And just think about that for a second. And I've been lucky enough to, I've been a little too busy lately, but I'd say once a month, twice a month, I get to go to the stadium. And if the Yankees are on a hot streak and playing good ball, you feel it in the stands. The energy's there and the team's excited. When they're going through some of these bad streaks, the stadium doesn't have the juice because the fans know. We've seen a lot of good Yankees teams, and right now without Judge, and with, DJ's not clicking, Rizzo's not clicking, Stan's not clicking, that should be your top four of the lineup, right? That, yeah, they're not the Yankees they can be right now. That if the Cubs come in and bring a bit of a whooping, you guys will see an intense atmosphere. But I'm honestly interested to see too, because this is kind of a nervous couple games going into the All-Star break. We're tied with Toronto for third and fourth in the East, so I'm interested to see.
Jake Storial, Talking Yanks on John Boy. Follow him on all the social media platforms at Talking Jake. Good stuff, man. Thank you, and congrats on all the success.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake.
It's Jake Storial. Yeah. Neither one says nervous for them. Nervous for the Cubs, too.
Yeah.
Both teams feel like they need wins.
Right. And the Yankees are 8 games over 500, but they're third in a very, very good division. And the standard is higher, and the birthright is real.
Well, it feels like that's what it was. I do think it seems to be dwindling a little bit. I think that they like to say it and all of that, but I don't know. It's been a long time.
Yeah. No, it has. I think you're right.
Haven't been to a World Series since 2009. It's crazy.
When he was looking at the bad offensive teams, he said the 3 worst offensive teams are in the last decade. That's striking. Because I remember when they really sucked for a while in the Steinbrenner era, because a while back, because they kept just trying to buy players.
Yeah, money.
And they would buy the wrong guys, and things would end up falling apart, and they had no farm system. Now at least they still do have a farm system.
So you got some sports show and tell that we're going to do. We have Steve Stone at 4 o'clock. We got Pat Tomasulo after that. I've seen a trend constantly on the sports internet that I consume recently, and I feel like it's time to finally bring it to the air so we can talk about our delusional versions of ourselves. It's next on the Score.
What happens when two shows meet? Score transition. First at 10 a.m., Mully and Haugh meet Bernstein and Holmes.
The problem is still.
Did you know Steve Stone had a side hustle?
No.
Well, it was unique. Let me put it to you that way. I didn't do it very long because it seemed a little depressing, actually.
did
you know,
it?
yeah, you got to go in the house saying, you don't look too healthy today, so let me pass this by you.
That's literally what you did in the off season?
Yeah.
So what was your pitch to people?
Well, if it's going to happen, you might as well plan ahead. Something along those lines.
So what deal were you offering these people who you were being entirely rude to?
Well, we couldn't go a 2-for-1 deal. That's never any good. So we just went, just get it now because the price of funerals were going up.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty much
so
it.
there was funeral inflation that you were trying to stave off on behalf of your future clients.
Exactly right. Yeah, it wasn't a great job, but you had to pick up a few bucks wherever you could,
How did you select your clientele? Did you go door to door?
They gave you a list of, I guess, people who've been sick recently. I don't know. Exactly, yeah. It said, hey, look.
There is a 0% chance this doesn't end up on awful announcing. 0% chance. That was literally what you did in the offseason?
Yeah, that was one of them. I did a few. A welcome wagon was another one.
You were both a prepaid funeral salesman and a welcome wagon representative?
Yeah. You didn't know if you were coming or going. That was the problem.
I knew you'd love it.
Wait, but that's the best. He worked at a welcome wagon and selling prepaid funerals.
Okay, so now you know. I didn't say it until you heard it, but Steve Stone in the minor leagues sold funerals as part of his side hustle.
Now it's going to cost more next year. You might as well do it now.
Can you imagine Steve Stone in just quintessential broadcast voice, like trying to pitch funerals?
In uniform. I'd like to talk to you about your death. An email from Glenn who says, for all you kids out there, it's never too early to think about your eventual death. He can combine it. He can show up with a welcome wagon.
630. Aren't you the same guy who welcomed me to this town?
Yes, well, you're very sick. You'll be dead soon. He's dressed as the... Yes, hold on a second. I have to change into my other work uniform. And he comes back with a scythe, and he's dressed as the Grim Reaper.
847 for all you young undertakers out there.
Yes.
turns with the guys over there on the Parkins and Spiegel show.
Afternoons on the Score.
We're having a little fun.
How much you want to make a bet I can throw a football over the mountains?
So, I don't know how much longer Twitter's going to exist. I've not signed up for Threads yet.
Me neither. What about Blue Sky?
I haven't done that one either.
Or Blue Ski. I'm not sure how to pronounce that.
I might be ready for it all to be over, frankly. The whole experience. But people are going down bold. I feel like in the last week, I have seen some version of this in basketball, football, and tennis. Would you rather be given $1 million?
Would you rather?
Exactly. Right? On one hand, you could have door number one, door number two. There's either or scenarios.
Yeah.
Right? Door number one, I give you $1 million.
Yes. I'll take it.
Door number two.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You could have $10 million, but you have to gain 5 rushing yards on 10 carries in an NFL game. That's the scenario that people put out there.
Yes. I could do that one. I could absolutely do that one.
No, you could not.
I think I could. Danny, I've got a pretty solid base. I'm large. And,
you don't like to run. Now you're going to run 15 feet with NFL players trying to tackle you?
You said 10 carries. I have an offensive line, right?
Yeah, we get 10 attempts behind an NFL offensive line.
I got that.
Yes.
To gain 5 total yards.
Right.
Do you lose yards if you're tackled behind the line of scrimmage?
No.
You got to gain 5 yards.
I'm just going to run up on Trent Williams' backside and add my girth to his and barrel through somebody. That's 2 yards right there. I got 9 more carries.
I have all the faith in the world. All the faith in the world that with 10 carries behind an NFL offensive line, I could probably gain 20 yards.
Well, I can't say 20, but if it's 5 yards on 10 carries behind an NFL offensive line,
so you're turning down $1 million but injuries exist, all of those things. You
That's a good point. I've got a bad knee.
You could get. Oh yeah. Oh,
that might affect your burst maybe a little bit out of that backfield. That's my concern here. The burst. Getting to that line.
You guys are why these questions exist, because you actually think that you could gain yards running in the NFL.
I could.
You could not.
Yes, I could.
What offensive line are we talking about? Which team's offensive line? An NFL offensive line?
Your NFL, the Bears' offensive line.
Well, here's the thing.
No chance.
I'm a massive Eagles fan, as we know. So if I'm running behind the Eagles' offensive line, 20 yards, no problem.
Bears had the number 1 rushing team in the NFL last year. They were good run blockers. You get to run behind Tevin Jenkins and Cody Whitehair. Braxton Jones.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Tanny's critique of my burst, and he's probably not wrong. Maybe I couldn't do that one.
Definitely not wrong.
I bet Shane could do that one.
I could. I'm telling you right now,
Shane,
I could gain 5 yards.
You're built like Mike Allstott.
Could
yeah.
not.
Yes, I could. Danny.
Tom Rathman. Yeah, no, I could see that.
No.
I'm going to put that poll on Twitter right now. Do you want me to compare Speegs and I because we both think we can do it? Or do you want to just...
I'm abdicating. Tanny's got me really thinking about the truth about my burst.
That's
you don't want the internet commenting on your ability to rush for 5 yards to the NFL.
And
That's
it's not
smart.
just your burst, so
Friday.
don't take it personal. But
Sure,
I think
it's anybody's
you guys are
burst.
thinking you have a ball behind an offensive lineman and you can just find your way to get a yard or two. But those guys are so fast, those running back from a dead stop, and taking the snap and then getting that first burst.
They line up 5 or 7 yards deep.
Yeah,
it is snap. You have to take the handoff from the quarterback and not fumble. You have to then gain yards with dudes trying to tackle you.
Well, that's the
without
thing.
Getting injured.
I hadn't considered a couple things.
No
one, my
kidding.
knee. 2, the fact that I'd be tackled. Being tackled.
Yes.
Once
would end you.
I don't know. Twice might end me. Depends.
I don't think you take the second carry after the first hit.
Man.
And that's no disrespect to you.
I was a terrific center and nose tackle in college.
How long ago?
Those aren't the running ones.
And how long ago?
Do the runs.
Not that long.
How long?
33 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
33 years.
All right. So the football one. So Shane's got the football one.
I'm putting the poll out right now.
All right. What else we got?
Then similar thing.
Okay.
Would you take $1 million or you get to play in an NBA game for all 48 minutes, and if you score 15 points, you get $10 million.
15 points in an NBA game?
Yeah.
Oh, God. You know,
It's insane. The answer is, of course, no.
yeah. The answer is no. The thing is, like, at my best, I've got some post moves.
Stop. At your best. This is the NBA.
I know, but
You've stood next to Will Purdue.
I know.
There is no at your best.
But I can use the girth to like bump somebody and then
No, you
sneak
can't.
and go up and under. I had some game, Danny.
No,
I
you
had some
didn't.
game back in the day.
No, you didn't.
Did went coast to coast once in a pickup game. I'll never forget.
Once.
Yeah.
In one game.
Playing half court.
This is 15 points.
No, Shane, it was beautiful. I got the rebound. I dribbled through 4 different people, hit the layup. Oh God, I never forget it. Those certain moments.
Yeah, were you playing against 7-footers?
Not 7-footers, some 6-footers.
How many Jews were on the court?
Not that many.
Not enough.
I might have been.
Was there at least one other one?
No, I think I was the only one.
You think you're the only Jew when you went?
Yeah, like it was.
How many black guys were on the court when you went coast to coast?
Just a couple. All right.
Right.
But we had an Irish
so no
guy.
7-footers,
We had an Irish
one
guy.
Jew, an Irish guy, and a couple of black
The
dudes.
Irish guy
Okay.
thought he was Larry Bird. He was good. He played college basketball with Larry Potash.
Sure.
Well, we'll ask Thomas Sulo about that. Potash had some game.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I can't do that one. Dr. NBA, could you score 15
Great
points?
athletes over there at Emerson.
We did have a few.
Well, I can't be part of this conversation because I would obviously scheme up a great play for myself. So, like, that's a foregone conclusion.
You would, the doctor.
Taking my brilliant basketball mind out of this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, just physically, no, I wouldn't be able to.
Okay.
But mentally, I could definitely drop something nice.
This guy goes, all you need to do is make it back to the line of scrimmage and then dive forward, and you'd get your 5 yards on 10 carries. The getting to the line of scrimmage part is difficult.
That's difficult.
You got to have vision, baby. If you got
And
the right
speed.
vision, no, you don't have to have speed.
This is assuming
Good Lord.
that each of you would correctly take the handoff. You wouldn't fumble the handoff. Like, I think I'm sorry, I was in my own head.
Right.
Like, sorry, Justin Fields, I was in my own head.
And then
I dropped the ball.
nobody on the NFL defense on the other side actually makes a play and breaks a block.
The intimidation factor, too.
Yeah.
Guys saying everything in the world to you on the other side.
Boy.
And getting back up after the first hit. Oh, my God, I have to do 9 more of these, and now I have to gain 13 yards because I lost 8 on the first carry.
I don't like how much the texters are doubting my coast to coast in the basketball game. Bob in Arlington Heights wonders how many wheelchairs were involved in my basketball game. None, Bob. Not a single one. It wasn't wheelchair basketball. Okay,
It's
real
just
basketball.
outrageous.
This is a good one from the 815. I did see this prompt going around Twitter a couple weeks ago where women were texting their male friends, could you land a plane in a situation of emergency? And like super majority, 90%. Yeah, of course I could land a plane. Is someone walking me through it? I agree with that. I feel like if I was communicating with the
Lord.
tower, I could land a plane.
Okay.
And you know what? If it's going down, I'm jumping out.
Striker,
Right, we know you're jumping out.
Striker.
The Washington Post did this. They because it was like 70% of men.
Oh, that's right.
Said that they could land a plane.
They put people in a simulator.
So they put people in a simulator,
And everybody crashed.
except one person did not crash, and everyone else crashed. And like 3 of the people, I think it was like 10 people, 3 of the people could not even communicate with the tower because they didn't know that like when you hit the button on the remote that you had to like let it go for them to talk back to you. And so they were just screaming into a headset and crashed the plane into the mountain. they never got
so perfect.
the first instruction
Yeah.
of like, okay, turn or whatever. Yeah, but delusional confidence. And I didn't realize that I worked with you guys. Like, these people are so much better. And the other one was, could you take a set off of Serena Williams in tennis?
100%.
No, that's ridiculous. No,
you could
A
not.
set. I was waiting for the tennis one. Like it's so. I mean, but that's ridiculous. A set, 15 points in an NBA game is ridiculous.
As is 5 yards.
I disagree. I think 5 yards behind an offensive line. Textures are on it. Can I just QB sneak? Can I eliminate the 7-yard back set as a running back?
Don't even need it.
If I could do that and just take the snap and then just lean.
Shane, can you call Manley?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Tell him we have one question to ask him, and then he could go. We'd prefer if he's on the golf
probably
course,
on a boat right now.
or a boat, or in a helicopter, or doing something awesome. But can
I'm gonna leave my mic on while I call him.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
He's in a boat or a helicopter.
Call him.
He's
from
in a
the,
helicopter.
Call him from the lines,
Yeah.
so that we can.
I think he's in a helicopter on his way to a boat.
Yeah.
That's where he is.
That'd be perfect.
I don't think we're legally allowed to call anybody on the score line on the
I'm
air.
not saying that his end has to be on. Shane can have his microphone on. Call him.
Gotcha.
Hey, can I put you on the air? And then we put him on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I read
getting a voicemail.
I read the comments of these posts and the sheer volume of people who feel like, oh yeah, I could do that.
Well,
no
'cause
problem.
It's just the theoretical. Texture says he believes that Shane could get 5 yards on 10 carries behind me at center in an NFL game, especially if we are near the I-88 corridor.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Well, if you're at center, we're running off the tackles.
Yeah, no, you'd be inspired in that
running
spot.
HB sweep the whole time. I'm getting a toss.
It's just absolutely insane.
Wow. I thought we were teammates.
No, he's
well, I'm thinking of myself completing the challenge.
Yeah. No, not
I'd even take Sam Rustifer back there.
Max Rustifer. Good Lord. All right, man, a lot of people, no, there's no shot. There's just absolutely no chance. I liked one of the guys said in response to the NBA one, he was like, because I think the NBA hypothetical is like,
it's outrageous.
But I think it was like $50 million instead of the 10 or whatever. And he was like, I would just pay the guy who makes the least amount of money on the other team to continuously foul me until I got my points at the free throw line. That's pretty smart.
That's good thinking.
Yeah, bribery. Yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
could. Yeah, you'd have at least a fighting chance.
I mean, but
in
like,
that.
even if you thought like you could make 5
half-court shots,
right, or 5 3-pointers or whatever, what's the guarantee that the other players even give you the ball? Because they'd be looking at you like, why is this guy out here?
Yeah, it would be disrespectful.
We're trying to make the playoffs
It would
here.
be completely insane.
Well, what about the sanctity of our league? This Jamoke's out here trying to make $50 million.
But I
also, who's putting up the $50 million? I have questions now.
Yeah. Someone said this would be a great discussion All-Star break week. Have you seen the record of our local baseball teams, sir or ma'am?
We've been on All-Star break week for the last month.
Yeah, it's basically always All-Star break. But we can bring it back next week, and we'll open up the phones, and we'll see how many of you out there believe that you could do any of these tasks, because it is downright shocking to me how many of you on the internet and evidently on this radio show, you guys we're a much more athletic show than I gave us credit for.
That's right.
If you and Shane are running for 25 yards combined.
It is a sports station, you know?
Yeah.
So we're all athletes.
67% so far on the Twitter poll at Parkins Spiegel say I cannot, given 10 carries behind an NFL offensive line, gain 5 total yards against an NFL defense.
Yeah. Well, 33% of our audience is dumb then. That is ludicrous.
No, those are just my fellow Cub fans.
Hey,
right.
you said it, not me.
There it is. He admitted it. 340.
Because of that segment, during that segment, I got a rooftop invite for the middle of July at a Cubs game.
I think I got the same one.
Yeah. He changed his Twitter handle.
Did he? Oh, I didn't realize
Yeah,
that.
it's different now.
Oh, interesting.
Tell your buddy I want to go.
Okay.
I'm a Cubs fan too, guys. We got three Cubs fans on this show now.
Yeah.
Tanny's outnumbered.
Numbers are off.
Yeah, very much so. Speaks has some sports show and tell for us before Steve Stone and Pat Tomasulo in the 4 o'clock hour. Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
If you love America's pastime, check out Matt Spiegel's podcast, The PBP Voices of Baseball, featuring former and current voices of Major League Baseball.
Blue Jays voice Dan Shulman.
And he went out there and he's just blowing the fastball by people and looked in complete control. And then you're going, is that is it like a sugar crash where he cornholio for the first inning and then and then he has a crash and then bad things happen. I feel
he's like in pitch count. He's like, dude, are you threatening me?
And in the first inning, like, it's money in the bank, right? And
do you have any Oreo? Michael, we just want to know what pitch you're throwing. TV, what am I bungle?
But that's what I worry about is that like he's got either an adrenaline spike or a sugar high. They went to town on Michael Kopech.
He is never not going to be Cornholio.
Oh, I didn't mean to make him Cornholio.
Yeah, you did.
Spiegel, and it wasn't particularly good. I mean, not that that's a new thing.
Afternoons on the Score.
We're always trying to be good, Boog. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the Score. Steve Stone in 15 minutes. And then Pat Tomasulo in studio at 4:30. We're going to do 2 long segments in the 4 o'clock hour to just have good, fun, free-flowing conversations with Stoney and Pat Tomasulo. So we hope you hang out for that. We're off a little early for Cubs and Yankees tonight. Cubs, Yankees in the Bronx. Pregame begins at 5:30. First pitch 6:05 on the Score. Xfinity Cubs Radio Network. Also, did you know you can hear Cubs games on your smart speaker? Just tell your device to play 670 the Score.
Danny, I have always wanted to own this particular sports card, and I finally decided to drop some dollars and do it. And I'm very excited to have it. I've brought it in. I just texted a picture of it to Shane and Tanny so they can see it at the same time. And I think I might have texted it to you as well. If I didn't, I'll hand it to you right there.
Hell yeah.
I have wanted that forever, Tanny, and I'm really glad that I have it. Danny, would you describe it for people as you're holding it there, please?
This is a Mark Jackson New York Knicks card.
The point guard, now a broadcaster, obviously. Yes.
There's a story about this card.
Oh, there is a story.
That's famous. It's someone in the background.
Don't say it, Tanny.
Quite a story. Oh, yeah.
Don't say it. But I finally decided to drop some dime and own it.
Speaking of tennis.
Speaking of tennis.
Oh,
I don't know this story.
It's look
at it.
It's the murderers, right?
Yeah, look in the bottom left of that Mark Jackson NBA card that I just purchased and am now the proud owner of. That would be Lyle and Eric Menendez.
The murdering tennis brothers.
And between when they murdered their parents and when they were arrested for murdering their parents, some of their post-murder spending spree was spent on front row seats at a Knicks game, and they happened to be in the background of that Mark Jackson basketball card.
That's hilarious.
That's spooky.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited about this purchase.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, Bill. Bill feels me. Is that heavy or what?
Are you willing to admit how much that card costs?
Sure.
it's like a famous card for that, but there were a ton in circulation, right?
Correct.
So it was
Correct.
probably not crazy expensive.
It was not crazy expensive.
Did you pay $20 for it?
I paid exactly $20.
$20.
It's nice. Yeah, it's
great. And now I have it. Instead of like every time they come up in conversation, I like go to the phone and I try to call it up. No, I'll just have it. Here you go. Yeah.
That's worth it.
For anybody who doesn't know, I played tennis with those guys in 7th grade.
Before they were murderers.
Correct.
Yeah.
Before they were murderers.
But they were so fun to play tennis with, you probably would have considered playing with them after.
Dad used to cheer them on so loudly and aggressively and angrily. I remember one time Eric won his match and still ended up in tears in his father's arms because the dad was just that intense.
So you're saying that's what led to the murdering?
No, actually, I watched the Peacock 3-part documentary on the Menendez brothers, and Dad was a pedophile of horrific extent. The band Menudo. The band Menudo, he was an RCA executive, and like Menudo was apparently like a Penn State style, or not Penn State, but what was the thing that Sandusky ran, the fake charity?
Oh yeah, the camp.
Yes,
right.
It's basically a breeding ground.
Yeah.
That's what the band Menudo was as well.
Oh,
so
gross.
Yeah, totally gross and awful. And I actually think the Menendez brothers ought to be released at this point for having served this long for manslaughter, as opposed to the murder and life without parole that they got sentenced to.
That's a crowd pleaser.
Yeah, it really is. It's a fun topic. It's a fun, light topic. But anyway, why not buy the card and own the card? And now I have it. I'm not really a big card guy in my life.
Well, so do you have a lot of you tell this story a lot, right, about your connection to the Menendez killers?
Especially now that I've watched the documentary and I'm actually kind of passionate about it because their dad was a monster, an absolute monster.
You're passionate about the fact that they should be released.
Yeah, I am now.
Interesting.
I am now. Because
how long have they served?
30 years, I believe.
But
they absolutely killed their parents. 100%.
Right.
Like gangland style.
Right.
Awful and horrendous. But there's
but the mom was not an abuser.
Mom knew and allowed it to happen for decades.
Mom knew and allowed it to happen.
Yes.
They killed both of them.
Yes.
With premeditated intent,
Right.
and you want them for manslaughter.
Well, because they were abused, though.
No,
which,
as
kids,
I get it.
Which messes up your mind and your logic and everything.
How old did they? What were they when they committed the murder?
Young 20s.
Young 20s.
22 and 20. It's hard, right?
No, I mean, listen. I mean, obviously, I believe in rehabilitation and all of that stuff. Did they do interviews for the doc from prison?
They're part of a couple phone calls from prison. So you see them with the phone calls.
Wow.
But it was.
They're on Mully and Haugh next week.
Wow, that's a good get.
Dustin went out there.
It was compelling.
All right.
I recommend the watch if you want to hang around.
The murdering Menendez.
So like.
Hey, Lyle.
Hey, Lyle.
Lyle, how you doing?
Great catching up with you, Lyle.
How are you?
Morning, Lyle.
Morning. You know, I don't know what the big deal is with these Menendez brothers. It's not that interesting. And so just stop paying attention to murderers. Thank you, Dustin.
Who was that?
Dustin. It was bad,
no,
Dustin.
Who it was at the
Dustin?
end. Yeah. So thank you, Dustin. I always appreciate that. I didn't know who that was.
Yeah, I didn't either.
It's always best when you have to identify the impression by name.
Yeah, no, that's a problem.
Oh, that's good.
Your Haugh was good. Morning, Lyle.
I mean, it's just the
Okay, we're not
grody.
asphalting or cutting the lawn here.
Yeah. Well, maybe they are in prison, Dustin. Everything about that? Maybe they do have to do some
they might
asphalting.
asphalt in prison.
Are they signing these cards, by the way? Do you think they would sign it if you?
Oh, God.
I mean, write a letter to compel their release. Have them sign your card.
Yeah.
Let them get on with their life.
Shane, you said the trading card documentary, the memorabilia guy on Netflix, that documentary is awesome.
Awesome. King of Collectibles is what it's called on Netflix. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. And I don't really have any interest in sports memorabilia, like owning it.
Uh-huh.
I've got that Billy Ripken F face card, you know, the F word face on the bottom of his knob. I've got one of those. I've got a lot of those like
the
messed
weird
up cards. Yeah, I liked those for a little while. But when I was off for the last week, I watched all 6 episodes. It's incredible.
Wow.
I loved memorabilia and all that stuff.
You
but
did?
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. I still have I still hang a few things like in the sports watching room. But yeah.
I'm giggling because Dumb Farmer on the text line says, Menendez talks murder with you. He broke me.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty strong.
That's pretty good. How does Christine?
Wait, what the hell is this?
What's
from
that?
Sean and Charlotte? Between at 9:33 this morning, Dustin was insinuating that Shane was the most likely at the score to throat punch someone. Where the hell does that come from?
How the hell?
I can't imagine.
I gotta find that.
I can't imagine.
I agree with Dustin on that.
Yeah,
one.
if that's something, who's more likely?
Yeah, there's nobody here who's more likely to throat punch somebody.
Manley can't talk right now, but he texted and said maybe behind the 2006 line, but it would be close.
For you or for Speaks?
For me.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I abdicated.
Okay. I just wasn't sure who he asked.
I wonder if that throat punch topic this morning was in light of Victor Wembanyama and Britney Spears. Britney getting slapped across the face by accident by a security
Did you see
guard.
the video?
Yeah, I just saw the video a little while ago.
Yeah.
Looks pretty mild.
Nothing happened.
Yeah. Well, she's Britney.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Yeah, no, I've heard. I've heard. It's just so ridiculous.
I mean, a little something happened.
No. Nothing happened.
You call that nothing?
I call that nothing. If that is something, then nothing's ever happened to her.
Something happened.
And things have happened to her. That is nothing.
Yes, it is.
I think it's something.
A back slap to a backhand to the face.
But it was her hand that got pushed back into her face like that. I mean, she reached out, she touched him. The guy slapped the hand away. Why do we have to make that a big story? Why is that a story?
Free Britney.
All right. That did not seem like that big of a deal. And I felt bad for Wembanyama. He's caught up in American pop culture.
Welcome to the country, sir. Here you go.
Here's a pop star in Vegas and TMZ.
He didn't do anything wrong.
Of course he didn't. But he's being asked about it. He makes his summer league debut tonight, and he's being asked about a video of him on TMZ.
Hey, this is life in America. It's life in the big city, kid. Although San Antonio's not quite the big city.
I mean, he's in Vegas.
He's in Vegas. That is a big city.
Yeah. Bright lights, anyway.
No, but this is the price of doing business in America. Is that you have to deal with the fallout from ridiculous TMZ-inspired drama.
I guess. Just on the scale of drama, maybe a 1 out of 10. How does Christine feel about having a showpiece in your house about your connection to the murdering Tennis brothers?
Yeah, no, it's gonna be. I'm gonna leave it here. Probably.
Okay.
Thinking I might leave it here. I think it's more fun to have it work. Actually,
I just don't know where you said it comes up, so I didn't know if it comes up more when you're having people to your home, at work, you want to have the card on you.
I know. I hear, but I think I interact with more people here. You know?
Yeah, sure.
I don't.
No one's here.
You just had a lot of people over. I haven't had that many people over lately. It's amazing how life progresses.
Yeah.
Stop entertaining.
Hey, real quick before we break.
Yeah.
I'm combing through to find this Dustin Shane throat punching audio.
Yeah.
And Dustin's already making fun of our show. So we're reopening we can say whatever we want about the morning show.
Whoa.
I'm instituting that immediately.
But
he's making fun of one last thing.
Was he really?
Yeah.
What's he saying?
One last thing.
Yeah. He's making fun of one last thing.
Oh, really?
Why don't you guys just take some questions at the end of the show?
Well, why do
because God forbid we let our listeners know who we are.
Well, I mean, listen, it was just so creative, the pick six. It's very different than the 5 and 5. All right? Who could come up with these things? So, all right.
I'm out.
You're out? Oh, no. Shane gives us a target.
Yeah, I'm not out. I still have to listen to the rest of this audio.
What did he say about one last thing?
Here's an idea.
We'll
Why
bring
we
it
break
back.
for Stoney.
All right.
Oh, dang it.
The adult in
Thank
the
God
room.
the adult is here.
I forgot about Stoney. Stoney and then Pat Tomasulo next on The Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app.
I live to please you.
Afternoons, 2 to 6 on The Score. Can't listen on the radio?
That's the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life.
Well, then listen on your mobile device, smart speaker, or your desktop, all through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. Check it out, ladies. Well, Parkins and Spiegel.
He wanted to go be out in these streets. And as a grown man, he should be able to go be out in these streets. But he went out in these streets. Some woman attacked him. And I mean that in the best possible way. He wasn't getting robbed. This nice lady was like, hey, you know what happened yesterday when you were watching Christopher Morel and he saw Wilson Contreras and he jumped on Wilson Contreras?
That's what happened to me.
That's what happened to Ray.
And then he was caught.
And then he was caught, and he fell off a riser.
That's right.
So is it a fractured elbow that we're talking about,
Okay,
Ray?
so it was dislocated here for Twitch, since I get to hide it under the desk, but here for Twitch, there you go. You got to see the little wrap. It was dislocated because when I hit the floor after this young lady jumped on me, and she was a little taller than me, she wasn't really thinking about the logistics of that. And we fell forward. I hit my elbow first on the floor, and it popped out the socket. So that sucked. So it was dislocated. They popped it back in, and it's fractured. So that's the diagnosis for now. And I'm going to see a bone specialist on Saturday. Exciting!
See a bones.
Yeah.
So they haven't decided yet whether it's just casting or a surgery?
Correct.
Okay. Did they give you happy things
They
to
did.
make you feel better?
They did.
Next time, go to an accredited hospital,
Yeah,
please.
man.
Instead of
I'm just gonna have to put this out there on these airwaves right now.
Back alley hospital. It's like he has to knock on a door.
Yes.
He has to bang on this storm door. The guy
And I have
slides
to-
open a peephole. What do you want?
And Ray, did you tell them about the first place you went to? You got rejected.
I got
because you weren't
rejected.
hurt enough.
I wasn't hurt enough,
Because he
man.
wasn't a gunshot victim.
Went to someplace owned by like the Bulgarian mob.
That's right.
What the hell, man?
Oh, wait. I forgot the best part of the story. What was the name of the place that you were at?
The Slippery Slope.
There it is.
Appropriately named.
The slippery slope takes another victim.
That's right.
And then Ray went to Kmart to get his elbow
Basically,
looked at.
hospital.
Because this wrap I have in my arm right now, this is the third version of this thing. The first time they put it on, it was like too tight, and my arm was swelling up, and I could tell it was too tight. So I went back the next day, and I said, "Hey, you got to fix this thing." And
You
then
must place your arm in body of live sheep.
Right. So then they kind of straightened it out a little bit and put it in the sling in a different way. And then as I was here
Old
towards
country style.
Right. And then as I was here towards the end of the day, it was swelling up again. So I went back like, what the hell is going on here? So this is the third version of this wrap. And the young lady that put this thing on didn't know how to put the sling on.
Notice he
explain.
didn't say nurse.
I didn't.
Hi, everybody.
I didn't put any respect on that title. I'm sorry. No hello nurse. That I had to explain to her how to put the sling on. She was putting it on the wrong way. I was like, "Where the hell am I?"
She was wearing nothing but head to toe camo and Kevlar.
Yeah. So
Poor Ray.
Was there a doctor there called Dr. Nick?
Yes, that was him.
You have bone failure.
We're popping it back in, everybody.
He's like a balloon.
Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Please welcome accomplished pitcher and popular broadcaster, Steve Stone.
Yes.
Steve Stone.
The inning is over, I believe.
Are we talking faster?
I think so, yeah.
Chicago White Sox television analyst.
When a catcher goes out there, you have to leave the pitcher with a positive thought. If you can do that, you're in good shape. I had a catcher come out at an 0-2 count, and he said to me, don't hang a curveball because the only thing this guy can hit. He went back, got in his position, I hung the curveball, and it was a 2-2 game.
That's a negative thought, right?
Yeah, I said, don't. If you can't say anything better than that, just don't come out.
You still friends?
Well,
I want to be a rock star.
Oh, I want to be a rock star.
With Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
Thrilled as always to talk to Steve Stone. Pat Tomasulo will be in about half an hour. A little bit of baseball news on the north side. Dansby Swanson has decided not to play in the All-Star game. And David Ross apparently will address the media soon from New York. According to Sahadev Sharma, we'll see if there are more updates on his status for the weekend, but he is not in the lineup tonight. But Steve Stone joins us now on the Circa Resort Casino hotline. Circa Resort Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Good afternoon, Stoney. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. It was a long day and not very fruitful yesterday, but today's a new day.
But you late in game 2, you still had cat-like reflexes dodging that ball at the expense of that monitor last night. That was very well done.
Well, fortunately, I was standing up at the time because sitting down for 6+ hours isn't really ideal. So I was standing up just, I was perusing the ballpark, looking out over the green pastures, and then I saw the ball foul back, and I had some flashbacks to when I was on the mound having to dodge those, and so I realized that this ball was going to come behind me if I just turned to my side. That's exactly what I did, and at the expense of one supremely expensive monitor, I live to fight another day.
Can you share the cost of said monitor? Sounds like it was a topic thereafter.
Oh, I'm sure it was phenomenally expensive, but fortunately, we were able to add a monitor for the doubleheader yesterday because you get to add one more, in this case, a player. And so the new monitor is right up here. I'm looking at it as we speak. There's nary a mark in it. But the frightening thing is this is the third monitor in the last few years. There was 2 of these have been destroyed, and hopefully we can keep this one around for a while.
Mike Monaco is very good at his job, but he looks like a child. Like he's got that baby face up there. I mean, unbelievably talented, but I'm wondering what it's like to you. You've worked with so many different people over the years. He's only 30 years old, right? What's it like working with someone like that at that age?
Well, first of all, he is a very accomplished broadcaster at a very young age, and I love the fact that he can do all kinds of sports. I mean, we were talking about the Little League World Series. We were talking about the College World Series. He's been able to do those. I know he's done football. So you have a guy who really understands how to broadcast. And for me, I broadcast with a lot of different folks. But it's nice to see young guys getting in the business and having a hunger for, number one, getting better, because Mike is much better now than he was when we worked together a few years ago. I talked to him last night. I said, I think that he's used the years wisely. I think he's going to get better from where he is now. But it's nice to find young people getting in this business. And the research they put in, the things available to the broadcasters these days far surpass what they used to. And it's nice to see the young guys having an idea about where to go on various sites, how to fill their broadcast, when to use stories, when to use what's going on in the field. And I think he's got a good feel for it at a very tender age.
Stoney, how does a team strike out 14 or more batters 8 times during the course of the first half of a season and lose all 8 of those games? It's it's a remarkably bad stat. What would you say is the reason that has happened to the White Sox?
I have no idea. I don't think you're going to ever see that again. I think you're seeing it this year. I think it's an aberration. So trying to explain it, I think, is an exercise in futility.
Okay. How does Lance Lynn go from really bad to really good and then really bad and then really good? What's the difference when Lynn is on fire like he was yesterday?
Well, yesterday was throwing everything close to the zone. I mean, he normally has good control, but in the days when he was really struggling, he was wild in the strike zone. He was missing, and when he missed, instead of missing either high and out of the zone, he missed down the middle. The game he threw yesterday, he didn't miss very much. And even when he was off the corner, it was off the corner just by a little. So as the game moves along and the opposing team has a feel that you're going to throw some strikes on the first and second pitch consistently, they're going to swing early in the count. And that will lead to a lot of quick outs that will keep him around the game more. But his stuff was just really good yesterday. And what it is, I mean, he was as aggressive as he normally was, but he was hitting the corners yesterday. He was making pitches look like strikes for quite some time before dipping out of the zone. That's why he got 25 swings and misses. And I think in that game that he fanned 16, I think he got 33 swings and misses, something like that. So when his stuff is good, it's still certainly good enough to be able to get major league hitters out. And hopefully from here on out, he throws like he did in that game in Seattle and the game last night.
Talking to Steve Stone here, Parkins and Spiegel on the score. We gave the Dansby Swanson news about him not being in the All-Star game. Luis Robert is the White Sox representative, and he's going to be one of the most featured people of the week. With he's the 1 seed in the bracket for the Home Run Derby, and he's been the best outfielder, arguably in all of baseball this year. Maybe this is too simplistic, but what is the difference between when he was potential but not consistent to this year where it's been consistent dominance?
Well, I think you're seeing a couple of different things happen. Take a look at Oscar Colas and look at what he's going through at this point. He doesn't have this huge backlog in the minor leagues to fall back on as far as success is concerned. So he's going to really struggle in the major leagues because he's going to swing at a lot of pitches out of the zone. And that's what we've seen this year with Luis. He has gone to swing at a lot of pitches in the zone. He's limited the amount of swings and misses. He's limited the amount of pitches he does swing at. And when he confines it to the strike zone, he's just really good at his job, and he's gotten better. He's worked very hard. Pedro was talking about his working with the hitting coaches and assistant hitting coaches, him working with Darryl Boston for his outfielding, and he wants to get better. And what we're seeing is a guy who's just grown up in the major leagues. I mean, seemingly before our eyes, because he was very raw when he got here. He was just this big bundle of talent that hadn't really performed yet, and you watched him early and you thought, well, geez, I mean, if he's going to swing at everything, he's never going to hit in this league. Well, eventually they figured out if they're really good, and he is really good. So he seems to have figured every aspect of this game out.
Does it concern you when you see a star like him in the Home Run Derby?
No, it really doesn't, because, I mean, he said he's not going to change his stroke, and there's a lot of guys that go through it every year. Pete Alonso goes through it every year. It doesn't seem to affect his stroke very much, although some guys will tell you that, you know, for a week or so it's a problem afterward. But this is his first time around in a home run derby. I think what he will figure out is just how strong you have to be, because you've got to swing lights out from the first round through the end round. And I think he'll be able to do that. He is, as you know, he is enormously strong.
You know, when Vlad Guerrero Jr. Won the home run derby, he hit 91 home runs in the derby. 91.
That's ridiculous.
It's outrageous. And you think about all the swings that weren't home runs, like swinging that hard that often is an insane thing to ask these guys to do when they get all the way through to the finals. Stoney, I saw this the other day. Since that Saturday night when Luis Robert didn't run hard and then didn't know Charlie Montoyo's name and was taken out of the game, since that public embarrassment for Luis, he leads all position players in baseball in wins above replacement. That includes Ronald Acuna Jr., includes anybody that you want to think of. It's a 183 WRC plus. It's outrageous. So what does that tell us? That with embarrassment and with renewed focus, you can stop swinging at those pitches outside of the zone? It's a remarkable development since that very moment.
Yeah, I don't think that he stopped swinging at pitches out of the zone because he was put on the bench. I think it was a learning experience for a very young player. He learned two things. Number one, he did have a little twinge in his hamstring. His problem was he didn't communicate that to anybody, and Pedro didn't know about it. So Pedro, when he saw that he was protecting himself, he just put him on the bench. Well, then they talked about the fact that he was trying to protect himself. It wasn't that he was loafing, And then they said, okay, that's fine, but you have to tell somebody. You have to tell the trainers. You have to tell the hitting coach. You have to tell the manager. I mean, tell somebody that you're not feeling 100%, then you can avoid things like that. So it was a combination, I think, a little bit of embarrassment, certainly. It was also the fact that he learned something about communicating with the coaching staff and the manager. And I think that and the fact that he has a tremendous amount of pride. He wants to be the best player in baseball. And he's making a really good case for that. We all know at this point, because he can't pitch very well, the best player in baseball is Ohtani. However, if you're just looking at one discipline and the discipline of just hitting the baseball and catching it in the outfield, you're hard-pressed to find anybody who's been better than him. And you mentioned that point as the catalyst. If that's what it took, well, maybe that he should take everybody out of the game for a game and then bring them back, and hopefully they respond like Luis does.
Stoney, there's so much talk, and part of it's done by us, but part of it's done by national reporters and local beat reporters. Rick Hahn's getting asked about it every time he speaks to the media about the trade deadline and making declarations about the team in one direction or the other. And there's been some reporting, Bob Nightingale specifically, of like guys kind of saying, I'd be okay with being traded. I'm not asking for a trade, but I'd be okay with it. How does that go in a clubhouse? Because I would imagine it would be easy to notice among players when there are some guys who maybe don't want to be there and are not as all in and dialed to the message as maybe the other guys are, or you would want them to be.
Well, look, I would think just by looking at what's happened this year, you're talking about a team that's 37-52. So they're 15 under. They're 9 back in the loss column of Minnesota. If these guys were all, boy, we're just happy to be here, and this is, I mean, I love my teammates, this is a wonderful group of guys, and we feel like a family together. If they were like that, you would start to worry because these guys want to win. And I think it's the frustration of not winning that is showing up in some guys who could be eligible to be traded. Nobody's going to come out and say, you know, get me out of here. I can't stand being here any longer. What they're going to say is, I'm going to play as hard as I can, regardless of what uniform I'm wearing. And there will be some guys who will welcome a change of scenery. However, to a man, these guys wanted to win here. So far, it hasn't worked out that way. As we know, it looks dismal at this point. You're sitting a long way back. You're in 4th place. But it comes down to a couple of different things. Number one, if you ask to be traded, sometimes they can accommodate you. Sometimes they can't. Sometimes a trade makes no sense. Sometimes a trade is something that you're going to have to do depending on what you get in return. So the jury is still out on who's going to go, where they're going to go, and what can they get for them if, in fact, they decide to start unloading. And if they do, then it becomes a question of what are you going to do? Is this going to be a complete teardown, a partial teardown? Is this going to be just sending some guys away who don't have a contract for next year? I mean, I think that's yet to be decided, and fortunately they still have some time to do it. We're on July 7th. It doesn't come till the end of this month. However, you know, in order to be one of the teams that you would consider even being a buyer, this team has got to catch fire.
So it's interesting about what kind of teardown it would be. At least one person of our 4-pack here on the show, ardent White Sox fan and observer Chris Tannehill, believes that if they traded away a bunch of the pieces that are on expiring deals, but they kept Robert and they kept Cease, and obviously you know keep Vaughn and keep some other young players under control, that maybe a new baseball boss could be creative and turn this roster into something competitive very quickly. Do you think that's conceivable in terms of next year?
Do I think it's conceivable? I think anything's conceivable. Do I think it's going to happen? No, I don't. But as far as trading guys that you don't think are going to be part of your future, and that's really important. You know, trading is not as easy as a lot of people make it out to be, for the simple reason that you can trade anybody. And I don't think there's an untouchable. I mean, if let's say that Ohtani had a contract and they wanted to trade him even up for Luis Robert Jr., well, I would pack up Luis and get Ohtani here. That's not going to happen as we know it. But that's to illustrate that there's nobody untouchable. But that being said, there's certain guys you're not going to shop, and Luis Robert is one of those guys. Nobody's going to, you know, going to give you an Ohtani comparable player for Luis Robert, so he stays here. And I think there's enough young talent to build around when you look at the guys that you would like to move. And then you ask yourself, if I move this guy, what am I getting in return? You know, where are our needs? And I think, you know, we can look around, we can specify some of those certainly, but right now those decisions, again, have not been made yet. So don't look for another boss because I don't think that's in the offing.
Oh, really? Okay, so you think that whoever is here now is going to be here going forward?
I think that the major players that are here now will be here going forward.
Okay. We're talking to Steve Stone here on Parkins and Spiegel on the score. Carlos Rodon will make his Yankees debut tonight against the Cubs. They're talking about maybe 75 pitches after a $168 million deal that they invested in him. What do you think are reasonable expectations for him as he ramps up?
Well, we've seen it. I mean, I don't think there was any team that knew Carlos better than the White Sox knew him. And I think the oddity was last year. I think because he had this wonderful year last year, did not get hurt at all. I think the White Sox realized when they didn't offer to bring him back initially as a free agent, I think they realized that this is a guy that's been hurt every year of his career, and there was a good chance if you give him a long-term deal, he's going to be hurt for most of that. I think the Yankees maybe found out a little bit of that. Now, last year, again, was the oddity, not the norm. And this year he came out, he is hurt. So as far as what can you expect? When Carlos is healthy, he's among the best pitchers in baseball. He showed last year that he's hard to hit. I mean, he was number one. He was with a pretty good team with San Francisco, but he was also in a ballpark that's probably the friendliest pitcher ballpark in baseball, San Francisco. He did stay healthy, had a great year. Kudos to him. And then the Yankees got trapped pretty much like Texas got trapped with DeGrom. I mean, you take a guy who has a history of injuries, and each and every year he's injured some or part of the season, and you can't be real surprised when you sign him and he gets injured again. I mean, I wasn't surprised when DeGrom went down. I wasn't surprised when Carlos went down because their history says they're going to go down. So when you offer him that deal, you have to understand that a good part of that deal is going to be spent on the injured list, and that's what's happened. But I really like Carlos. I think he was very good for the White Sox. I also believe that he's a terrific pitcher when healthy, but that caveat with him is something that you have to live with.
Steve Stone, plans for the All-Star break? What are you doing with the newly extended MLB All-Star break?
I am going back to Arizona once again. I will miss the first two series of the post All-Star break season. Not going to go to Atlanta or New York, and then I'm going to be with the team the rest of the way. So I'll be fresh out of vacation time at that point, and it'll be a Ripken-esque effort from Minnesota on down the end of the year.
Well, I'm glad you're not, going to pitch in the All-Star game and waste what's left of the arm there. Like, take this break, recharge, and refuel for the second half. That makes sense.
Well, I'd like to have seen the Sox a little bit better positioned going into the second half. But look, they've dug themselves into this hole, and if they're going to do it, they're the only ones who can dig themselves out of it.
Stoney, enjoy your time off, and we'll talk soon. Thank you, sir.
Okay, guys. Talk to you in a week. Bye.
Thank you. That's Steve Stone with us on the score.
The Ripken-esque run from the Minnesota series to the end of the year.
Good for him, man.
Yeoman's effort.
Hey.
Nice.
You can't talk to anybody about vacation
time. I can't. but I'm the Bears being relevant is possibly going to stall my string of January island trips. I know.
Oh no.
Sorry.
Thanks, Mac.
I'm so sorry.
The only legit empathy I was getting was from Dan McNeil on tape.
Shane, wake up. Tanny, we got to have another little taste because Spigs is here. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's a big day. How about the decision? I don't think he circled back to your aside, and he said, I think that there will not be a new baseball boss.
Yeah.
And and then I followed up, and he's like, I think the principal,
the players are here,
decision makers will be here. So that means Rick, Kenny, Getz, and Pedro.
If I had to bet on what's going to happen, Chris Getz is going to be your new general manager with Kenny Williams remaining in his job. And Rick will either leave the organization or be reassigned to do something that he loves to do within the organization, which is whether it's pro scouting. Maybe they'll move him over to pro scouting, or they'll move him over to development. He'll swap places, and they will, in your parlance, shuffle the deck chairs.
Thank you.
on the ship. And The question next year will be, where does Chris Getz start and where does Kenny Williams end?
Shuffle up the deck on the chairs.
Exactly right. That's what will be happening. Thank you, Chuck. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I've thought now for a while, that Chris Getz is next up and Rick gets to move to a different cushy room in the Reinsdorfian mansion.
So that would make what Stoney said hold, that everybody
who's here is here.
Is back, yeah. But I felt like I heard it as he said there would not be a new baseball boss. That's what he said.
Because Kenny's the baseball boss. Because Kenny's the president of operations. And as much as we tried
I don't think that's what he meant.
I don't know. You know, I think as much as we've tried to separate Rick from Kenny, it's all one big soup. You know, and it's.
So you think that when Rick addresses the media every week, he's not the top baseball person in the organization?
I think Kenny is his boss. Absolutely.
Yeah, but who makes the final say and who they're going to pick in the first round?
I don't know the answer to that.
I think it's got to be Rick.
He didn't get to pick a manager a couple times ago.
I know that, but Jerry hired his friend. That was a baseball decision that Kenny didn't make also. That was an ownership decision.
Mm-hmm.
So So did Kenny sign Andrew Benintendi?
You know,
I don't believe that. I think that Rick signed him.
Here's the thing. I keep going back to this one moment when Rick was very unhappy with me and Jason Goff in an interview because they were trying to celebrate a small buy at the trade deadline. And we spoke for the disgruntled fans of the time who didn't like the direction. And we talked about Kenny kind of doing something and saying something. I remember him with an exasperated tone saying, "Look, guys, Kenny's my boss, okay?" Like, you know, and just kind of, he was annoyed with us. And that annoyance stuck for a while, frankly. But he just said,
"Oh, don't let him break your train of thought. That's what he wants you to have.
Kenny's my boss. Kenny's his boss.
Yeah.
We don't know who's what. We don't know who green lights what in the end, except this manager was definitely Rick's.
This last manager was definitely Rick's.
Yes.
Hey, Pat Tomasulo's here.
I like it.
He's trying to distract us. Yeah, you can moon us.
Put him on the glass.
Yeah, that'd be fine. We are going to talk about nonsense with a man who specializes in it. He's the star of WGN Morning News.
He is the star.
He's at least one of the 4 stars on that show. Pat Tomasulo in studio next on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Cody Bellinger.
Line drive, base hit into right field. Cubs take the lead. Bellinger digging for second, slides in safely.
You're listening to the Parkins and Spiegel Show, afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
I'm getting killed on Twitter, Lawrence. I'm getting killed like I'm Caitlin Collins.
Did your source die?
The loophole was closed.
He will be after today.
Raj closed my loophole.
This is supposed to be Danny Parkins' day.
I don't have a schedule guy anymore. My guy thought he was still a schedule guy. Then he woke up today and he was no longer the schedule guy or girl. And now everyone on Twitter is dunking on me, and it makes me upset. and
Danny's going to be lashing out in all directions.
Well, but then I come into work today, licking my wounds, looking for support from my Score family, and Speaks is out here retweeting things about how it's Danny Parkins' day, and then Ryan Porth comes in and he goes, "Hey, got something to show you." I'm like, "Cool, what do you have to show me?" He goes, "Kevin Lapka made this," and it's a graphic because apparently they'd spent a bunch of time making graphics for me scooping the Bears schedule like I've done successfully the last 3 years.
You with a hat that says press on it?
So he made it's like a cemetery with a gravestone with my name on it for Danny Parkins schedule scoops May of 2020 to May of 2023.
Think how hard he worked on it.
He sucks.
Well, he's just doing his job.
No,
you suck.
No. Sorry.
That's on point. Right? That's on point. But here's the thing. I feel bad for Danny. I feel bad for Danny.
No. Yes, absolutely. He didn't need to make the graphic with the gravestone.
Oh,
that's too far.
Yesterday, like after I finished doing the promo, and Ray is like, "Hey, should we put Parkins on tomorrow?" And I'm like, I'm like, why would we put Danny? And he's like, oh, the schedule stuff. I was like, oh, okay. I said, but will he have it by the time we're on? He's like, well, he should have it. And I was like, oh, all right, well, let's book Parkins for the show. Once he gets the schedule, we can make it like a big deal.
Yeah.
And then Ray was like, yeah, so we're not going to do that today. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pat Tomasulo.
Chris, the general manager of the club, emailed me like a week ago. She goes, hey, we're thinking of trying a matinee show. You interested? I was like, yeah. And then she follows up. She goes, I think your crowd would love it. I was like, just let me pull this knife out of my aorta first. Not that I don't appreciate it. I appreciate you being here, you know? She said, like, you know, you want to achieve longevity in this game. And to achieve that, it would really help if your kids were here tonight. Because I look at some of you and I'm like, I got 10 years to make my money before some of these people start dying and breaking hips. A few years from now, you people are going to be emailing the club, do you validate scooter parking? The soft pretzels, how soft are they? I just got a new partial set.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show, afternoons on The Score.
Oh, he's our friend and yours, Pat Tomasulo, WGN Morning News Sports. You can see him at Zany's August 3rd to the 5th. Kind enough to join us in studio. What up, Pat?
I felt like that hit a little too
close to home for Spiegel.
Yeah,
He just
did.
kind of
You know why?
hung his
Because
head in shame.
It's just I relate so hard with the band, like with Tributosaurus, because our crowd is aging as well.
Right.
So you think about that stuff. One time after a New Year's show a couple years ago, my buddy Ray Quinn, the owner at Martyrs, found a hearing aid left over.
Oh, God.
left over on the floor of the
Yeah.
rock club.
Hey, but you know what? You want a young crowd, but the older people have more disposable income.
Yeah,
So
there you go. That's smart.
I can charge a higher ticket price for their parents. They can stay home. They can watch me on TikTok for free. That's not paying my mortgage.
You just started doing like 5 o'clock shows too, right? Like the 7 and the 10 is one thing. We aged
I'm
out
not,
of the 10.
I'm not. I'm not going to be attacked for this. The 5 o'clock show was not my idea. I would have not come up with that. But they put it out there. I had the date open, and we sold it out. This is how many people have just given up on life. That's what I did. I said when I was there, I was like, I don't know if that was in the clip. I'm like, dude, I don't know who should be more embarrassed by this, me or you, because I'm getting paid, and you people have just given up on life. I was like, I guarantee half of you ate before the show, and like all the hands went up. I can't blame them. I would have done the same thing.
But yeah, it's a very manageable evening for them.
Fantastic.
They go home. They don't have to hire a babysitter. They get home before the kids are home from school.
I'm
Maybe.
going to tell you something. I'll make fun of it all I want to try and sound cool, but we're amongst friends.
The money spends the same.
It was phenomenal. I was done.
Yeah.
I did it, and I did a long set. I did a full hour, and I was out the door by 6:35. I'm usually not even leaving my house for a show on a normal weekend night. I'm home on my couch 7:15, got a full hour of work in. It was beautiful. Now Steve Cochran does a New Year's Eve show, and his whole thing is like, because Steve's not a young guy, it's like a New Year's Eve show for people that don't want to stay up until midnight. And it started at like, I remember he asked me to do this is early in my career when I was doing stand-up, and it was like a 7 o'clock show, and then they added a second show, and it was at 3 p.m.
Amazing.
Didn't go later for the second
show. And when
show.
I tell you that, like older crowds like me, this crowd, it was like the cast of Cocoon in this. It was just 700 white heads. And I'm like, dude, as long as I don't do a 3 p.m. show, when I start booking 3 p.m. shows, that's it. I'm hanging it up at 3 p.m. shows.
Well, you have two high-profile gigs that are like the exact opposite in terms of like the time.
Yeah, because I'm a psychopath, and this is how desperate I am for affection and attention and some fulfillment that I never got growing up.
Hey, man, welcome.
That I'm like, you know what? When I first started doing stand-up, I used to get in. So I used to be on, like, we used to go from 4 to 9 I used to be on. So I used to get into GN at like 1:45. That nonsense had to stop a contract or two ago. And that's when I first started doing stand-up. I wouldn't get home until like 11:30 at night some nights. I'd come home. I'd sleep for 2 hours. I'd go to work. And like you could tell, because my producer would have to proofread my scripts, and you could tell like where I was falling asleep typing because there would be typos all through the script. It was disastrous. But yeah, it's yeah.
What's your
This is what I
coffee
do.
consumption? Or what's your performance-enhancing
I gotta
drug of
tell you,
choice?
I'm at a point now, like, I don't know if it's because I'm getting older. Like, aren't you, as you get older, you're supposed to need less sleep?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, at that point, that's how I know that I've pushed past a certain threshold in age. I'm 1 cup, baby.
Really?
That's it.
Good
It's
for
1
you.
cup. I get in, I sleep 6 hours a night, 1 cup, and I'm ready to go.
My sleep has gone down, but my coffee has gone up.
Listen, it could also be crippling anxiety and stress that fuels me through the day, which,
Amen.
which is also not a good thing. But yeah, I'm down to 1 cup.
Oh God, the pathological need for validation and approval that has channeled itself into your vocations.
Right.
We relate directly to that. So welcome.
do you guys just want to talk about our dads? Is that what we want to do? Who wants to go first? You guys in the booth? You guys were you neglected too? Did your dads not tell you how good you are?
Yeah,
I don't
Father's
think I was,
Day's a bitch.
I wasn't neglected, but I was like, this is like I don't know, it kind of gave me confidence.
Right.
Because I didn't have it in like real social interactions.
Right.
But then you get behind this and it was like a thing.
Right.
And all of a sudden I'm like, oh, this is really cool. I can talk tough behind a microphone or whatever, and be
Yeah.
loud and be boisterous. And then you were like, oh, you're good at it. I'm like, oh, you said I was good at something?
Yeah.
I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. I did it in high school. I will do it until radio is out of cars, and then I will retire.
That's and that's like when people
a year
meet
and a half.
me.
I know.
When people meet me off, they see me on air, like they don't realize like there are different facets to the personality. Like that's an amplification. Like I don't just go to Mariano's and just start roasting people throughout the whole. Like I'm a decent human being. Like I'm not on all the time. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's interesting. So when people find out, or they know, obviously, if they recognize you, but I'm sure you've been in the situation where like, oh, that's Pat. Pat, say something funny.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Be the funny guy right
Yeah.
now. That's your gig. That's a lot of pressure in a
that's
social
it.
circumstance.
I don't care. I don't even care if I'm funny on stage at this point. I've been in this 12 years. I'm doing this for me at this point. I mean, I'll be, I hope you have a good time. But, I'm there for me at this point.
That's good. Yeah, like come see the show if you want. It might be good for you. I don't care if you come or not.
Can I just tell you how fun this is to be here in person, too? And what a fantastic idea it was on my part to drive into the city at this time of day.
Any time of day.
Because I usually... Because Shane's asked me to come down a bunch of times, and I can't come in on weekdays. And then on weeknights, usually I have shows every Friday. But I didn't have a show tonight, and my wife is out of town, so I'd be with her. And he texted me, he's like, you do 4 this? I said, not only can I do 4:30, I said, how about I come in studio?
Wow.
And then I got on Lakeshore Drive today, and I said, this was a horrible idea. I don't know why I agreed to this at all.
Because there's nothing like the in-person chemistry.
I've never done it. I wanted to see.
You offered.
I know. I offered. Yeah. Did I leave that out? I did. I offered.
That's on you.
No, you offered. Well, so did you just
I'll do you one better. I'll come in.
Yeah, he mentioned that in the story. Shane, thanks for listening.
Yeah.
No,
Way to go.
I'm correcting him.
why-
I don't want him to think that I suckered him into coming here.
Yeah. No, we made that clear. It's a good thing you guys have 2 producers back there.
Did you guys hear that Pat took Lakeshore Drive on the way?
I didn't hear that. Unbelievable sacrifice. Good suggestion,
You guys
Shane.
know Pat biked here?
Break.
So, are you not driving? Because why are you surprised by the traffic? You offered it up the track. You can't go anywhere in this city ever as long as the sun is up.
I don't really go anywhere.
Good for you.
I don't. I don't leave. I work.
It's overrated.
And I stay home, and then that's it. So I know the traffic. I haven't done it in a while. I'm not in traffic shape.
But I mean, you're on the news.
Yeah, I don't watch it though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Because they're often talking about the traffic on your show.
I've been on that show.
Good point. It's right there.
I've seen it all. I know what's coming. On the show. I know the jokes that are coming out of their mouth before they say them.
Yeah.
I know everything. It's like I have an internal alarm clock. When it's my time, I go, I do my thing, then I go back to my desk, I write, I watch YouTube videos until it's time again, and then I go back out. I'm not watching the show. You could have told me there was breaking news and a bridge fell down today, and I would have no idea. I don't watch
Come
any
out
of it.
do the same bridge jokes about sports
My
names.
wife still watches it. God love her. I don't know why she still likes watching me on TV. And she's like, "Did you see the thing with the?" I'm like, "No, I don't." What did we do?
That's because you guys have a thing. You have found that magical show business thing, which in any realm, it's chemistry.
Right.
Like, there's a vibe there. It's what we strive for here. We talk about it. We think about improv and just, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
What have you guys found? What is it? Like, because you guys give each other crap, but the love is still there.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of you got to find 4 people who don't like anything. And then you just put them together and watch them complain nonstop.
That's the
here's
secret.
the thing, and that is not normal in my business because you see the people in this bit. Let's be honest.
It's not great.
The talent level is not exactly at a 10 in this business. So if you got
what's talent? Reading?
If you got a little personality, right? And everybody in our business is so positive and happy all the time that it really is hard to find 4 miserable people to put together. So that's what's hard when somebody leaves. It's like you got to go on this nationwide hunt to find somebody that's just as miserable.
Do you have? Because if I see someone who's walking around and they're smiling all the time, I assume stupid. Like I'm like, how?
I don't even take it. I don't even take it like that.
Good vibes, babe.
I'm just saying.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're saying, but I got to tell you, I don't even make it to that deep a level. Once I see, like, it's just a visceral, like, ugh, like
You're disgusted by it.
Like, come on. You know, I don't name names. We get people who fill in sometimes. They're very happy. I'm like, okay, this has got to stop. We got 4 hours. I'll give you a half hour of this happiness, and then we got to nip this in the bud.
You know, we run across this in the sports world all the time. I remember when Mark Trestman kept telling the Bears and telling the public that they had a great practice.
Oh, yeah,
and Pat Manley told me that, like, one time he was like, he looked around, he's like, guys, we just had a terrible practice, and this jamoke is telling us we had a good practice. You gotta tell the truth about some stuff every once in a while.
Yeah, and listen, I think that's why we're so we're so loved.
Maybe that's it.
For the realism.
We're so loved.
Pat Tomasulu in studio. See him at Zany's, August 3rd to the 5th.
I've never seen him. I know you've seen him.
What the hell are you waiting for?
This is my time. My
Are
time
you
is
coming?
coming. I'm going to come. Absolutely. Me and the wife will come. My wife.
Look at this.
That's big.
I just moved 2 tickets.
You came in studio. He's coming out to Rosemont.
Yeah. Can you get me on the comp list?
This is what it
Take
took
care of
for
me?
me to guilt you into it. Listen, I know what your ratings are. I'm not comping you. This one just moved to the North Shore.
Yeah.
You guys are doing fine.
We're doing fine.
We're doing okay.
You're doing
It's
all
true.
right.
The truth is that my wife, much like Danny's wife, just thinks the world of you.
Yeah.
To a problematic extent.
Is she under the age of 60?
Yes.
Yeah, mine too. 60 was nice for him. That was very generous.
It was kind of
that was very generous.
kind
of
for
you.
me and for her. But
It
yes.
happens so many times. Like I'll be at like Laugh Factory, and Laugh Factory's got a very young crowd. And I can't tell you how many times I'll be hanging by the bar after a set, and like a young, very attractive woman will come up and say, "Oh my God, my mother loves you." So it's like, dude, can't you just or I watched you growing up. It's like, can't you just stroke my ego a little bit?
Yeah, watched you growing up makes it a non-starter, doesn't it? It's like, and scene.
But yeah, you got to see him.
I got to see him.
And
I watched the YouTube special. Phenomenal. It was a very fun hour to watch on the old smart TV.
My wife and I were there for the taping.
Oh, that's right.
That's right. You were there.
We were there.
See, this is a real fan.
We were there for the tape.
This is a real friend.
For the taping of the special.
I'm Johnny Come Lately
and
here.
we're at Laugh Your Face Off.
Beautiful.
Last year.
Yeah, by the way, that's
September 23rd.
September 23rd. If anybody out there, I know you got a lot of deep-pocketed car dealers that are listening right now to make sure you run their ads. If you want to sponsor my fundraiser, you can hit me up on my website, Instagram, anywhere you want.
Are you on Threads yet?
Yeah.
Are you?
I don't. I joined.
You joined.
Listen. Enough. Enough is
I
enough.
want to be done with all of it.
At some point, I got to live my life. You know what I mean?
I do.
What more do you want from me?
I personally want nothing else from you.
I don't.
You've already come in studio.
I'm on there. Is there a way to just replicate your threads from another app so I don't have to log on different?
I haven't done it yet.
I haven't done it yet either. I haven't checked it out, but it's interesting the impact of Twitter falling apart, what it's going to do to all of us. You got a theory on what Elon was thinking when he bid $44 billion for something that he's systematically destroyed?
Man's a psycho. I don't know what he's thinking. He's crazy.
I mean, seriously.
This guy, either he's a brilliant guy or he is the biggest carny in the history of commerce. Like how we went from the PayPal guy all of a sudden knows how to put people into space. And we're all like, well, of course, that's a natural transition from PayPal to Mars. That he obviously knows what he's doing.
Well, I mean, but Teslas are amazing. Like people are buying them everywhere. You don't like them?
No. Have you been in one?
Yes. I was
very
in one,
ugly.
I was in one with an Uber driver who gave me the full tour. He talked me through the whole thing. I was astounded.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I like a nice, rich, luxury interior. I like some mahogany.
You like a gas guzzler.
Give me a 12-cylinder Yukon Denali with some wood trim and a leather-wrapped steering wheel
with a TV in the headrest.
It's like you get into a Tesla. It's like if IKEA designed the inside of a car. It's just barren and sparse and ugly.
Yeah,
I don't like them.
I think it's possible that he was smart with one thing.
Yeah.
But because of the ego and the hundreds of billions,
he got dumb.
That he thought that, why don't I try my hand at free speech? and he, just bought something for $44 billion and destroyed it.
Yeah, free speech doesn't drive itself like the Teslas are.
Yeah.
Progressively.
I just love how we got nerds trying to fight each other. And we're like, people are watching Mark Zuckerberg take jujitsu. And we're like, he's got some moves. He's got some moves. No, he doesn't.
He might have moves compared to
out there
us.
could take a year of jujitsu and break his arm in 45 seconds.
God love you for Jamoke.
Well, we were talking
It's a
about.
great word,
Oh,
isn't it?
it's so good. It's so satisfying.
You know another word I used today? Donnybrook.
Oh, it's nice.
That's the one that's very underused.
Donnybrook is a great way to describe a fight.
Yeah.
But the satisfaction, Jamoke.
Jamoke is a great word.
God. Jamoke or Jabroni? I'm team Jamoke.
Yeah, I tried to be the jabroni to offset you because you used Jamoke a lot. I felt like you had already
I had carved out my
carved
territory.
out your territory.
My intellectual property.
But what's
on
the
this
one that
show.
you just said? I don't know that I know that one.
Donnybrook?
Donnybrook.
I
That's
don't know that I know
fight. It's a
Donnybrook.
brouhaha. It's
Nice. Is that like a
hockey fight?
I like old timey words.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Very fun.
Well, we were talking about Jamokes earlier. I don't know if you've seen this phase around the internet. It's like you could have $1 million, or for $10 million, you could try your hand at rushing for 5 yards in an NFL game on 10 carries. And the people on the responses, they say "Oh, I'm going for the 10 million."
Yeah.
And I'd set up the whole segment to make fun of these people, and then Spiegs and Shane,
They think they can get 5 yards.
they think they could get 5 yards.
Well, let's set it up.
Let's
set it up.
Yeah.
And you know what?
We know people.
I don't even think you'd need an NFL team. I think you could get North Central College. I don't even know if they have a football team, do they?
Sure.
I can't even remember.
Intramural's fine.
You could get like a JUCO team. And if either of these Jamokes can run for 5 yards, I'll chip in 20 grand.
All right, excellent. Yeah.
I was saying
How's that?
do
$1 million, 10 million, and 20 grand.
I feel the same way.
Yeah, not a chance.
I really want your 20
completely
grand more than
insane.
anything at this point. No, if I just can line up behind the center and just QB sneak my way, have you
not
seen
a
the
chance,
girth?
dude.
I just lean
Not
my
a
girth
chance.
on top of some other
Let
girth.
me tell you, it's just, I look at high school kids now. I'm like, these kids are monstrous. Are they not? I feel like high school kids are triple the size as they were when I was in high school. They were all massive.
I don't know. I think you kind of have.
I wasn't
You
this
have a height issue that you've
this
mentioned
intimidated
before.
by high school kids when I was in high school. But I grew up in Jersey where everybody was 5'8", so that could have also been, part of the
I
issue.
forgot you grew up in Jersey.
Yeah,
do you see who's
so.
who's in the back of that basketball card that I got today delivered? That Mark Jackson NBA card.
St. John's.
No,
Yeah,
not the back of the card. The background of the photo.
the background of the photo. Bottom left.
Oh, the Menendez brothers.
Yeah, there they are. Jumped right out to Pat Tomasulo.
Yeah.
There they are.
I think I've seen this. Why do you have this? Are you a fan? Are you? Because they
I have all
like
the
all of
Menendez.
us, had daddy issues.
Yeah.
Apparently.
I have all the Menendez brothers cards. I have every card they ever made.
That is some peak 90s fashion right there.
It is, right?
Right, with the ball cap over the top with the little hair sticking out in the front.
Speaks played tennis with them.
I did. I played tennis with them in
Get outta here.
7th grade. My mom taught them music. And I remember
Did you grow up in California?
No, in New Jersey.
You did?
Yeah.
Is that where they're from? I thought they were
They were
California.
from Cali, but then they lived in both places.
Where in Jersey did you grow up?
Lawrenceville, near Princeton and
I went
Trenton.
to school there.
You went to Lawrenceville Prep?
I went to the College of New Jersey. Lawrenceville Prep.
Sorry, I'll back off.
Do you want to know how I grew up? Lawrenceville Prep? I was
Sorry.
lucky I went to public school. I went to the College of New Jersey.
It used to be Trenton State.
Trenton State sounded too much like a prison, so they changed the name.
I was in your libraries doing term papers.
I get made fun of by these people on my show. I said, none of you nudniks would have even gotten admitted to that school.
Yeah? It was
No.
good?
Yes, it was good.
Yeah. Well, and Jersey was that part of Jersey's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I went to college with your guy Larry Potash, played basketball.
You went to Emerson?
I went to Emerson.
Did
That's
you
right.
go to school with him?
Yes, I was there at the same time. Absolutely.
Get outta here.
We did TV
You're as
news
old as
together.
Larry?
Yes, I am. Exactly.
That's why I said 60 was a really safe guess by you.
You look good for your age,
I
which is not what
appreciate
you want
that.
to hear. You don't hear that when you're young.
I watched you growing up.
Steve Byrne, you know the comedian Steve Byrne? Do you know him?
I don't think so.
He has a bit. He's like, he turned 40. He's like, people are like, you look good when you're 40. You look good for 40. He's like, you don't hear that when you're 19. Somebody says you look good for 19. You don't look good for 19.
Yeah, no, I look it from my age. Larry was a good basketball player, though.
Yeah, he's a good athlete. Have you seen the video of him boxing? Have you seen that? We ran
No.
that on the show a couple
No.
years ago.
You know
he
what?
was doing like one of those white collar boxing matches, and he beat the hell out of some guy. Some poor mortgage broker went a little too hard, and the Boston came out, and Larry's a big guy, and he's a pretty solid dude. Just annihilated this poor guy. And I saw the guy at an event 5 or 6 years ago. He's like, "Hey, it's I fought Larry, yeah." Clean my clock. I was like, I've seen the video. Yeah, no, he did.
It was a Donnybrook.
Oh, it was more than a Donnybrook, my friend.
You know what I was watching the other day was the when you guys had Dean Richards pretend to be Billy Joel.
Yeah, so much fun.
It's an unbelievable bit of video because it's just you got to do it again. Anybody look like Springsteen? Springsteen's coming.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's another opportunity because people will be freaking out in your neighborhood.
Because I think Billy Joel has a very generic look. There are a million bald guys with goatees out there, so that's not a very hard one to pull off. But Bruce is a very specific look, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't see the bit, but it's genius.
It's absolute genius.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. All we did is it was me and Spice Adams. Did you see Spice was in that?
Yep.
Spice is the best.
Spice played Spice was his bodyguard, and I was his manager. And we got pictures of Dean with sunglasses on, and we made press passes. And I think we got a limo, and we put a sign on the limo that said Billy Joel World Tour. Billy Joel is going to be traveling around, down
people again.
And people were flocking. We went in we probably, looking back, there's so many bits that I've done. People are like, why don't you do this bit anymore? Why don't you? I'm like, because we could have gotten sued. And I'm not willing to take that chance anymore this long in. But we went into the Ferragamo store, where you had to get buzzed in, and they locked the door, and they brought him in. They're bringing him cappuccinos. He starts rubbing the sales lady's feet. He's giving her a foot massage in the middle of the stuff.
He leaned in.
The whole
leaned in and owned it.
Oh, it was so great.
So phenomenal.
So great.
Well, any bits that you have that you're too accomplished to do because you're fearing of getting sued, we need stunts all the time to remind people that AM radio still exists. So just send them our way.
I think
we'll get threatened to be sued anytime.
I think it's the big thing is I'm at the point where it's I don't need to do it anymore.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
It's the machine is running itself. I don't need to work weekends shooting a bit in the playpen. It was fun. I went out on a boat. Not this year.
Yeah, I was going to say that was last year. So you've just recently made it to where you don't need to do it anymore?
Yeah, the last 9 months. I decided I'm tired.
Yeah.
Tired. I like weekends.
Good for you.
Congratulations. Yeah,
all your success.
You don't see the Lonely Island they don't do bits anymore. They just do movies.
You know what the biggest disappointment was with that so that playpen thing, I had been circling that as a bit I wanted to do for years. Because I thought it was going to be the douchiest collection of people ever. And the biggest disappointment about that bit was how nice everybody was.
Oh, God.
Sure.
It was they were inviting us on the boat. They're feeding us. It was not I was expecting some divorced CEO with, a couple of kilos and 20 girls on it was nothing like that. You had 1 or 2 boats like that. And that was it. I had nobody to mock.
That's the worst. When humanity doesn't, when they let you down by being civilized.
Yeah.
It's the worst. I like that we did no sports with Pat because all the Chicago teams are disasters.
Yeah.
That was perfect.
But, the opportunity, though, is there because the man speaks his sports so beautifully.
Listen, if you want to stay for our next segment, you can.
Who are you talking to in the next segment?
We have nobody. We just each other.
All right, I'll hang out.
All right, we'll talk.
Where do I have to go?
Well, you already came down here.
I'm here.
You may as well deal with 5 o'clock
This was
hour
a long
traffic.
segment. How long of a segment do you guys get? How long was this?
We made it extra long for you.
Was this 15?
This was you were in here for
25?
solid 25.
Wow, look at me.
Pat Tomasulo.
This is why I did 25 standing on my head. Just filled 25 for you people. And all I get is $50 in a gift card for 25 minutes. Let Rosen know this is way below my day rate.
And we just got a free segment out of him. Coming up, Pat Tomasulo, maybe on sports, next on The Score.
Cubs fans, Cubs manager David Ross is coming to The Score for a live show with Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi from the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Studio.
So, Kyle, when you have all of the draft capital that you have accrued, and when you have more salary cap space than any team in the league, and now that you have the chance to draft a generational talent who will go unnamed for the purposes of this conversation. But how does all of those realities that are now in front of you affect the timetable for the Hawks to get back into the mix of being a legit Stanley Cup contender?
It's obviously all favorable, right? And that almost everything there you mentioned is by design, minus the number one pick, because that's something that is just good fortune. But the draft picks, the cap space, it's all by design and for good reason in this rebuild. And the one thing about the cap space, and I've been asked about it a lot with respect to now what you can do this summer, is that, you know what, I think what we've seen and how we've sort of studied the landscape in the NHL is that you can really stunt your ceiling and your upside as a team by spending too early. And hopefully we've got enough good players coming in, young good players coming in as the new core, that, you know what, they're going to require most of that salary cap space. And the last thing we want to do is acquire all these young players, all this exciting young talent, all this great draft capital. We use it, they get here, and then we jump too early in free agency in our life cycle. And now we can't pay some of those great, exciting young players. That's the last thing we want. And so we're going to be really intentional about it. We're going to stay focused on acquiring the best young talent we can. And, you mentioned the draft capital, hopefully, and as well as the cap space, that can all go into acquiring more quality young talent. So we're going to see what opportunities come our way, but we're going to stay dedicated to our path here and just try and build this thing through quality youth.
Radio. Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score! The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
The guys are saying we need to abandon all of our thoughts, all of our takes, and take Roberta on line 2.
Hello.
Hi, Roberta.
Hi. I'm very upset. I'm a Cub fan. I'm in my 80s. Ross ruins a lot of these games. Why are we experimenting with this kid young? He can't hit. And what's wrong with Patrick Wisdom? Has he got a mental problem that he can't hit the ball except strike out?
It sounds like you know baseball a little bit.
Oh, I do. I used to be a girls' softball manager 13 years.
Oh, there you go.
Patrick Wisdom, he's only good when he would hit the home runs. Now he can't hit at all.
Yeah, I know. He's still second on the team in homers.
I'm still waiting for her to be wrong about something.
No, she's taking our jobs.
Yeah, she's rolling.
They take your job. They take your job. They take your job. Your job.
No, I'm a crazy baseball nut fan here. I said at my age, in my 80s, I sit here and watch every game. A Cub fan my whole life.
You don't like David Ross?
He makes bad judgments a lot of times. He does stupid stuff.
I those horses. I don't know.
Roberta.
Look at Bellinger. Bellinger is hitting great now. And all I hear on the score is trade him, trade him. My blood pressure's going up. Are you crazy? The young kid. How long is Ross going to leave him in there? We go to Yankee Stadium, it's going to be a joke.
All right, Roberta. Call back anytime, okay? Thank you.
Okay, last time I was told I'd go to jail, and I called back.
Oh, what? Who said that? Was that Dustin?
When Jeb Hoyer got rid of all the stars at once.
Oh, yeah.
And I said they should have protection by his house. And the guy said, you're a granny. You shouldn't be saying that. My daughter said, you better stay off the phone for a while.
Call this show anytime. Front of the line.
Okay.
You have carte blanche.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Thank you.
Roberta, 4:45 on Wednesdays.
She's got takes.
I loved that.
Oh my God, you old lady! That's amazing.
Hello.
Nice to meet you, Roberta.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Jim. Here we go. Here we go, Jim. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Thanks for hanging out with us. Parkins and Spiegel on The Score, taking you up until Cubs and Yankees. Our friend Pat Tomasulo from WGN Morning News, kind enough to come in studio, hang out with us for an extra segment. You got to go see him at Zany's in Rosemont.
I'm going.
Old Town. We're in Old Town. The city.
Oh, Zany's
we're
in
in
Old
the
Town.
city. Zany's in Old Town, August
I
3rd through the
apologize.
5th. 5 shows.
Hand up. That's on me.
That's okay.
I saw you at
Only
Zany's in Rosemont.
Yeah, only headlining weekend in the city this year.
Tanny and I are going too.
You are?
Me and Tanny just bought our tickets.
I love it.
How about that?
That's great.
Nice.
You guys, I would have comped, but not these. Not these on air.
See, we
Not
would
these
never
on-air
want
guys.
comps from you because we want to give you our money.
Yeah, I didn't want a comp when I asked for a comp. That's not how you do it. Not at all. And so one show on the 3rd at like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
And then 2 shows on the 4th and the 5th. Are you doing 8 and 10 or are you doing
I
6
think,
and 8?
7 and 9 or 8 and 10. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't
Not
look at
5
the schedule
o'clock?
until a couple of days beforehand. If we add a 6th show, that could be a 5 o'clock.
Oh, let's
Actually,
go.
that could be, because I'm thinking of how Zany's, I think they are 7 and 9:30. If we added another show, it would probably be a 4 p.m. show.
Oh,
Wow.
That would be
Huh?
hot.
Load up your grandmas.
So let's sell
Going
out
to the big
these.
city.
Let's sell out these 5 shows
Uh-huh.
to force Pat to do the earliest show he's ever done.
When you do the 4 o'clock show or the 5 o'clock show,
Sure.
do you tweak the material? Do you clean it up for the tender sensibilities of the agent?
No. Let me tell you something. This is the big misconception. I would rather perform for an audience of 60-year-olds than an audience of 20-year-olds right now.
I believe you.
Because
that makes sense,
they're
actually.
terrible. And I could say that because I know no 20-year-olds are listening to us right now.
How dare you, sir?
But all of your sons and daughters are terrible audience members.
Too sensitive? That's a stereotype?
Yeah, it's that, and it's like the big thing now is in stand-up, like I'm sure you see this if you're on Instagram, like everything is crowd work.
Yeah.
It's all crowd work, and I'm going to go on record as saying this. It's not all good crowd work. It's a lot of very average crowd work, if I'm being very honest with you. So I think like a lot of people come to the shows now, and they're like, I want them to talk to me. I want them to, and that's not what I do. I don't want to, It's just not my thing.
It's kind of lazy, isn't it?
I gotta be honest with you. I don't find a lot of these people very interesting. Do you know what I mean? So people in the audience.
You mean the people doing the crowd work or the people in the crowd?
Nobody's ever paying $25 and a 2-drink minimum to hear what these people think about anything. So yeah, I mean, it is easy. It's like I'm gonna talk to a guy and then like ask him what he does for a living and then tear him apart. Like, guy's just providing for his family. That's all he's doing. You're an accountant. What a wuss accountant. What a dork. It's like, it's easy. It's a challenge. I was saying, it's a weird phenomenon because comedy is like the only venue in which that works, right? To see somebody who's an expert at something tear somebody apart who's not, right? Like nobody would ever say, did you see this basketball player on Instagram? This guy's incredible. And then he's like dunking on preschoolers. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. It's just a weird dynamic. I don't know.
And also, you're the only one with a microphone.
Right.
It's like
it's not a fair fight.
It's not that dissimilar to the host caller dynamic.
Right.
We can put you on hold.
Right.
Or hang up on you.
Yes.
Like we are professional sports arguers.
Yeah.
We're pretty good at it.
I don't, but that's all anybody's doing now is this.
Right.
Whatever.
Who do you like? Who I mean,
I like, who, I love Bill Burr. I love Chris Rock. You know who I really love? Are you guys familiar with Gary Goldman?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Gary
he did
Goldman
Last Comic Standing, right? Didn't he do that
he might have like 10 years
ago. He had a great special about 3 years ago.
Yeah, it was awesome.
The Great Depression.
Yeah, it was
That's
awesome.
the one.
He's phenomenal. He's just got like a new hour. That guy, I watch a guy like that, and he's a really successful guy. I mean, he sells out theaters. But like, I look at that guy, and like, it makes, I don't know if I could say the P word, but it pees me off. Like that's not a guy who's not selling out the Chicago theater. That guy is brilliant. I love him. I like Mulaney. I like
the new Mulaney is quite something.
I've seen some of it.
Yeah. I mean, laying it bare. You know what? I always think about this because we both love stand up, and so do these guys. So Tanny and Shane, we all do. And we're gonna get your thoughts on some Cubs and some Sox stuff here in a minute. But
they stink. Trade everybody.
But in terms of stand up,
there you go.
I think I heard it first from Mark Maron about like, I became a comedian so I could tell you what's funny about me,
right,
as opposed to you laughing at me.
Right.
I wonder if you can relate to that feeling of sort of retaking the control of what's funny.
Yeah, mine is I mainly tell the audience what's wrong with them. That's kind of my thing. Is that I mock a lot of people in groups and individuals. It's not so much me. You're
perfect.
Which maybe I can, now that I'm talking to you and we're working this out, I can probably work a little self-deprecating humor into the act a little bit, but I like to rant. I got a lot of opinions and feelings.
You've got some in there. I didn't react well when you were talking about how, it's easier to be fat than it is to be short.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Hands down.
Because
I can't do anything about this.
You can't work on it?
Everybody makes short jokes, but you can't. Well, how is that? That's worse. It's 1,000 times worse.
Why is it worse?
What? Because I didn't get short. Do you understand? Like, because I wasn't 6'3", and then I just I stopped eating well, and I shrunk to 5'8". That's why it's more offensive.
Yeah, I understand. And theoretically, I could work on it.
Right.
And I am, I'm working.
You're doing great.
And that's not saying.
But I could work on it and remove the fat part. You cannot.
What I'm saying is it's all bad. I'm not saying that like fat jokes are nice. They're not nice. They're mean, but so are short jokes. They're both horrible. Let's admit that they're both horrible. That's like I'm doing a bit right now about like Italians, right? Like Italians are the only ethnic group left that you can openly mock and stereotype, right? Nobody has a problem.
I don't want to start listing others, but yeah, you're probably right.
Right. Like
I was going after Hungarians a lot when Matt Nagy was here. Nobody does. Somebody needed to.
How many times people were with, "How you doing, huh? How you doing? How you doing? You doing good?" And it was like, "That's okay. That's okay."
I mean, it was funny. You find it offensive.
Very offended by it.
Pat Thomas-Sulos. All right, so you're trading everybody. You're trading all the Cubs.
White Sox. No, I mean, listen. I think the Cubs have a the Cubs at least are still within striking distance, right? I wouldn't. I don't know that you go wholesale buying at the deadline, but I think this is a group that if you add a piece or two, maybe you make a run, maybe you sneak in as a wild card, the White Sox are a lost cause.
It's
what
interesting.
the White Sox need is a time machine to go back 5 years and erase every move they've made and restock their farm system.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
so sad.
So the Cubs are 8 back, and the White Sox are 8.5 back.
Right, but it feels like they're 50 back.
Correct. Well,
Right.
the Sox are 15 games under 500. Players openly want to be traded, and everyone knows they're awful. The Cubs, it's like, I feel like they're a little bit better than
The
this.
thing is, with the Cubs, like if you get into a playoff series and you have Stroman and Justin Steele pitching their might, you can make a series out of it, right? Like
Correct.
it's not inconceivable that if they get high, I mean, it's a long shot, but it's not inconceivable that if they were to get in, they could make a series competitive.
And we've seen it in recent years, whether it's the Phillies last year, who were mediocre for the first half and then found a gear and turned it on, or the Braves 2 years ago, who found that gear and made some deals. They were under 500 at the deadline. And added like 4 players. And I think there's a lot of Cub fans who agree with you on that. And we think that the Cubs themselves kind of agree on that they would like to be buyers.
It's hard. He's got a good poker face, right? Like
Jed.
and you don't hear much out of that camp, right? Like
Jed, well, I feel
they're
like he
pretty
talks
leak proof over there. It's for the most part.
I think they talk to the media and sounds good, but don't reveal much.
Right.
Not breaking news on the show.
Right. He's accessible. He comes on, and then he'll be like, but I'm not going to break any news. I'm just going to talk to you, and I'll talk to you about processes, but not any specifics.
Right.
But I do think that they want to – I mean, it'd be 3 straight years of being sellers at the deadline.
Right.
That's not what they're supposed to be.
That, and I don't think they can, from a PR standpoint, I don't think they can afford to be sellers again. Right? Like, I mean, Cubs fans just don't go anywhere. Yeah.
But you know what I mean? So,
right.
But
it's where it gets interesting is what you're saying.
I think they're on that precipice right now. Like I said, I don't think they have to go, all out and make 4 moves and add 4 guys, but like 1 or 2,
I'm with you.
1 or 2 moves, I think, would pacify some people and would make them a little bit more competitive.
They really wanted to be playing better and winning more games,
Right.
so they didn't have to be in this spot.
Right.
Because they got a whole bunch of guys, and they said it to the owner. They said, yeah, you know what? I think it's going to start to be pretty good, and people started to feel a buzz and started to get excited, but now they're kind of looking at it and realizing they're kind of in trouble.
Well, the good thing is that we do have the Bulls making a lot of moves and a lot of impactful moves.
They are depressing. They are just very mediocre with no moves. Like I kept saying that there was no good move on the chessboard for them.
I keep doing like a twice weekly Google search of Fred VanVleet just to see if there's some miraculous back channel deal.
There isn't.
That's happening. I know.
Yeah.
But I got to hold on to something.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right? Because a guy like that would that's a guy that could be that's a difference maker. It's a young point guard. It's
Mm-hmm. From Rockford, you're a hoping. I know. I was wishing.
He's
on
a guy
hoping.
that you could maybe hope you could lock him in for 7 years, right? Like,
yeah, it'd be great.
So many
Just have his
dreams
best
that
year.
die. So many dreams that have died.
But as I look back on it, like, I lose track of time. Was it, the off season that he added DeRozan and Ball, and they had that first half of the season that they were lights out. Like, you wouldn't find anybody in this. We all thought he was a genius, right? So it's not it's not like those are. I don't know. It's like I don't know that you can look back and say, "Oh, those were all terrible moves."
I agree.
Because I don't think they were. And I think if Lonzo Ball was healthy, listen, they're still not a title contender.
Correct.
But they're a much different team.
They probably would have won a playoff series by now, and you'd be saying, "Oh, the Bulls are." He took them from being terrible to a 45 to 50 win team that's won a playoff series, and he made them attractive. But then Lonzo got hurt, and DeRozan only takes two-point shots, and things have kind of fallen apart a little bit. And they traded all the draft picks, but yeah, they're in trouble. Do you texters want to know what you think about the Bears moving to Arlington Heights? Because everybody in our audience says they should move where the Topgolf is on the I-88 corridor. If
we have a mob mentality.
Where is that? Is that Aurora? Topgolf? I'm not a golfer. I don't make it to the suburbs unless there's a venue for me to
kind of where Topgolf is, like that area where the 88 corridor is. Like I could see something popping up right over there.
Naperville has a lot of open land on the northwest
corridor of 88 and 59.
I was gonna say, I had no idea how many city planners listen to
right
your
there
show.
by the Top
Look at these
Golf and
guys.
everything. So,
Yeah, listen, my JUCO degree in human relations says that there's a good parcel of land. There's a lot. It's a multi-use because that's the thing they want. They want residential. They want commercial. They want a stadium. It's got a dome. It's easy to develop. And what gives you the expertise to tell me that that's easy land? Well, I did a year and a half at DeVry. If they could put a Topgolf there, they can put a $90 million stadium.
Exactly.
But the problem is that, like, some mayors of these towns,
It's hilarious
they
now.
come off exactly like
It's
those
hilarious.
callers. What was the one? Was it Lake Forest that we were
Wheaton?
Yeah, but I think it was Lake Forest. It was like Otto Graham is from here.
Yeah.
and we could do it. And,
It's like we're like weeks away from like the mayor of Sandwich contacting, like sending a fax. Like we just knocked down a Kmart. We got a lot of land.
Exactly.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
This guy's brilliant, though, huh?
Kevin Warren?
He knows exactly what he's doing.
I mean, they're going to go to Arlington Heights.
He knows exactly what he's doing. He's stringing along all these people, getting all these bids, putting heat on Arlington Heights, putting heat on the county.
Yeah, the big tell is probably that they've continued to tear down all the stuff on the parcel of land that they now own.
Right. We're not doing anything. What are we doing? We're going to put an outlet mall. We wouldn't build a stadium. Right. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
We're putting condos.
Yeah.
It's kind of a
So
giveaway.
great.
Kind of a giveaway.
And I
at
love
that
how like
point.
the city still thinks they have a chance. Like they get,
It's adorable.
it's adorable is what it is. How cute are they?
Well, they're the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, of
We're
course.
Chicago.
Yeah, no.
Well, at least now that's a better approach than Lori Lightfoot's like angry and threatening approach.
Yeah. Why don't you focus on beating the Packers? Yo, why are you taking a shot at us? You're the mayor of
Seriously.
Chicago.
Yeah. Wait, what are you going to leave? Why, yes, we are. Lori, thanks for the offer.
Yeah.
Thanks for the direction on that.
Yeah. Are you a Justin Fields believer?
I'm a Justin Fields optimist. Is that hedging my bets a little better?
Yeah. Optimist is
I'm
a
an
cousin
optimist.
of belief.
It's a cousin of belief.
Yeah.
I think like, listen, I think like anybody who's watched every, play that he's every snap that he's taken over the last 2 years, right? Like everybody has a lot of questions, right?
Yeah.
We love, guys were open some of the time. They were open some of the time.
Yeah, there was protection
plenty of times
on
they were
some of
open.
those sacks. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, listen. This is the prove it year, right? He's got everything he needs.
That's what makes it fun.
Yeah.
Right? Now there's no excuses. And I certainly made plenty of them for him last year. He's the most exciting Bear player with the ball in his hands of my entire life.
I've been saying, and that's the thing, like with this Bears team, and were we talking about Trestman before?
Yeah.
Is that on air or off air?
Yeah. Telling lies to his own players.
Like do you remember the first year Mark Trestman was coach? Like that was a fun offense. They were a terrible team.
Yeah.
But they could score 35 points, right? And you were like, it was at least some enjoyable football to watch.
Yeah, we thought the Bears had a genius.
And up until, Justin Fields started breaking off 60 and 80-yard runs, like, football for a long time. Like, I think, like, I'm at the point now where I think, like, just give me something fun to watch, right? They only win 10 games. But give me something that's, like, that's fun. Give me a win or two against, like, a Super Bowl contender and give me something fun.
I've been saying I'll take losing 35-30.
Right. Over winning,
17-9. Yeah, exactly.
I think they're in a...
Give me something different. I've seen plenty of losses where the Bears defense is great and, wasted a great defense. I've seen that for my entire life. I'm interested in losing the other way.
I think they're in a sweet spot with that. I think most fans would be totally cool with 8-9 or 7-10, but a hell of a lot of progress. And
I think
some
they
got to
have a winning record this year, even if it's just 9-8. They gotta. I think below 5. I don't think that they can have a below 500 record and Justin Fields make the strides he needs to make to keep everybody happy.
That's interesting.
Do you know what I mean? Like if he makes the strides that he needs to make,
it'll come with wins.
I don't think that's a below 500 team.
That's interesting. I don't know. Good
do
quarterbacks lose games, but yeah, no, that's I hadn't thought about
Are we
it that
getting
way.
played off? Is that what's happening?
That was it?
Yeah, we still got 2 minutes.
All right, listen, August 3rd through the 5th, Zany's in Old Town. I'm just going to do my own plugs. That's what I need to do.
Well, yeah, I messed up the last one. So
There's 5 shows.
what's the best place to get them?
Zanies.com.
Zanies.com.
I got to go ahead and buy 2.
Spiegel's going to buy his tickets.
Yep, I am.
I'm gonna
'Cause you're sure you
refund
can't-
theirs.
you can't-
And
Can I just take theirs?
I'm gonna make Spiegel pay for all of it.
That's perfect. I'm out of town that weekend, so I won't be able to attend, but we'll be supporting, of course, Laugh Your Face Off as we
love
do every year. We'll have you back on to promote that.
Thanks, buddy.
Of course. And
Hey, is Matt Rife opening for you?
All right. You know, why'd you have to go and ruin a good thing? We were having fun. I've been saying for a long time, you know what comedy needs? Guys with fantastic bodies. That's what I've been saying. That's what comedy is needed for a long time.
Thank you, Pat, for hanging out.
Yes,
and
fellas,
braving the
thank
traffic.
you.
Thank you, Pat.
It's Pat Tomasulo. Watch him on WGN Morning News, but more importantly, buy those tickets. Zany's in Old Town, August 3rd through the 5th. Thank you to Steve Stone, who was also on the show. Jake Storial from Talking Yanks on the program as well. Thank you to Kevin Lapka, our executive producer Shane Reardon. Thank you, sir. Chris Tannehill makes us sound better than we are each and every day. For Matt Spiegel, I'm Danny Parkins. Cubs and Yankees coming up next on The Score.
Hey, Twitter world, yours truly. Well, it's been quite a week, you know. In any event, that's it for today. Take care.
My favorite studs drop-in of the day is when Dan was going to break, and you guys were, I assume, already late for break if your guys' clock is anything like ours. And then Studs goes, and another thing about koalas.
Yes!
If Stephen A. Smith would have said what you would have said, it would have had 2 million views on Instagram.
To me, koalas are preposterous.
There is no explanation for the koala having survived as long as they have. I'm looking right into the camera, and I'm saying to you, koala, you do not want to make an enemy out of me. It was unbelievable.
You eat nothing but eucalyptus, which is poison to you, and yet you eat it anyway and make yourself sick.
The koala makes no sense.
It was the best executed take of the day.
It was fantastic.
There was no doubt about it.
It was flawless. Like in a just world, it would be made as a promo that Russ would have running on an endless loop on the stream.
Was that? Were you talking about how chlamydia is taking out the koalas? Was that the story?
We learned that after.
Okay, because chlamydia is apparently killing Australian koalas.
Good.
All over. Studs wishing chlamydia.
It's about time something caught up with them. That's all I'm saying.
It was a great take, Studs. Honestly, top notch. I have no notes.
Why are they evil?
For some reason, I thought you would appreciate
Oh, no.
It was
you get him
amazing.
started, Speaks.
Okay.
You've gotten him upset about a few things, but it was like retroactive and things that happened to him, like the Ashton Kutcher incident.
Oh, well. I mean,
yeah.
that'll always be my favorite contribution that he's made to the Score airwaves.
Studs
But I feel like that left a mark, don't you? I feel like that damaged.
He
Studs.
definitely likes me less because of it.
Well, I mean,
Because
get in line.
I know,
really.
but I just encourage it to be played at all times.
Yeah, but I wonder if it's made him gun shy at all as a producer.
I don't think so.
All right, good.
But his,
I mean, if the koala take is any
his
indication,
take was that they've cheated the evolutionary process.
oh,
That somehow they've slipped through the cracks because they have nothing that preys on them. So
Because they're always sick.
right, they live a life where they eat something that poisons them, but nothing eats them because they've become poisonous, and yet they're always sick.
So they really shouldn't exist.
I gotcha.
And Bernsey, I could tell, didn't want to agree with the Studs take. And then he was like, he's boxed me in. And it was just...
I'm telling you, there's no way to argue against this point other than they're cute.
It
bugs me.
All right.
Hey, man, a lot of us...
A lot of things have gotten by on being cute.
That's right. Getting through life on charm is a real thing, even though you can't do it.
All right, Studs, is it your take? Or have you heard this from someone else? Beyond?
I developed this take because I read about koalas.
Yes
really
is the
random. I read about their life cycle on some random post that came across my way like years ago.
All right,
and I just like think to myself, I'm like, so why do they exist?
All right, that's your take then. That's great. I'll remember it forever.
Danny wondering if it's his take is also.
I can see
that's
it
not,
being.
not a way to get him to like you
That's
more.
so inside baseball.
Like he took it from Bill Hicks.
I was curious if this was on
The
some
take
sort of
was
document.
so good.
It was-
Danny had to know where it came
I wanted to
from.
know the source material of the tape.